Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls. I know I'm fashionably late to this topic, very tardy to the party. You've all seen the prankster who's gone viral for walking into a stranger's home. But I feel like a lot of you probably don't know that that wasn't an isolated incident for that guy. He's been around for quite some time, doing things just as bad, if not worse, than that prank. And I just kind of want to go through like a little montage of his worst moments and deliver a TED talk on why he's an insufferable asshole and just make fun of him. So let's start with his magnum opus, the video he's most proud of, the one that garnered the most attention online. This is where he and his friends invade a random family's home for their prank.
Get into random houses, let's go!
James? Come to the front door right now, please.
James?
James?
You man, come.
Hello, James.
We need to speak to James.
James?
So these dweebs just barge into a random family's home, like when the nematodes charge the Krusty Krab, but they're not looking for food, they're looking for clout. It's an epic joke, just going into a complete stranger's house and scaring the wife and the father while the kids are also home.
James. Is this where the study group is?
No. No. What door number is this? No.
Study group. Wait, this is not where the study group is.
got kids, man.
Oh, you got kids? Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought this was the study group. I actually thought. And this is the study group.
God, the smugness when he puts his legs up on their table had me fuming. Obviously, they got very lucky here that James didn't come out with that baseball bat ready. Like, you know, there was just a chance James was trained in the ancient Bushido arts and charged them with a samurai sword to protect his family, and he would have been totally within his right to defend them. As everyone in the world pointed out, this couldn't happen in America. This prank would happen one time and never again because it'd be just a fucking pile of corpses. Just breaking into a random person's house is asking for a disaster. It's the stupidest prank I think I've ever seen try and become a trend. And make no mistake, this wasn't a one-off thing. They've actually done this a couple times. I'll show you one of their other home invasion pranks.
Into random houses.
This time they didn't talk to the family, they just giggled like school children finding out their crush likes them and ran away. Now the main douchebag's name is Mizzy, and Mizzy has quite literally grown up with social media and has been a professional loser ever since. And I say that about an actual child. Like, he started getting arrested at 11 years old for this kind of dog shit, and he has never let off the gas because they're not getting punished for it in the UK at all. For example, he recently got arrested for a series of videos where he just assaults Orthodox Jews. That was the content, just publicly assaulting them. And he got arrested and pretty much immediately released. Ah, yes, the timeless classic prank of assault. That's as old as time itself. We've been giggling about assault for years now, so I have no doubt the police gave him a stern talking to really set him on the straight and narrow. I would love to see footage of the arrest and the conversation they would have had. I guarantee the authorities are like, hey, listen, champ, can you not do that? Alright, great. Then he goes home and the next day his prank is breaking into random people's houses. The police throw their arms up like, oh, Jiminy Christmas, this was unforeseeable. Now enough of this foolishness, we're serious, don't do it again. How could this possibly be happening? We've done all we could to stop this and prevent further awful pranks and degenerate crimes like this. We've talked to you multiple times. What else can we do? Oh, goodness gracious, now you're stealing puppies? Which is something he also has done for pranks.
Hello.
Hi.
You got a nice dog?
Sorry?
You got a nice dog?
She's lovely, she's how many dogs?
Boom gang, whole lot of gangs. We outside. We outside. We outside. We're all gonna fucking dog. We outside every single time.
This is so over-the-top evil, it almost becomes cartoonish, like something you would write for a character that's supposed to be hated by everybody. Like, man, this guy's such bad news that he steals puppies from old women. It's so fucking crazy. This would be like my Batman event if it happened to me. If someone just came up and stole my dog while I was walking them in a park, I would actually spend the rest of my life dedicated to learning martial arts, tracking them down, and ensuring they face real, hard justice. I don't know if he gave that dog back. I would actually imagine he probably just set the dog down right when he was done filming, and that was that. Maybe the dog went back to the woman, or maybe the dog walked across the street and got hit by a car. Because this guy has never once shown any amount of humanity in any of his content. Everything he does in the most malicious way possible, treating people like props to either scare or steal from or invade the privacy of. He is the most unlikable prankster on the internet, and that is a prestigious accolade. That is not something, not a title I bestow lightly, because there are a unbelievable amount of shitty pranksters, but he stands atop that mountain of awful people, is a fucking superstar of being an absolute irredeemable douchebag. I actually just can't get over this one. My blood is still boiling. I could cook some fucking noodles in my bloodstream right now. Stealing someone's pet is so beyond evil. A pet is a member of the family. And this is an older woman in the park where she felt safe having her dog walk around and have fun together, and then out of nowhere, some absolute lunatic comes and steals that dog right in front of her. That's fucking traumatizing. And like I said, I highly doubt he brought the dog back to her. I actually can't even fathom how someone could end up so hopelessly pathetic like Mizzy. You couldn't create a bigger loser in a laboratory. This man went into the character creator and had all of his stats set to literally 0. Now, I mentioned he grew up poisoned by social media from the get-go. He was basically born onto an iPad. Like, his eyes have been glued to TikTok and social media since the very second he could even open his eyes in this corporeal dimension. So he's been doing this kind of shit and influenced by it for so many years. So now he's 18 years old and still doing this. The man is a fucking seasoned veteran of the most degenerate pranks of all time, because when you grow up on social media, you soon take notice that some of the biggest content and people that make an entire career online start by just being a disruptive asshole to strangers. It's very popular. So he's trying the speedrun any percent route to fame through these kind of awful pranks. His TikTok did get banned, and I think some of his other accounts have as well, but that doesn't matter to him because he still got the clout off of it, so he'll probably just come back somewhere. He's just like this little pest that continues to infest the internet, where even if he gets banned, he'll just keep doing these pranks on a different channel and hoping that it catches fire once again. So here's him celebrating his viral fame from the home invasion prank.
And today we are going viral, lads. More viral than I've been in the past like 2-3 years. Like, I started social media since I was 8, been doing videos, been making bangers, been blowing up since I was young. But this right here, everywhere. Reposts, tweets, bro, you guys already know what I'm talking about, bro. I'm gonna put the video on.
I almost feel bad for his goofball friend behind him because he's been in every single one of these prank videos and no one knows who the fuck that goober is. He's just here as this stupid cuck suckling off the teat of Mizzy, who's getting some kind of pseudo fame for being a cringe douchebag. And what's even more pathetic for that guy is every time he tries to speak in Mizzy's video, Mizzy shuts that shit down ASAP. He starts talking over him and starts talking louder so you can't even hear him. He sounds like fucking Charlie Brown's parents every time he tries to speak because Mizzy's instantly putting the kibosh on it. What a fucking sad existence. He just trails along like a hemorrhoid on Mizzy's ass, doing his best to collect some crumbs of clout that falls off of him from all of this douchebag crime pranking. That is even more embarrassing than Mizzy himself. That guy. The fucking side character. The sidekick henchman that nobody even knows. But overall, this video is a great look into the disgusting mentality of Mizzy and what gets cooked up in that dumb little noodle of his where he views events like this as a great thing and something to be proud of, celebrating how viral this prank went and that's all that matters to him, clearly. Talks about how he was 8 years old when he started all this shit, and he's still going hog wild with it, just letting it rip. And he's going to continue to double down on this content and probably amplify the ridiculousness of it. The only thing that would stop it is if he gets arrested and actually faces jail time for it, or if people stop talking about him and he fades away into obscurity. That is absolutely his worst nightmare. People forget about him, they don't know his name, they don't know who he is anymore. That is his kryptonite.
What? I saw you from over there. I like your hair still. You got some nice hair. It's nice and luscious. I'm perfectly fine. You're gonna die. Huh? Why are you just smiling at me?
Oh.
I asked him a question, a serious question. Do you wanna die?
No.
Why?
It's even why. Because
Shit.
stop touching him.
Why?
Because.
You're gonna die.
Another day, another banger here. This is the Do You Wanna Die prank, where he just goes up to these strangers and starts caressing their hair and asking if they want to die. Again, that's a prank that only works in the UK, I guess. Anywhere else in the world, he probably gets the shit beat out of him at the very least. That is fucking crazy. And this is not a guy who's in good shape. This guy's built like two stick figures on top of each other. He is not someone that could hold his own should someone get aggressive with this prank. And this is a prank he's done multiple times. Here's his encore performance of the Do You Wanna Die prank to another stranger.
I come quick, fam, bro. Hey, bro, do not die, bro.
Listen,
do not
one
die.
second. No,
I
no,
end the
no.
call, yeah. Do not die, bro.
No.
What do you mean, no? I come. Do not die, bro.
No.
What do you mean, no? I back it up. What do you mean, bro? Do not
Listen,
die,
this
bro.
is no joke. Okay, I got the stuff inside.
Bro, no. Do not die, bro.
What is the joke here? This absolute loser views assault and breaking into houses and threatening people, asking if they want to die, as a prank. Does he think like Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer are like pranksters or something? Like, who is he trying to emulate? Where is he getting this inspiration from? The guy is unhinged, and he is downright dangerous to the UK. I don't know why they are so light on shit like this. The guy is a menace. He's been doing this for so fucking long, just terrorizing his community around him. Breaking into their fucking houses to film TikToks, going up to them in the middle of the night or in the middle of the day just asking if they want to die. Just downright assaulting people. There's another one where he goes into a library and just starts ripping up the books, so destroying property as well. What does it take for him to face real consequences for his actions?
I'm sorry. Come, let's go. Excuse me, what can I take the book here? Oh, sure. Let me just. Hi. You right?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
I just got a bit. Can I get this book, please?
Right, okay, just 1 minute. It's a TikTok.
TikTok video ripping books, no?
Excuse me, what's your book, guys? You need to get out.
This is not what you did.
That's your book from home?
No, it's not.
Another outrageous, stinky prank here. It goes on and on and on, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. Again, all of this he's viewed as a great thing for his career. It's not really a career because I don't think he's monetized it in any way. He just likes that people now know his name a little bit more. That's actually all he cares about. That's worth more than gold to him, which is so fucking pathetic. But anyway, just wanted to talk about him a little bit because I don't think people realize just how long he's been doing this kind of shit for. It's pretty despicable. That's it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series GodSlap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. This is going to come as a huge surprise. I am not the target audience for the new Barbie movie. That being said, I said, to hell with the rules. Damn them. I'm going to see this movie anyway. So let's dive in a bit. The movie has a lot of charm to it. Surprisingly, like I thought it'd all be very formulaic, but they actually went very hard with the set design in Barbie Land. Barbie Land really does look like an actual playset come to life. It has a very interesting visual aesthetic to it that I thought was pretty cool. They put a lot of care into how Barbie Land looked, and I think they kind of fucking nailed it. And by far the best performance in this movie comes from Ryan Gosling as Kin. I'm a Ryan Gosling fan. I think most of the roles he chooses, he's very good in. And here he lets his acting chops get a little wacky. Even when I think he's working with pretty weak material, like there is absolutely just some throwaway lines in here that's supposed to be like low-hanging fruit gags. Ryan Gosling like brings a certain amount of pizzazz to and makes it more enjoyable than it has any right to be. Also, speaking of the comedy, this movie is pretty much a full-blown comedy, though it does want to deliver a message, and it spends a lot of time developing and delivering that message, but the focal point is on the comedy. And in our theater, which was fucking filled to the brim, literally overflowing with human beings here, which I did not expect. I didn't know this movie was going to be this big. There was many times that jokes just went to pure fucking silence. Like actual church mouse shit. A joke would be told in the movie, not a single giggle, not even like a pity fart out of uncomfortableness, nothing. Pure silence, like a sensory deprivation tank. There were some jokes that completely missed. But you expect that in a comedy. Not every joke's going to be a heater, but I was pretty surprised at how many didn't land at all. But then there were some that landed in a big way where the theater lost their fucking mind. So it had some high highs and low lows when it comes to its comedy here. And the common thread was the ones that were landing were ones that had Ryan Gosling kind of at the forefront as either the butt of the joke or the one delivering the joke. I just really think Kin was a surprise superstar here. Everyone knew Margot Robbie was going to be a good Barbie, and she is. I think she does a great job in this role here. I think she absolutely fucking nails it. She captures both that, like, living the perfect life thing, as well as also starting to open up to like what it means to be human. I think she really captures both super well, which is really important since it's a big narrative point in the film about Barbie going from the perfect life, every day being her best day, to now humanity has fucking infiltrated her soul out of nowhere, and it's scaring her and she doesn't understand it. She wants everything to be perfect, but starts to come to terms with, you know what? Maybe things are better when they're not all perfect. I thought this was going to be mainly for like young girls and like in general a younger audience, but a lot of the jokes were a lot more mature themed than I would expect for a kid focused demographic. There was a lot of like actually mature jokes in here. She blatantly just drops the word vagina when talking to some dudes, and then Ken's talking about his wiener. Like it is PG-13 rated, but I thought that was kind of just for show. But no, I was wrong. They really do have a lot more like older themed jokes in here, I guess mainly for the children's parents that got roped into bringing them so they're not bored out of their fucking mind watching the Barbie movie. I suppose that would be the play here. One thing I also really didn't understand about this film is it's very clear that the focal point is on Barbie and Ken, in particular Barbie Land, and also the big difference between Barbie Land and the real world when they do eventually cross over to the real world. That's one of the core narrative points. You know, Barbie's starting to experience emotions which she's never experienced before, so her and Ken come to the real world to get to the bottom of it because they speculate that there must be a little girl out there who's playing with a Barbie right now that's going through a tough time, and it's making Barbie and Barbie Land feel those things, and she wants to fix it. So they go to the real world, and everything's different in the real world. It's a huge fucking shock to both of them, and they both deal with it very differently. And while they're in the real world, this is when Will Ferrell's character comes in, as well as the entire Mattel board. And this, I feel, was such a complete useless thing to even have in here. Will Ferrell does nothing. The entire Mattel board does nothing. If they weren't in this film, nothing would change. They have no impact on the plot. They have no impact on anything. And they don't even really have many scenes to begin with. There's like one like Scooby-Doo chase scene where they're chasing Barbie around the office and it's very cartoonish. But aside from that, like they don't even really do anything, so I don't know why they're here. Like I feel like they just wasted so much money getting Will Ferrell's name attached to this, and it was just a big bait and switch because he's barely in it and he barely does anything. They have no fucking purpose in the film, and you would have been able to shave off a handful of minutes by just not having them here, which would have been good for the runtime because I do think it drags a little bit, so that would have been helpful for the pacing. I don't even know why that entire arc is even here with Mattel and Will Ferrell. Not that I think Will Ferrell does a bad job in it, he's clearly having fun, but it just doesn't add anything. Like, the jokes that they deliver are not really good jokes to begin with. It seems like it was just improv from the actors, like, they sat them down and just said, hey, just do something that'll make me giggle and we'll put it in the film, and they just do, like, some random shit. they just don't really do anything, so I don't know why they were there. To me, it just feels like a waste of dollars here, a waste of good clams putting Will Ferrell on this project here, because you know they had to pay out the ass to get him to come into it. I don't think he did it for free. So I just feel like that could have been better spent elsewhere. But anyway, the film is really at its best in Barbie Land. When they go to the real world, it's not that interesting because that's kind of when the Mattel stuff comes through. But then they bring in two humans that kind of form the basis of the emotional draw of the film, the emotional soul of the Barbie movie, and that's when it puts a lot of focus on the message it wants to deliver, and the message is definitely geared towards younger girls. It's meant to inspire them and teach them that, you know, even though society puts a lot of pressure on women, it's good to be yourself, it's okay to feel a certain way about certain things, it's okay to not know exactly what you want to do in life. It delivers a message that I think would resonate more with a younger girl than it does me, a 28-year-old man. So I'm not here to speak on the effectiveness of the message or anything like that, but it is worth mentioning. It's not just a comedy like nothing else. It does want to deliver a positive message to the young audience that's there to watch it. Now, I've definitely got to mention, the word patriarchy here is used at least 2,000 times in the last second half of this film. That becomes a huge focal point for the plot, is the patriarchy. I don't want to get into spoilers on how it makes its way into Barbie Land and everything like that, but then it becomes like the main evil they fight against is the patriarchy. So things get real wild in the film here, which is definitely not what I was expecting here. But overall, I didn't dislike the film, but it's very clearly a film that isn't meant for me. I am definitely just not the target demographic, as surprising as that is to hear. I know it's fucking shocking. But even still, I didn't hate the film or anything. I don't think it's a bad movie. And I do think Ryan Gosling really fucking shined here. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this Moist Meter. GodSlap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who, after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. See ya. Alright everybody, stand back. I've got my whining diaper on, and I'm about to have an accident. I have a huge pet peeve I've talked about a lot on this channel, and that's parents that expect the internet to raise their kids for them, and then getting outraged when the internet doesn't raise them the way they want to, or if their kid finds something that they didn't approve of, even though they were completely absent in the child's life and just leaving them unsupervised to wander the World Wide Web cyberspace by themselves. There are a few things that make me as upset as when these parents all start having this temper tantrum like, why isn't YouTube doing more to protect our children from seeing videos with bad words in it? My kid just watched something where a guy said fuck while playing Roblox. This has gotta stop. And it's like the solution is super simple, just be a fucking parent. Don't just give them an iPad and walk away and consider your job as a parent done. It's always just extremely frustrating, but today I was reading some things that really grew my pet peeve to a broader scale. It started slapping new things together on top of it like a Megazord and Power Rangers coming together. So I think overall my huge issue here is just bad parents. So there's a lot of commotion and hubbub on TikTok, Twitter, and Facebook, the usual suspects, about Guardians of the Galaxy 3 being way too violent, dark, and disturbing for the PG-13 rating, saying they pushed it too far. And it also apparently has the MCU's first fuck, which I didn't know. I mean, I knew it was in the movie. There's a scene where Chris Pratt with his potty mouth says some foul language, dropping the F-bomb. But I didn't know that was the first time in MCU history, so they all collectively lost their goddamn minds about it. Just all this steam coming out of their ears and making these super heated and emotional cringe TikToks about the situation, saying that it's evil and this should have been an R-rated film. It really pushed the PG-13 rating way too far. And they started issuing these PSAs and warning like, don't bring children to see Guardians of the Galaxy 3. It's too much for them. It's gonna scar them and traumatize them for life. It's almost like they were doing some kind of like air raid siren, like making sure all the neighborhood knew, like, hey, watch out, there's a dangerous person over there, we gotta avoid him at all costs. Like, they were going hog wild with it. And speaking of going hog wild, I recommend going hog wild with today's sponsor, Opera GX. Big thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring today's video. Opera GX is the best browser in the entire world. I've said that a million times now. I made the switch from Chrome to Opera a few years ago and I've never looked back. It is just far superior. It doesn't, hog all your resources. I have my own mod in Opera GX, which changes the wallpaper, and it also comes with its own custom theme and sounds, so when you hover over things like the speed dial, it'll change the sound, which you can toggle on or off if you want to. But it also has opening and closing sounds associated with it. Baby! So yeah, it's just a wild and wacky fun thing. There's a huge selection of mods for Opera GX at the Opera GX store. Plus, you can also get all of my latest uploads in the GX Corner, which is available through the dedicated link. It's also a seamless transition from your current browser to Opera GX with the quick import feature. It'll take all of your settings, your browser history, cookies, all of that, and bring it right over to Opera without any headache, and as well as extensions, because Google Chrome extensions are compatible with Opera GX, and Opera GX has its own extension store as well. So it's all just a very easy thing to switch to, and is absolutely worth making the switch because Opera GX is the far superior browsing experience. If you're interested in getting started with the Opera GX for free, click the link in the description below. Now, I understand the MCU's Weenie Hut Jr. mode, and they all carry PG-13 ratings, but that's meant nothing. It's really been completely meaningless, more meaningless than the WinRAR free trial warning. So, I understand kids have been watching the MCU. In fact, most of those movies lean into that demographic, like trying to cater to actual children, the ones that are in the theater clutching their action figure in suspense, watching, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. All of these films have been suitable for, actual 6-year-olds. I get that. But they do still have a PG-13 rating, meaning that they don't recommend children under the age of 13 see them because it might be inappropriate for them. So you can't exactly be upset and shaking your fist when one does roll around that is actually probably not suitable for kids under 13, like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Someone made a really great meme summing this up because it's embarrassing even talking about it this way because the movie's not that fucking intense. You're not going to go in there and leave with PTSD. I can't find the tweet, but it's the SpongeBob roller coaster meme here, and it was like Guardians of the Galaxy 3 PG-13 debate summed up. And it's obviously just poking fun at the people that are freaking out about the movie being super intense, even though in reality, it's not. Yes, it is darker, and it is, a more edgier MCU movie. It does deal with heavy themes like animal abuse, which is, definitely a first for the MCU. It's the first fuck in the first ASPCA commercial, really. And it also, of course, does have a bit of gore. There's a scene where a guy gets literally vaporized, and then they show, his corpse that's still charred, and, pieces of him are falling off. And the dude's face does get mauled, his whole face gets peeled off in an animal attack. So they do show that, his bloody, disfigured face. But, aside from that, it's really, it's not something that I think anyone that's 13 and above is going to be, gasping and puking their brains out at. It didn't do anything that, pushed the PG-13 boundary. It played by all of the rules in there, it used its one fuck, and it used it pretty well, and it only had a couple of scenes where it's that's kind of dark. It wasn't anything that was, crazy over the top. All of this is just such worthless controversy over nothing. Just more things to get mad about for no fucking reason other than you're a bad parent who didn't take any level of responsibility here. It's the same energy as when a parent gets mad that they bought their kid an M-rated game and it's a little too bloody or it has some heavier themes that their child wasn't ready for. Your fault for buying them the M-rated game. Pay attention to the ratings because they are there for a reason. It's just super weird with modern parenting, and this is getting off on a bit of a tangent. I apologize for that, but it's related. This isn't just coming out of fucking nowhere here. We're not fighting ghosts or anything. It's on topic. The parents will just sit their kids down in front of the iPad, just let them use the internet, and just have them be raised that way, or give them like some general entertainment franchises and have them raise their kid as well. Like teach them the morals, and the parents are very hands off, but then still feel like they have the right to complain when it wasn't done the exact way they wanted to, or if something went awry and the kid, saw a video online that wasn't appropriate for them. It is, again, your fault. You did that. But now parents don't want to really raise their kids, so they're asking like the government to step in and like censor shit on the internet that they feel is dangerous to kids for if they see it. And it's like, well, why do you want the government to come do that for you? Just be a parent, make sure the kid doesn't see anything they're not supposed to. You're supposed to be there monitoring your fucking toddler. So why are you asking Big Daddy, Big Brother Eye in the Sky to come in, micromanage everything in the world in order to cater to your kid and your lack of parenting? Like, just be more present in their life in order to make sure that they're not just scrolling through TikTok mindlessly for 12 hours a day, rotting their fucking brain and ruining their attention span. It just makes me upset that the first thing that happens in a case, and not so much with Guardians of the Galaxy, this is more about like the general internet. The first thing that happens is the parents get upset, like, oh, my kid was looking for tutorials on YouTube and a bad actor popped up. So now I'm suing YouTube and demanding censorship on the platform because what if another child sees this? Well, it's like, why not just be there when your kid's on the internet, so that way when you recognize that there's a video that isn't appropriate, is in the algorithm, you can make sure they don't click on it. That's the whole point of being a parent with a toddler that you are raising. You're supposed to be raising them, not having the internet do it for you. And I just don't like how the first line of defense is always to start complaining to like a higher authority to change something in order to cater to your bad parenting and lack thereof parenting. It's always so fucking frustrating. And it also happens a lot with video games with like M ratings. Like, why is this game M? It should be adults only. I bought this for my 7-year-old and it's way too bloody. What the fuck is this? This should be only adults. War crimes? Oh my god. Adults only. I beg of you. Please. Do something about the madness. I don't know. I just needed to whine now too. Now I'm crying like one of their toddlers here who just saw a Finger Family video that went off the rails. It's just something that this Guardians of the Galaxy 3 debate has once again sparked a rage inside of me with, because I just wish parents would stop delegating that responsibility. The most important job of a parent is to raise a kid, and I wish they'd stop giving that to complete fucking strangers on the internet, or just the general expectation that everything and everyone in the world has to cater to them and the safety of their child when they don't feel like being there for them. So everything's got to be squeaky clean and sterilized with the bumpers and water wingies on it. So that way it can be completely safe in case a kid happens to see all the content. When really all of the issues get solved if the parent just does a good job parenting, or even attempts to be a parent and present. Like, I just hate that everything has the expectation that it has to be child friendly, when there is things that are just not made for kids. And in this case, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 13 is not made for actual children this time around, which I also think is a first in the MCU. This is definitely one that is more for, like, teenagers and above. So, yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. Today there was a situation so big that it actually got my dad to text me about it, and that's not something he usually does. The only time he ever texts me about news is when it involves aliens, or even something adjacent, like remotely related to aliens. He'll be like, hey bud, you see that new discovery at the pyramids? It's aliens, Charles, aliens. And I'm like, Dad, they just found an old rock. It's not anything to do about aliens. It's like, aliens, caps locked. But point is, this story is so big that even my dad has become aware of it. One of the biggest streamers in the world, Kai Cenat, announced he was doing a giveaway at Union Square in New York City. And things got way out of hand. This shit went insano style real quick. It ended up going into complete pandemonium and chaos. And people were like scrambling to get out of there because things got like dangerous, with cars being climbed on top of and windows busted out. Like, it was go gadget, get the fuck out of New York if you happen to be going to this giveaway here expecting to get anything other than your ass beat, basically. There's tons of videos showing, like, fights that broke out, as well as this, like, breaking windows of cars, and there was even a part where Kai and his team tried to get away in their vehicle, only for a ton of people to jump on top of it, and they just kept driving with bodies actually flying off of their car.
That is why you're seeing that crowd there chase after.
That's it.
That's the vehicle right there that they believe Kai Cenat is in right now. As Safan was saying, he was there. He was in the crowd for a little bit of time, but clearly this was an out-of-control crowd, and...
I can't show the part where the people start falling off because that might be against YouTube's terms. They didn't get, like, seriously injured, I don't believe. It's not like they fell off the car and then, like, blew up, just, like, gore and body parts flying all over the place, but I'm just gonna play it safe. People do start falling off the car because they're just trying to get away from the madness that happened here. Obviously, this giveaway event went a little differently than Kai and his team anticipated. A few thousand people showed up here, which I don't think they thought would happen. So the event wasn't permitted or sanctioned or anything, and after it was all said and done, there were about 65 arrests and quite a few injuries as well. Kai had apparently advertised this as a huge giveaway, saying that they'd be giving away computers, PlayStation 5s, microphones, keyboards, webcams, gaming chairs, but at the end of the day, the only thing that was given away here was hands. Everyone was catching some fucking hands. There were quite a few videos of fights that were breaking out there, which of course only escalated, shit popping off. So not only were vehicles damaged and windows blown out, but some other nearby places were destroyed, like food stands and things like that. So overall, it just got really out of hand really quickly, with so many people showing up for this giveaway. Apparently, the police department even activated a level 4 response, which just sounds terrifying. That sounds like something out of a sci-fi film during an actual invasion event. That is just a horrifying term, a level 4 response. That's like some DEFCON 1 shit. So it's apparently their highest level of disaster response, and earlier they had activated a level 2 to handle crowds. So this sounds like they got the 6th star in GTA 5, basically. A fucking level 4 highest level disaster response. That sounds like it's usually just reserved for actual apocalyptic events. Like if an EMP detonated in New York or something and they're scrambling at a level 4. So this was a huge deal. And it seems that the police department is pulling no punches, because it seems like they are now charging Kai Cenat with at least 2 counts of inciting a riot and unlawful assembly.
Are you going to charge Kai Cenat?
Yes. The influencer is charged. He's going to be charged with multiple counts, at least 2 counts of inciting a riot, unlawful assembly, and a few other charges.
Yeah, they're not fucking around here. This was a level 4 interview response. They're not taking this as some kind of light, silly little mistake, an oops-a-daisy moment that they can just move on from and forgive. They're going hard, saying that this was the incitement of a riot. Obviously, that wasn't the goal with the giveaway event here. Kai Cenat and Phantom wanted to do a giveaway event for their communities to come collect some cool shit from them and thank them for the support. It was like a pseudo meet and greet, as I understand it. And even though I believe this whole event came from a place of good intentions, unfortunately, that's just not how it played out today. And while you can't control everyone who goes to your event or anything like that, they do still bear some responsibility here. Because this was an unsanctioned event with no permits, it means they also didn't have a team in place to control the situation to ensure things don't get crazy. And the fact that they didn't anticipate that something like this could happen is a huge miscalculation. There were more miscalculations here today from them than there were on the math section of my SATs. This kind of thing happens a lot at sporting events, where a lot of people, after a big win, get excited, they get super hyped, so when they leave the venue and they're still super excited and hype, they end up just like destroying things, and that's what happened today. A lot of people gathered in the same location, all really excited and really hype, and things just got out of control because there wasn't any real planning beforehand to ensure that there were people there to keep things from getting nuts, to the point where even Kai and his team are driving away with people hanging off of their car, falling off. Shit was wild. So, this is just a complete lack of planning, which led to a catastrophe, really. I'm honestly pretty shocked that this even happened, like the event itself even went on. I just can't believe no one on Kai's team thought for a single second that this might require a little more planning than they had given it. Like, no one thought for a second, like, hey, might want to pump the brakes on this. This isn't exactly the best idea. We'll probably want to put a little more effort into this and get like a security team in place, you know, just in case. I don't know how it actually got to this point where they went through with it without having like basic security in place or like permits or having someone to supply a team to help in case a situation arises. You should expect a huge turnout, especially when you're as successful as Kai and Phantom. Like, you should really expect a ton of people to be there. And in a case like that, why wouldn't you want to just be a little bit safer, even for yourself? Because there could be some real weirdos in there. And there were some weirdos that were hanging off of their car. Like, I just don't know how it even got to this point where they went through with it without more and deeper planning put into it. But anyway, that's kind of where this story's at right now. And yeah, that's really about it. See ya. It's 4 a.m. and I can't sleep because the air conditioning stopped working, and since I live in Florida, it's shot up to over 80 degrees in my house right now, which is suboptimal snoozing temperatures. I'm basically taking the One Punch Man challenge, and I figured since I can't sleep, I might as well talk about something that's on my mind. You may see that I'm sweating right now, I'm feeling the heat, but that's nothing compared to the heat that all League of Legends professional players are feeling in the North American region. Now, I don't know about you, I can only speak for little old me here, but when I think of esports, the first game that pops into my noodle is League of Legends. That, for me, is the game that really popped off the esports scene and made it mainstream. Of course, I did watch MLG for Halo 2 and all of that, and of course a bit of StarCraft, but League of Legends is when I really got hooked in the space. And now, Riot Games seems beyond determined to ruin it. Like they're doing everything they can to put the LCS in the grave, which is wild. Now, I'm about 4 years sober from League. I was highly addicted from seasons 3 to 6, roughly 7, and that was an addiction harder to kick than heroin, I imagine. But I did it. And I still do keep up because I do really still love the pro scene of it. And to see everything that's happening in the space right now is more upsetting than the intro to Pixar's Up. It's very odd to see Riot unleashing this fury from the deepest pits of hell upon the LCS. They're basically waging a war on American soil with the NA region. Now, if you do keep up with League of Legends and the esports scene, you'll probably know that North America's been a little lackluster. They're not out there with the strongest competition on Summoner's Rift at the moment. But that doesn't mean that Riot needs to fucking slap them around for some reason. Now, this is actually a very deep situation with a ton of layers to the onion, so I'm just going to show you a quick screenshot that lays out some of the basics, and then I'm going to dive in a bit deeper. But this is just a general overview of what's going on. You can pause the video here to read all of this, but I'll just give you a quick nutshell breakdown. It all started in the Challengers League, which is fundamentally where players get developed into the top tier talent. You know, this is where players get to the big stage. They go through that to try and make it to the big stage where they're competing for all the clams, all the steamed ham. And there was some requests to change things around with how that whole system works. And Riot got a little wacko mode with some of the changes they wanted to implement. And a lot of what they wanted wasn't exactly satisfactory to the LCS Player Association. So the LCSPA, the LCS Player Association, eventually had to call for a vote among the LCS players, the pro players, to stage a walkout as a form of protest because Riot was unwilling to budge or reach any kind of compromise that would be favorable to all parties. So the majority of players voted in favor of the walkout. And this lit a fire deep in the soul of Riot where they were ready to draw their swords and go to battle. They got the fucking big guns out and were ready to put the kibosh on it. They got a big attitude about this situation. They were like Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy when he got that rock in his shoe. They were livid. So, in response to the walkout, they shook their finger. They said, no, 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 no. You are going to be obligated to field players, which means every org would then have to get substitutes to play for them. Substitutes that would be pretty much committing career suicide if they accepted the role because they'd basically be crossing a picket line here. They'd be going against the striking players. They're going against the protest. So it's reputational suicide for anyone that would do it. It's a bad look for the orgs, and it's obviously a bad look for Riot. It's a lose, 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 lose across the board. This is a bigger losing record than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers before we got Tom Brady. This was nobody winning in this situation. But Riot was adamant, no, you will have to field players. And in order to try and make it easier, they decided to lift the requirement for the players they could field. They said it doesn't matter the player's rank, anyone can play for these teams, you just have to field them and pay them. But they said no more ranked requirement, meaning anyone of any rank could play for them. They could literally have their intern who's never touched League of Legends be their professional LCS player because Riot is forcing them to field somebody, anybody with a fucking pulse. You could train your dog to go up and slap on your keyboard a little bit, and that would be a-okay by Riot because there were no requirements left for the substitute position. Fucking me, a gold superstar one-trick Yorick, could have been an LCS pro player this week by this new ruling because there were no fucking requirements. It's wild. Instead of trying to reach some kind of decision that's amicable with the LCSPA, they instead just said, alright, Wild West time. Absolute fucking chaos and pandemonium. We're opening Pandora's box. You all are forced to field substitute players, and we don't even fucking care if they've played the game before in their life. Doesn't matter. Just put someone out there with a heartbeat. Fuck it. And fuck you. They are just actually out here spitting in the face of all of the LCS players. It's pretty disgusting. Now, it's worth mentioning that not everyone thinks Riot is fully in the wrong for this situation, so I haven't seen Tyler One's clips on it yet, but according to this article, he seems to believe Riot actually made the right decision here with their decision to scrap the mandatory participation in the NACL. He calls them paycheck thieves and says that 90% of the players won't ever be good enough for the LCS, so it just causes the orgs to bleed money. Admittedly, I don't keep up with the NACL, any of that scene, so I can't really fully opine on just how effective it was. But according to the rest of the tweet that had the bullet points, apparently 50% of the current LCS players have been through the NACL, so it does seem like at least a lot of the talent for the LCS comes through it. But in the same tweet, it also talks about how expensive it is to field an NACL team. So there's just a lot of moving parts to this situation here, and regardless on where you stand for the effectiveness of the NACL and whether or not it should have ever been a mandatory requirement, I think everyone should be able to recognize the scummy behavior from Riot with their absolute refusal to compromise on anything. That's not uncharacteristic behavior from Riot, and I know Tyler One's had his fair share of criticisms against the company for their downright reluctance. They'll fucking stomp their feet and refuse to change anything. They just don't budge. And in this case, they're not even really negotiating with the LCSPA. And I think that is a huge problem. Again, it doesn't really matter where you stand so much on the NACL itself. The problem really does stem from Riot's complete refusal to even bother trying to reach some kind of satisfactory conclusion here. They seem far more willing to just completely wipe their hands with the LCS, just treat the LCS like a toilet seat, and just fucking wipe their ass with it like toilet paper. So the situation is developed further. They had another meeting today, and Riot Games fucking ulted. They let it all hang out. It was a base race, and Riot Games, they were well fed. They outright said that they are completely fine with just canceling the season if teams don't comply with Riot's parameters. They delayed it by 2 weeks, so they pushed it off an additional 2 weeks from right now. And if they still don't play ball with how Riot wants them to participate, they're just going to cancel the season, and that would make the LCS ineligible to be in the Worlds for 2023. Now, that's harsh. They ran it down mid with this statement here. This shit is brutal. If they don't do what Riot is asking them to do at the end of this 2-week period, they would be willing to cancel the entire summer season, and that would ruin the eligibility for the LCS to qualify for 2023 Worlds. Now, if you don't keep up with League of Legends, Worlds is the biggest stage. One of the biggest stage in all of esports, to be fair. It is huge. So, by not allowing them to qualify there because of all this, that's a huge blow. Keep in mind how expensive it is to even be an organization in the League of Legends space. The LCS is not cheap. We're talking 8 figures. it is a very expensive endeavor, and these orgs have gone all in to be there. So this kind of threat is terrifying. That could like actually just straight up ruin some orgs, like outright. Like I'm sure there are sponsors dependent on these orgs being in League, for example. So like there's a lot on the line for these orgs, whereas Riot can just kind of write it off as like a loss. Like, you know what? Whatever. We still got fucking billions here. So what? We'll take a bit of a loss on the LCS. Fuck them. They disobeyed us. They didn't listen to us, and for that they stepped out of line. We gotta punish them. Make an example out of them to all the other major regions. Like it's scary. And there's of course the LCS isn't the only region. It is a major region, but it's not the only one, of course. So I'm very curious how the other regions will respond to this, because I would feel like they should also be a little concerned with how Riot's handling this, where like if things aren't going swimmingly, Riot seems totally fine going scorched earth protocol and just lighting it all on fire, like with what they're doing with the LCS here. So I guess we'll see how the 2-week period goes. It seems like there's going to continue to be dialogue between the LCSPA and Riot Games to see if they can reach some kind of happy ending here, but as of right now, at 4 a.m., it's not looking too promising for the future of the LCS, which is just super sad. Because again, the LCS used to be a powerhouse. Like, this was the esports scene. And to see where it's at today is crazy. And to see Riot so willing to just get rid of it, like cancel the season, is crazier. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because it's something that I've been thinking about a lot and following closely. So that's about it. See ya. In a battle, there's always a winner and a loser. And unfortunately, this time around, we have lost the holy war against Netflix. Netflix recently put the kibosh on password sharing in a move that I thought would be the downfall of the platform, since everyone in the world shares a Netflix account with many people. I thought this would just have the entire streaming service circling the drain, but I couldn't have been more wrong. My prediction was more incorrect than the people that thought the world was ending in 2012, because according to the latest data published this week by an analytics firm called Antenna, they've reported that Netflix has seen the biggest spike in subscriber signups since they started tracking that data in 2019. When I first read that report, I legitimately did a Mr. Beast thumbnail of like actual shock, because I was completely convinced that once people were kicked off their Netflix accounts that they were sharing with so many others, they wouldn't pay to sign up again and just shell out big clams for a service that has such a weak catalog. Like, what the fuck is there to even watch on Netflix? Unless you're a huge fan of The Hype House, or Tall Girl 1 and 2 of the Tall Girl Cinematic Universe, or God help you, Big Mouth. If you watch Big Mouth, consider this an intervention. You need professional help. That show is criminally awful. Like, I just didn't see a reason why people would, fork over big doubloons to re-sign up to Netflix when there's really nothing worth watching on there right now. Aside from the 1 or 2 times a year where they actually do have something good on their platform, like Stranger Things, for example. But that doesn't come around often. That's like a winter solstice, right? Like, you don't need to have Netflix year-round just to watch those 2 decent productions that they introduce. So I was just very surprised that so many people signed up again after getting kicked off. In fact, to go a bit deeper, who remembers the hit series Resident Evil on Netflix? The original production that was an insulting mess to the actual franchise that it was borrowing from? Well, I think that the way that show talks about Umbrella Corporation is really apt for Netflix itself. But instead of Umbrella Corporation creating the T-virus, Netflix is creating the P-virus, because all of their shows are P. Actual fucking urine quality productions that are infecting the viewers into thinking that they need to be paying for the service. You don't. Let me be the light in the darkness here. You don't have to be paying fucking $8, $15, or $20 a month for Netflix now that you've been kicked off of the account that you've been sharing with for the last decade. You got spit in your face from Netflix. You don't have to wipe it off and say, thank you, can I have some more? Out of every major streaming service, aside from jokes like Peacock, Netflix has perhaps the weakest catalog. You do not have to be paying $8, $15, or $20 a month in order to have access to a fucking snooze fest on Netflix. You don't. But we have lost this war. This clearly was a very successful move from Netflix. This worked out extremely well for them. Password sharing on Netflix was more common than the cold, so I just really was under the impression that when you take that away, I think the number was 100 million accounts were password sharing. So when you kick off that many people, I just did not expect such a large percentage of them to come back like all happy, and especially not this quickly. Like they got kicked off and then lickety split signed up immediately again. So it really worked out for them, but I wish that it didn't because they've for so long encouraged password sharing, and I really don't like the way that they're going about the crackdown on password sharing. There's definitely better ways that aren't as costly to families that have multiple people across multiple households. You don't have to charge fucking per person, and it's extremely strict on exactly how it all works. I've gone over the specifics of it in a couple of videos before, so I'm not just going to keep repeating myself. I'm just surprised. Like, I'm just out here befuddled at how successful this has been for Netflix. Now, I would like to mention that they have received a lot of cancellations as well. They've seen an increase in cancellations, but the new signups are outpacing those by a wide margin. Netflix received nearly 100,000 daily signups on May 26th and May 27th already, and it's just absolutely popping off for their bottom line right now. So it always sucks to lose, but unfortunately, you just gotta be humble even in defeat. Sometimes you just take a bite of that BLT sandwich. Hold the B and T, it's just a fucking L sandwich. And that's one of those cases here. I do think that this is also going to be wildly detrimental for every other streaming service because on every streaming service, most people are sharing passwords. You know, spoiler alert, everyone is sharing passwords when possible. And now that the Netflix crackdown has been extremely financially successful for the company, I do envision very soon there will be crackdowns on every other platform as well. So password sharing might be a thing of the past. I feel like it's going to be outlawed across the board on streaming services, and that fucking sucks. All I can really hope for now is that the way that the other streaming platforms crack down on password sharing isn't as strict as Netflix. Hopefully there's some wiggle room for families to actually be able to share passwords to some degree, as opposed to charging so much money for a big family or a family that's across multiple households. So that's something we're just going to have to wait and see on, but I do think that's coming, so just put that on your calendar, mark it down for the near future. Rest in peace, password sharing, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. A little over a year ago, Disney overdosed on skooma, and their delusion really went off the rails when they finally launched their Star Wars Hotel experience. This was a prime receptacle for spitballs and tomatoes. Boos heard around the world because it was laughably overpriced and extremely confusing on what you were even paying for in the first place. It was initially announced like way back in 2017, and it was supposed to carry a price tag of $6,000 for a 2-night stay, but it could go as low as $4,000 as well. It's called the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, and it's supposed to be a fully immersive Star Wars experience for superfans to spend 2 nights in this like underground bunker hotel facility that's supposed to be like a murder mystery song and dance with all kinds of Star Wars characters, as well as a hotel, as well as fine dining. It basically just takes a ton of different things, threw it at a dartboard and said, okay, it's going in the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, we're going to charge a fucking outrageous price. At $4,000 or $6,000 for 2 nights, I would expect to have a room on a legitimate fucking spaceship. With that amount of money, those rooms better be coming with that titty alien that Mark Hamill milks in the movie. Like, that is a crazy price tag. $1,200 per person per night? My god. You'd need to be like fucking Scrooge McDuck to be able to afford that, or the biggest Star Wars fan in the world who's willing to just dump everything into a 2-night experience. But what's crazy is it looks miserable to stay in. Here's the rooms. Here's one of the 100 cabin rooms. It's basically like a little prison. Like, your children get these small pods in the wall. The bed looks rather small. Like, this is not what you would expect for this amount of money. You go to the goddamn Star Wars gulag, It's so startling. There's no windows. Like, keep in mind, there's no windows in these rooms. All you get is these little screens supposed to look like you're out in space, but it looks really dated. It doesn't seem like they put a whole lot of effort into that, but I haven't been, so maybe it's cooler in person. But there's no windows, so you're basically going in there into like a goddamn stasis chamber there, 2 days away from the world. And when you're not forsaken to your solitary confinement room on the Star Wars Galactic Looney Bin, you get interactive theater out the wazoo, which to me sounds like one of the circles of hell somewhere, where you can't escape theater and people in character for Star Wars 24/7. That just seems way too much. So the pictures I'm getting are from a video from DFB Guides, who went over the entire Star Wars hotel experience, and overall, it's just an expensive, confusing, jumbled mess from everything I've seen. And this opened only a little over a year ago, and it's already closing. This was a complete disaster for Disney, I imagine. Of course, I'm not their fucking accountant. I can't flip through their books here and double check. But I just can't imagine at that price point, as well as how awful their marketing had been for it, that it was financially successful for them. They're writing it off as like a business decision that they've decided to close it so shortly after launch, but that doesn't make any sense. That just sounds like a bad business decision if it was doing well. It's 100 cabins, clearly a very expensive endeavor, and they're already giving up after a year. When this shit launched, it had terrible publicity. Like, they made these marketing pitches that gave people no insight into what they were paying for. So people already started kind of wiping their ass with the whole idea of even staying there or considering it. It turned everyone off immediately, and it's never recovered. Now, it's worth mentioning, among the people that have paid a visit to this facility, the majority of them are saying that they enjoyed it and that it was worth the cost. I don't know if that's genuine or if it's some level of brainwashing where they paid so much money that they convinced themselves that they had to enjoy it, thus they did. But people did seem to like it when they paid all that money for it, and that makes sense because if you're a super fan of Star Wars, there's nothing you're going to dislike about it. You're just perpetually inundated with constant stimulation of Star Wars shit, so I imagine most fans probably would have loved it. I still don't know how you could really like the rooms, though. Even in all the videos I've seen and all the people that visit the rooms, they are super small for how much you're paying. You are not getting, like, a luxury cabin. It's very much like a summer camp, like band camp fucking cabin here. I'm still a bit baffled by the decision to have the guests stay in these tight, windowless quarters. Like, that sounds miserable. Why that? Like, what's the next Star Wars hotel gonna be? Pay $10,000 and we'll freeze you in carbonite like Han Solo? Like, this is not a comfortable, stay. Which I think is just ridiculous for how much you're paying to be there. And where you sleep in a hotel, I would argue, is the most important thing about a hotel. Though, I guess in this case, it's supposed to be more than that. It's supposed to be like a Star Wars experience where you fucking transcend the human race for a brief moment and take a journey into fantasy. But then when you come out from reality, you leave this underground nuclear fallout shelter of the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, you realize you're $6,000 down and about to miss a house payment or something. I still can't get over just how expensive this fucking place is. Or was. The final voyage is coming up in September, so it's on its way out, but still. One other thing I want to mention is when these announcement videos were first coming out, these pictures were first surfacing of the experience, one thing that I heavily criticized was the food. It hypes itself up as being like fine dining, pinky out establishment kind of thing. And the food they were showcasing looked like slop. Actual prison slop that they would serve on a tray at like a maximum security ward. It didn't look like high quality food for that price. It'd have names like the Yakbi Shrimp Blue Milk Glorb Stuffer, and what you would see on the plate is like 2 tiddlywinks of pork and a small piece of bread or something. But after going through and watching more of the videos over the last like 4 or 5 months, the food does look fine. So I don't know why they chose the most unflattering promotional pieces for their food in the beginning, but it does seem like the food is a big hit with the people that go there, and from what I see, it looks fine. Albeit it has the cardinal sin that every high dining facility has, where you get portion sizes that wouldn't be enough to fill the belly of a bumblebee. So that's always, in my opinion, a bit of a scam to charge so much and receive so little, but that's just the trend in very expensive restaurants, unfortunately. I always think portion sizes are important, so if you're paying a lot of money, you should be able to fill your full belly. You should walk out of there feeling full, satisfied, and your gluttony, you know, satiated. But anyway, the food does look fine, and that was something that I was very vocal about in the beginning, being lackluster. Some of you may remember I toyed around with the idea of getting the gang together and spending the 2 nights at that hotel, but we really sidelined that idea, fucking flushed that down the toilet because that is way too expensive. So I don't think we're ever going to do that. That's not worth the amount of money for the sake of, like, basically a joke or just to experience something awful. Like, none of us are huge Star Wars fans. Like, I like Star Wars, I couldn't stand the new trilogy, but overall I love the Star Wars universe, especially everything with the Old Republic. This has nothing to do with that, so this wouldn't even be in my favorite era of Star Wars. And none of my friends are big Star Wars fanatics either, so it's not like we'd get anything out of this other than, like, not having fun and trying to make a joke out of it, which is not worth fucking $6,000. So I don't think that's happening. I want to go ahead and clear that up. We're not going even before it closes. It's not worth it. Now, at the funeral for the Star Wars hotel, Disney's trying to put on a strong face, saying that this premium boutique experience gave us the opportunity to try new things on a smaller scale of 100 rooms, and as we prepare for its final voyage, we'll take what we've learned to create future experiences that can reach more of our guests and fans. I'm not on the Disney Superstar Board of Directors or anything, but I'll offer you some free consultation here. Lower the price. No one is paying $1,200 per person per night. That's a crazy ask. You could have saved yourself a huge headache if you just made this more accessible financially for most people. I think that's the way that you reach new guests and more fans, right? Like, it seems like a pretty simple solution to the mathematical equation here. So I think it was just way too expensive. I have no doubt there's a lot of people that probably would have loved to go there and couldn't afford to. So they completely missed out on that entire market. Now, like I said, they are trying to treat it like a learning experience, and I have no doubt they fucking learned a lot from this. They invested a ton into the project, a lot of time and a lot of money, and they're kind of eating shit on it, it seems. So, yeah, that's really about it. See ya. This is an extremely expensive adventure where you go to this company, they send you down in a submersible to explore and go through the Titanic. I think it's like $250,000 per person per seat or whatever. And they've lost contact with the submersible now. So it's been a scramble to try and, like, locate it, find them, and get them out. Now, one other thing that I think is important that we go into this with the knowledge of is this CEO sounds like a fucking maniac. Now, I do recognize that he is reportedly on this vessel as it's missing, so there is potential that he's dead. And it sounds like that's almost entirely his fault. I read this about him earlier. So there were already problems with this submarine, apparently. So in 2018, there was a lawsuit about it being a potential danger to passengers. So there were all kinds of red flags here. And the CEO at some point, I don't know if it's in this article, I haven't read this one. At some point, the CEO said that the safety requirements for the submarine were obscenely strict, complaining that the safety was overbearing. Like, he was complaining that things were too safe. So it sounds like he was a corner cutter in order to save a little bottom dollar. Boss of missing Titanic submersible once called his industry obscenely safe. The daredevil inventor is understood to be on board the submersible that lost contact with the surface last week. That is the last person I would want manning my fucking Titanic deep sea adventure. The daredevil inventor. That's such a wild thing to complain about too. The industry being obscenely safe. I can't get over that. But it is a very dire and very serious situation. There is a good chance that they're either dead right now or will be shortly. They can't find them. Last I heard, there are only about 30 hours left on oxygen as of like a couple hours ago. Oh, here we go. Russ said that there have been no injuries in the field for decades, adding, it's obscenely safe because they all have these regulations, but it also hasn't innovated or grown because they all have these regulations. What the fuck do you mean? Before people complain about it being controlled by a Logitech controller, they almost definitely had backups, and controllers are used for a lot of scientific and military systems such as drones, submarine periscopes because of their ergonomic and intuitive design. The design sucked for many reasons, such as the under-engineered window and lack of escape hatch. That's another thing of prerequisite knowledge here. I saw this all over Twitter, so I had to look this up at least a little bit because so many people were arguing. It was controlled by I think it was a $20 Logitech gamepad, which is apparently industry norm in military equipment and other high-value vessels. That's not uncommon. So that's not a... It's a little goofy to read about, but it's apparently industry standard. Yep, this is from 2 months ago. The US military will fight the next big war with an Xbox-style video game controller, and it's just literally using Xbox controllers. They legitimately use these for very high-tech shit. Why not a PS4 controller? I don't know, brother. You're asking the wrong guy. I also wonder if third-party controllers can give you like a boost if you have like the extra little toggles on the back that used to be illegal in professional Call of Duty. Like little paddle shifters or something. The Xbox controllers have better aim assist. Yeah, I suppose so. While it is bigger than competitors, passengers are required to sit on the floor with limited room to move around. Yeah, that's the scariest part of submarines in general. I think there's almost nowhere more miserable to be in the entire universe than in a fucking submarine. You can't go anywhere. It's very cramped. Much of the interior, the company admits, consists of several pieces of off-the-shelf technology, which it says help to streamline the construction and makes it simple to operate and replace parts in the field. I don't know if... To me, that doesn't sound like extremely nice. Like, that wouldn't build confidence for me. I'd like to hear that these parts came directly from, like, the finest forges in Mordor or something. Like, something really strong-sounding as opposed to off-the-shelf. Mr. Rush, speaking to CBS News last year, said piloting the sub shouldn't take a lot of skill. Why? I feel like it absolutely should. There's people's lives at stake there. Like 10,000 leagues under the sea. You should have a very skilled pilot behind the controller of that puppy. Give me a goddamn esports pro or something. Don't just give me anybody. Oh man, God, this is fucking terrifying. OceanGate says it's an experimental vessel and told CBS Travel on board correspondent he had to sign a waiver to accept it has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. I understand waivers are pretty standard, but the regulatory body thing is actually surprising to me that anyone can build, or any company rather, can build a sub and just take people under the sea without any level of like safety inspection. That's a little surprising. Oh, yikes. Okay. The company explained why the Titan had not been classed by an independent body. Bringing an outside entity up to speed on every innovation before it is put into real-world testing is an anathema to rapid innovation. This guy fucking hates inspectors and safety. Why? Oh my god. Yeah, we don't get it inspected or approved by any kind of, knowledgeable people. I said it's good enough, so that's probably enough. Crew searching for the Titan submersible heard banging sounds every 30 minutes, and for 4 hours later, after additional sonar devices were deployed, banging was still heard according to an internal U.S. government memo. It was unclear what the banging. I mean, it sounds like they're alive. Like, I don't think that banging is Davy Jones or anything. Like, I mean, it sounds like they're probably still alive. Yeah, but if they're freaking out, they're going to be using a lot more oxygen. These are, from what I understand, these are like just rich people, not fucking hardened super soldiers. Of course they're going to be freaking out in the face of death on a submarine at the bottom of the fucking ocean. So I think they're already working under the assumption that they're consuming more oxygen than normal. No, it's just too deep for that. Yeah, like I said, I'm not like a fucking nautical engineer, but I feel like, aren't most of these things like tethered to the ships? Like, I know when you do, what's that deep sea tour? Another rich people thing? I can't remember the name of it. But they have like a giant rope that tethers it to that ship. But I guess maybe it doesn't go as deep. It's just not possible at 13,000 feet. Okay, fair enough. How OceanGate built improvised submersible from camping kit and video game controller. Again, the video game controller is kind of industry standard, but what do they mean built from a camping kit?
The minivan.
So this is not your grandfather's submersible. We only have one button, that's it. It should be like an elevator. You know, it shouldn't take a lot of skill.
The Titan.
What the fuck? Those pictures don't do it justice. Oh my god, this looks miserable. Holy shit. And just a single button on board like an elevator. That does not inspire confidence. I want this shit to look like the Starship Enterprise, with 1,000 different ways of controlling it. $250,000 in your crisscross applesauce in like a car trunk. Yeah, there's like a small, like, bathroom area. I read it in the article. So there is like a small place to relieve yourself, but he recommends that you change your diet to reduce the chance of that, of you needing to use it. Look at that. What? What? How? I can't believe anyone would go on this. $250,000, I show up and I see this, I'm just leaving. And I'm asking for my money back ASAP. Holy shit. Actual, yeah, like actual just tape and Sharpie here.
These off-the-shelf components. I got these from Camper World. We run
my
the whole
God.
thing with this game controller.
Come on!
Oh, he's even got nipples on it. What does this even really help with? Why would you even bother putting the nipples on it?
As we'll show you a little later on Sunday morning.
Where things have to be.
I feel like that window at that depth is just an absolute recipe for disaster.
Archaeologist Rob Mather
Again, I'm not an expert. Let me see it here at the bottom.
Look at that, though, how it just kind of emerges out.
That thing is like fucking pathetic to look at. I'll just say it. Like, oh my god. Actually, tape and Sharpie, Camping World supplies. Oh my god. The porthole window is rated for 1,300 meters, and they dove to 4,000 meters. Well, you know. Simple miscalculation. Okay. Sunday night, it lost contact with a support ship. About an hour and 45 after submerging. Jesus, so like almost instantly. Because it's like an 8-hour journey. So that happening at an hour 45 is pretty much right off rip. It went tits up immediately. Jim Bellingham, a Johns Hopkins University expert on deep sea operations, told USA Today there's 3 possible locations for the submersible. One possibility is that it could be floating on the ocean's surface after an electrical failure or some other mishap. Another is that it's drifting in the water column anywhere between the surface and the bottom because it became buoyantly neutral. Or it could be on the sea floor, perhaps tangled with something that won't let it float to the top. The first one is by far the best position, Bellingham said, because even though it would be difficult to spot the 21-foot-long Titan amidst the waves, the Coast Guard is just awesome at this. They have amazing capability to see something pretty small in the ocean. Yeah, I think he's probably right on the money. The best case scenario is that they are floating somewhere out in the surface. Anything else is a little rough. God, that's so fucking terrifying, because if it is actually on the seabed, like, how are they supposed to save it? Like, how are you supposed to rescue them? Like, let's say, so the update from CNN 9 minutes ago was that they heard banging, which I think sounds like good news. It leads me to believe that they might still be alive. So they were hearing, like, banging on the equipment. How are you supposed to save them if they're on the seafloor? 13, like, are you supposed to send another Titan vessel down there? Like, you're gonna, like, put one together with more Camping World equipment? Like, how are you supposed to save them? So even if you do locate them, you can do nothing to really help. A magnet like Breaking Bad. Oh my god, sign this man up to NASA. What if you get a huge magnet and you just start putting it over the ocean and see if it starts bringing him to the top? This man's thinking with galaxy brain. Project Azorian was a U.S. Central Intelligence Agency project to recover a Soviet submarine, a K-129, from the Pacific Ocean floor using a purpose-built Hughes Glomar Explorer. This just sounds fucking awesome. What? The ship recovered a portion of the K-129, but a mechanical failure in the grapple caused 2/3 of the recovered section to break off during recovery. So it basically worked up until it didn't. Very interesting. So this was fundamentally like a giant crane that would be precisely lowered and lifting it up. So realistically, if we still had the Hughes Glomar Explorer here with this equipment, they could just call that bitch up right now and actually stand a chance if they could locate them. James Cameron about to come out of retirement to rescue him. I mean, legitimately, do they have that? James Cameron has what, the second deepest manned mission in the sea, I think? Yep. Pretty scary situation. Here's hoping they somehow get saved. That would be a fucking miracle. Have you watched Cleopatra on Netflix? No, I know it's the lowest rated show, like, ever on Rotten Tomatoes, but it seems, like, really uninteresting. Like, not fun bad or anything, just, like, actually uninteresting. Assassin, the first list. Oh, man. I gotta sign in with my age here. Wait just a patty flippin' minute. We might have some potential. This looks interesting.
Where every step we take brings us closer to our destiny.
Text-to-speech has been such a blessing for shit asset flips on Steam.
Or endings in life, only an infinite loop of
Alright. For only $30. I mean, they're giving it away. I'll run it. Jesus Christ. these games, man. They're getting so bold with the price they charge for this. It's crazy. It's crazy. I already know it's going to be like 40 gigabytes too. Just pure shamelessness. Oh my god, 25. Finding shit no one's ever heard of or ever played before. I am going to say with a high level of confidence, I am the first person to have ever played and beaten Dark Days Devil Hunt. Which means I'm also the speedrun world record holder for that game. And now I plan to do the same for Assassin, the first list. No, it's not a Bitcoin miner. Not this game. Also, I'm pretty sure the models they're using for this are the same one from the hentai shooter we played like 2 years ago. I'm pretty sure this exact guy is in there. Can't remember the name of that one though, the waifu shooter. This is the Hitman UI. Like how wait, they're going with multiplayer at some point in here? That's crazy. Let me check the leaderboards. Interesting. Time to top those. Let's ride. This is actually Hitman. Target name is Osama bin Laden. Oh, man. Okay, so we're on SEAL Team 6, I guess. Oh, okay. So we're playing historically accurate games. Well, someone's got to do it for the USA. It might as well be me. Let's ride. What a start. This is a very big first mission here. The stakes are high. Here I come. I don't know the controls, but I'll figure them out, I guess. It's a little dark. Oh shit. Stop it. I don't... oh my god. They're well trained. No, silly, the target name was Ozma bin Laden. That's Osama's third cousin. Oh wait, you're right, it is Ozma. It's Ozma bin Laden. My mistake. His name must have been trademarked. Yeah, I didn't notice. Okay, one down. Two down. Alright. No! Ooh, what? It's so dark I can't fucking see.
I am not going to leave you alive.
Alright. I'm almost out of ammo, so I'll grab this.
You motherfucker.
Okay. That was pretty cool. Damn, that slide's crazy. Stop, don't crouch. Get up. Oh god. This slide goes nuts. You motherfucker. Oh! Oh, he has no idea. Why? Oh god. Okay, okay, I wasn't close enough for the stealth kill, I guess. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Understood. Understood. I'm gonna be honest. This difficulty felt like they did more damage than this difficulty. But we'll try it again. Okay, now I know I need to, like, actually rim him out in order to get the stealth kill. What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god! Okay. I give up on stealth. You have to get way too close. It immediately triggers them. Is that a guy? Oh, it is. What is happening? Oh my god. Oh my god, this guy's scary. Oh my, what is this? I could also do cutscene 1 or cutscene 2 at some point when I get far enough, I guess. Let's try Destination 2. How do I... I'm also very confident this is the only mission in the game. I just want to see Ozma. I don't see myself beating the mission, but I at least just want to look at Ozma. I've tried playing it stealthy, which doesn't work. I've tried going guns loud, but they kill me in like 4 shots. We're running out of options. That guy's just sliding around. Thought no one would notice.
You motherfucker.
Oh god, who saw me? Oh fuck, oh god. Oh no. Oh no. There's so many. There is so many. Even if this... Let's assume for a brief moment the stealth functionality actually worked. How are you supposed to stealth this? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dudes congested in one area here. Jesus Christ! Like, no... Sam Fisher couldn't stealth his way through that. Oh my god, I can't go around any further. I'm gonna try and cut through this building. I'll sneak. That's worthless. That's worth... I'm just fucked now. Oh my god. I crouched and he immediately heard me. I guess my knees popped or something. I have 10 shots in total. Entering PP. Alright, that's big. So I get to kill 10 people. I'm gonna try and get this guy. What? Oh god. Oh. Okay. No, misclick. Grenade. Nice.
What a crap.
What is he saying? What a crap? Ah, it's so dark. Huh. More, huh? No! Okay. The super soldier. That's probably enough. Somewhere in South America, aliens have made contact. Visitors have not come in peace to planet Earth. Open world third-person shooter game. Single-player video game. Compatible with Windows 8, 8.1, 10, and 11. The game locations are inspired by real places in South America. Alright, how can I say no to UFO the Ranch? Alright, let's see what these extraterrestrial visitors want from our humble planet. Bad Light County and a bad attitude. Yep. Oh. Is there no options? Huh. Well, I guess when it comes to UFOs, you really don't have any options anyway. That's probably the message. Goddamn aliens stealing our frames. Man, she is chugging. These cutscenes are pretty cool. It's just driving on a straight road. And then turning left into this dirt road or turning right into a gas station so far. The aliens! No! Get off of our planet, scoundrels. They'll never see us here. Don't do it! If you get the tractor beam out, I swear to God! That's at least 3 stars, Bubba. Wow, one of those is so fucking far away. That is despicable. 950? On foot? Oh god. You dirty what the fuck? You dirty bastards. Reloading. That was the instant transmission sound effect from Dragon Ball. They're well trained in our culture. Damn, that poor guy actually did come in peace. He didn't shoot a single bullet at me. Or laser beam, rather, I guess. This is awesome. I like that they made the map as big as fucking possible. That way it takes extremely long to do even the most basic shit. So you can never refund it, because it'll take you 2 hours just to get to the first thing. But at least it's a non-stop thrill ride on the way there. I bet it's gonna make me run all the way back before going to get the next shit. Yep. Yep, it is. That's extraordinary. Well, I'm not doing that. That's probably enough of UFO Ranch. Wow. I know that every single one of you watching this video right now has that one piece of content that you saw at some point in your life that is just burned into your brain and you can never forget it. Now, it might not be something that you obsess over and dwell on, think about every single day of your life, you know, writing it on the walls or something, like you get crazy with it, but it is a video that you've watched that you'll never forget. For a lot of you, that'll be the basic things like 2 Girls, 1 Cup, or Goatsy. But for me, these videos are usually like public freakouts that just really make me mad thinking about. So then sometimes when I'm in like a bad mood about something, I'll think of them and make myself even more upset. Which is super stupid, but you know, it is what it is. And there's one video in particular that pops up every few months that every time it gets floated around again and reposted, I watch in its entirety and then I go through and get upset about it all over again as if for the first time.
Grab the water too. Thank you. Hey, can I ask you something, by the way? No, it's just that every time I come here, like at the late night hour, I don't know why you're like very, like it's not even me because I know it's not just me. Like, I'm sure you're like this way with everyone. You just like are very impatient. Like, if like you don't want this job, you don't have to be here. Like, I'm just letting you know. Like, you literally rush my order every single time, and I hate having you.
This video is just the final raid boss of public freakouts that ticks every single box that just steams my ham. It gets me so heated every time. It is an asshole filming it themselves, filming their actual worst moment, which is always just baffling to me. They're being a piece of shit to someone in the service industry, specifically at fast food, which seems to just be the Thunderdome for degeneracy with these fucking weirdos that go there just to stir up a controversy. This is a premeditated embarrassment. He went there already filming the window, ready to confront this guy, because he said that he rushes his order. Brother, it's a fast food restaurant, you stupid fucking worm. You fucking imbecile homunculus. Why are you whining about your food being rushed? That's the entire point of fast food. It's the entire reason the establishment exists, to deliver the food quickly. And he's complaining about it. It's crazy. Like, the 3 little neurons in his dumb little spongy fart brain couldn't process that the reason the worker is giving him his food quickly is because that's his job. That's the whole point of it. But then, to top it off, the guy filming is also drunk driving. He's a self-admitted drunk driver. He literally reports himself in the video. It actually rolls up everything that makes me mad about public freakouts into like one video. So this is just like the full complete Christmas package of things that just grind my ass.
And I mean, I'm sure my word means nothing to you, but I'm just telling you, you have the choice to have a different profession. This isn't a profession. I'm sure you're just very incompetent and you have to work here.
It's better than your lack of profession, where you still treat mommy and daddy like coin blocks in Mario for you to jump up and hit for your allowance that you use to purchase your truck with. I remember when this video surfaced, I went fucking super sleuth on it because I had to know if there was a follow-up. He filmed it himself, so surely he would see everyone clowning on him. And sure enough, at the time, he did issue an apology on Facebook, and I didn't forgive him then. And I don't forgive him now. Fuck him. He's also a drunk driver, which I will never have any level of forgiveness for. But he's also a fucking turbo dweeb who tries to lecture him on why his job doesn't matter and it's not even a profession, and says that the reason he has it is because he must be incompetent. Oh, you slimy fucking weasel. You goofy little bowl of horseradish. It is unreal that a drunk driver that wasn't employed at the time of the video, maybe he is now, and it would be poetic if he is also working in the fast food industry, and now maybe we'll understand the pain of horrible people like him coming through. But I'm already getting lost in some erotica fanfic about justice existing in the real world. Point is, this absolute unhinged dork then takes time out of his night to try and shit on this guy who's just doing his job and doing it well. That is just downright despicable behavior. It's so fucking embarrassing, and he filmed it himself too, so he's also a delusional, stupid asshole too.
But I'm not being ignorant either. It's just like, I come here to get food. Who cares, like, if I've been drinking or doing whatever? Like, I come here at a late night hour, I get food. Every time I have you, I fucking hate it. It makes me sick.
I'm so sorry about that.
Huge save by clarifying that he's not being ignorant. Wouldn't want anyone to get confused here. I also love that all of this starts by saying, hey, can I ask you something? And then he goes into this monologue shitting on the guy and explaining why he hates him. Because he gets his food out too fast. He's too good at his job. Thus, this absolute fucking stupid moron is like, you're a bad man. You must not want to see me. He has a personal grudge against me and wants to get me out of here, shoo me away like a stray animal. He hates me for some reason, so I hate him. He gives me my food too quick. Damn it. I also imagine that he carries this energy with him everywhere. So, Godspeed to the waiters and waitresses that have been unfortunately subjected to this plague of a person that sweeps through asking and demanding some kind of certain service. Like, excuse me, harlot, you didn't smile at me when you took my order. You fucking hate me. This isn't even a real profession. This isn't even a real profession. You must just be incompetent. Like, I imagine this is just him. Like, this is just him, fully. Like, this isn't just an isolated incident. But anyway, I'm gonna replay this just in case you missed it the first time. He says something very important here.
I come here to get food. Who cares, like, if I've been drinking or doing whatever? Like, I come here at a late night hour, I get food. Every time I have you, I fucking hate it. It makes me sick.
I'm so sorry about that.
Full-blown self-report here. He just says, who cares if I've been drinking or doing whatever? So you've been drinking and doing whatever frequently and then come here to get food. So you're a constant drunk driver. You're a menace. I'll tell you who cares. Every innocent person on the road will care if you've been drinking and getting behind the wheel of a vehicle. It's dangerous to everyone around you, including yourself. I will never ever sympathize with a drunk driver. And it's certainly not one like this. This guy's just a turbo douchebag. This is next level douchebag shit. I feel so bad for the worker here. Like, he just sits here and listens to this whole spiel over nothing. Like this whole temper tantrum hoopla.
No, I'm sure you're very sorry about it. I'm sure you're very sorry about it. But you are very shitty to me every time I come here.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sure you're not actually sorry, and you're just saying that because, like, whatever's happening or you're being recorded. So, yeah.
This warrior is a patient saint because that window should have closed far earlier, but he let this guy continue to vomit out a bunch of fucking nonsense, upset over nothing. The service was too efficient, I guess. I suppose that this guy really thinks he's the main character of life, and everyone should be trying to communicate and talk with him. when he's just at a fast food place, clearly you're just getting your food and leaving. That's the whole point of it. I don't know what he was expecting or what he wanted. All this worker did was get him his food and send him on his way. He did nothing wrong. He did nothing to warrant any kind of hostile response. He just keeps blabbering on about how getting him at the drive-thru makes him sick because he's impatient and rushes his food. Like, it's still 2 years later makes me upset. And it popped up again this week, so I wanted to talk about it. Like I said, it gets reposted like once every few months, and every time it does, I get angry all over again. Like I have like arguments with the driver of this truck in my head from time to time. Like I don't know how someone ends up that much of a monstrous asshole. I don't know how you end up so entitled and shitty. I don't. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah. That's an awfully hefty price. $9 for this. Time to hunt some devils, I guess. Season 1. The first season of Dark Days Devil Hunt. Join Ares' story in this season where it all began. Damn, can't change the season. Season 1 it is. He sounds like bad news. I'm casting a death spell, which is going to trap you in this box. Thus, it's not actually a death spell.
Father, when will we go fishing? I am waiting for you.
We can go fishing right now, son.
How hasty are you? Well, follow me.
I miss my mom so much, Dad, you know? I wish my mom was with us right now.
Wow, we got a lot of exposition right off rip. I've already learned so much. And I'm still learning.
Very much, Harry. I miss her too.
The music and sound effects is a little overbearing. Also, why is there a train pulling up? We're in ancient times. I feel like they just took as many stock sound effects as they could all at once, because they actually just used a train sound effect. But as long as you have stamina, you can just fly. No, that's not a fish at all, Harry, get out of here! Oh, jeepers!
Father, what's going on? I'm so afraid.
We're being invaded, Harry!
Calm down! I need to find a weapon. Brother Connor!
Brother, I'm about to die. There are guns in the chest next to me.
You said guns?
We trust you.
Alright, Harry, I'm getting some guns. Oh, these aren't guns at all, he lied. Damn you, goblin! Come here, you little asshole, you scoundrel. Hiya! Yeah. I'll keep this world safe for my son, Harry, so he can catch a big fish one day. Yeah! Foul creature! Yeah! Your dark arts are worthless here. Back to hell! Oh, he called a friend! It's, what is that? They brought out the Clayman from Batman. Oh no. To think this is only $9. I don't know how to equip my weapon. I've hit every goddamn key on the keyboard. Alright, now I'm ready. Oh, I thought Zweihander would be a two-handed sword. What a fool I was to think that. Get out of here! Oh, shit! One down. This sword fight's breaking space and time. Alright, I got him. Also, why is there a bunch of, like, meatballs that keep flying through? Are those enemies I have to kill? I can walk on water, that's huge. Just like out of Naruto. Where am I supposed to go? Ah, this map is very helpful. What is this? I think that I beat the game. This is all the gameplay trailer showed too. He killed like a single goblin and that was it. Now Harry's gone forever. The mini-map is literally an overhead view with an arrow pointed on or pasted on top. That's true. You're not wrong. There's another goblin I see! He was hiding! Harry, where are you? My sweet, revoltingly ugly son, where have you gone? Where is he in space? Where's this objective marker going? What the fuck is this? Where are we on a... What is happening in this game? It's a giant JPEG skeleton looking at us. Okay. No, Harry! Put him down, Lucifer! He's frozen solid in fear, Harry! Like a little ugly bobblehead. No, damn you, Satan! I see why we have to hunt the devil now. Now it's personal. Take that, demon! Harry! I saw you waking up from cryo sleep. That is a one ugly child. My god. No need to cry, friends. I am here. Oh, Isabella! It's good to see you! How goes the work at the brothel? How do I speak to the people here? Oh, there you are. They've got some nerve, the gall, to put a Mass Effect dialogue wheel here. I guess you're not one of our townspeople because I've never met a brunette here. What does that have to do with anything?
I don't think I'll be able to get through without a fight.
What are you talking about, Ares? There's nothing here, it's just snow and trees. What are you fighting the elements themselves, like nature? Okay. You got through without a fight. True.
With
I
their
got lucky.
eyes on the map and looking for treasure, this team was ready to hit the road.
What?
All they wanted was to be rich.
I'll never need to play another game in my life. This has everything I'll ever need. Get out of here, goblin! Back to the depths of hell. It's a chimera! No, it's just a lion man. Come here! A formidable foe at last. I'd expect nothing less in the wizard's tower. One of his experiments gone oh wait, this did so much damage to me just then. Who is this? Oh my god, it's the true master. It's Brazo, or what's his name? Brofko? The guy with the healing gaze? The guy that you pay money to so he looks at you to save you?
The sorcerer fights with all
Fuck,
his
what was his
might
name?
against the Azazel.
What are you doing here? Disgusting demon! Take that! Oh, what the fuck? My spells are pretty cool. I'm not convinced they're doing damage, though. Wait, we're already fighting Azazel? He's the main bad guy. It's been 10 minutes.
Was waiting for him.
You pay $1 per minute of gameplay. Damn you, Azazel! Take this! And some of this! This isn't doing damage. I can now see for sure it's doing no damage. Hiya! Hiya! You're stronger than I expected, Azazel. Immune to physical and magical attacks, eh? Alright, this will be a 45-minute boss fight here, I guess. Maybe a different weapon. Pardon me, Azazel. Oh! I found interesting tech! So it doesn't matter about the animation, it just matters how quickly you left click. So it's doing damage per click right now. Take this, Azazel! Ah! Oh, he's got a phase 2! He increases his power death spell. This is one of the greatest spells of some kind of bodily and aura origin. Azazel can respond to this spell. You must finish him off. Generally, you can use up to 10%. This is a limit. If you cross the border, you die. Use 8% power of death spell. E. Which spell is that? Power of death! Oh, he's outside the map. Oh wait, no he's not. Oh my god. Azazel, you trickster! No!
Robert walked in confidently. Azazel was waiting for him. The battle was as close as a breath.
Let's get him, Robert. The battle is as close as a breath. A bad breath. Halitosis. I wish the magic did something. Maybe it has. It's opened him up for big damage. Jesus Christ. This is one of the better boss fights I've ever experienced. Damn it, he's full health again. Oh, he's doing it automatically. Get in the box, Azazel. Robert! No! Live there. Ah, I see how it all ties together now. We open Pandora's box. And release Azazel again.
Extinction. Will Ares reach Shangri-La? So what happened to Harry? See you in the next season.
I have to know now! No! A cliffhanger? Oh, shit! That is actually so good. It's a live service game, so that was all just Season 1. And I bet Season 2 will still cost another $9. I just have a feeling. You can't be giving away seasons of this quality for free. Well, that was one of the better games we've played on Bad Game Night. I'm just gonna say it. That was a fucking ride. That was a journey. That was 44 minutes, $9 in the shitter, and I couldn't be happier about it. That was fantastic. I hope Harry will be okay. Brother, me too. Me too. If history's taught us one thing, it's that gamers are the pride and joy of the human race. I feel like the only reason the Lord ever even made humans to begin with was so that we would eventually evolve to a point where we can finally reach our ultimate metamorphosis and become the turbo gamers we were destined to be. And my friends, it's with a smile on my face and butterflies in my tummy that I proudly announce that we are entering the golden age of gaming. We have arrived. Gamers can't stop winning. We eat good, fuck good, feel good, and when someone stands in our way, we say, "Listen, Buster, you noob, get out of town or I'm gonna have to level up on your ass." And that's exactly what just happened in court, basically, with the FTC. The FTC got the latest smackdown from gamers when they tried to block Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Those fools at the FTC, those bumbling, imbecile, homunculus morons, thought that they could walk all over our God-given right to game. Hard. And now, they're learning a tough lesson. Don't tussle with the virtual muscle, or you're gonna end up looking silly. The cyberspace is a circus, and now you're the clowns. Now, for those of you who have no fucking idea what I'm talking about, I'll briefly explain. Microsoft made an offer to buy Activision Blizzard for $69 billion. An offer Activision Blizzard couldn't resist. Like Mr. Krabs with the dollar signs in their eyes, they were pretty on board with the idea, so they began moving forward with the conversations, because $69 billion, that's a lot of doubloons. That's enough clams to make you slap your own mother. So they were going forward, going through with the process, but encountered quite a few obstacles along the way, the biggest one being the Federal Trade Commission blocking the acquisition. They were arguing that if Microsoft was to acquire all of the properties under Activision Blizzard, they would then have the means and motivation to harm competition and be very anti-competitive, because they could basically take something like Call of Duty exclusive to Xbox. This was a big talking point, actually, Call of Duty in particular, but Activision Blizzard has major heavy hitters in the video game space, and they were arguing that under Microsoft's control, they wouldn't really have incentive to release a quality product on rival consoles like Sony's PlayStation. So they were a bit concerned about, this being anti-competitive and maybe potentially even forming a monopoly down the line, so they motioned to block this acquisition. And this has been an ongoing battle for the last few months, and Microsoft's been making a lot of arguments about why it'd actually be the contrary. Should Microsoft get Activision Blizzard, they would actually enable more access to the properties, taking Call of Duty to a platform like even the Nintendo Switch. For all 6 people that would be delusional enough to buy a Call of Duty game on the Switch, because that'd be running at 5 FPS. That fucking console can barely even handle mobile games. But there would be more access to it, according to Microsoft. And before the Switch gamers start fucking steaming out of their ears and slapping on the keyboard, I like the Switch. It's just a really embarrassing joke of hardware that can't really handle third-party modern games super well. Like Apex Legends on the Switch had to be the biggest joke the video game industry ever tried to pull. Nintendo Switch is good for just basically their first-party exclusives, so it is cool if Call of Duty does go to the Switch like this. That's great. More access is always a good thing, but that would be the worst way of playing this game, I imagine, unless they release the Switch 2.0. But regardless, Microsoft was arguing that if they do get Activision Blizzard, this would only actually help give people more means of playing these games on consoles. They wouldn't take anything away from rival consoles, and they've been making these arguments for quite a while now, and it seems to have worked, because today the judge ruled in favor of Microsoft. So they chose all of the correct dialogue options in order to get the Microsoft good, true ending, I suppose. According to the judge in this case, they stated that this court's responsibility in this case is narrow. It is to decide if, notwithstanding these current circumstances, the merger should be halted, perhaps even terminated, pending the resolution of the FTC administrative action. For the reasons explained, the court finds the FTC has not shown a likelihood that it will prevail on its claims this particular vertical merger in the specific industry may substantially lessen competition. To the contrary, the record evidence points to more consumer access to Call of Duty and other Activision content. The motion for a preliminary injunction is therefore denied. Fucking caps lock denied there. That's like some shit out of League of Legends. Judge was getting a bit toxic there, fucking locking that one down in caps. So the judge gave the thumbs down in the Coliseum here to the Federal Trade Commission's block on this Activision Blizzard play from Microsoft. They even just wiped their ass with an analysis from a Harvard economics professor who was arguing that they would have financial incentive to make Call of Duty an Xbox exclusive. And they said that this failed to take into account plans for the franchise to remain on PC, come to Switch, and be accessible through cloud gaming. Before the merger, a consumer wanting to play a Call of Duty console game had to buy a PlayStation or an Xbox. After the merger, consumers can utilize the cloud to play on the device of choice, including, it is intended, on the Nintendo Switch. Perhaps bad for Sony, but good for Call of Duty gamers and future gamers. I think they're actually right on the money with this one here. Before all of this hoopla here, if you wanted Call of Duty on the console, it was either Xbox or PlayStation. So I do understand the rationale behind if the Xbox manufacturer gets a hold of Call of Duty, if they grab the scrotum of Call of Duty, why would they even bother to continue putting it on Sony's PlayStation? You know, that's their competition. Like, I get where the thought process is coming from, but they fail to take into account that Microsoft itself already allows its exclusives to go to rival platforms, the PC. Microsoft itself, there's no such thing as a real Xbox exclusive anymore because all of their Xbox exclusives go to PC at the same time, pretty much. So they kind of already shown that they're okay letting their biggest titles go to other platforms. So I don't see why they'd think that it would be different here if they controlled the IP. Like, they would still benefit from it going to PlayStation, and they'd benefit from allowing even more access, like going to the Switch. And they've already allowed all of their exclusives right now to not be locked down to the Xbox because they already go to PC too. So I do think under Microsoft there is going to be more access to things like Call of Duty. This was a huge talking point in this case because Call of Duty is such a fucking power franchise. And I do think that they're correct that under Microsoft, I don't see it being exclusive to Xbox or anything. It'll probably just be more accessible. Sony, on the other hand, has shown many times in its past that it wants to have its cake and eat it too. It wants to be like your only option. I've already gone over this in previous videos, but there have been times in the past where Sony has legitimately tried to do anti-competitive practices because they have a very strong market share in the video gaming space. And they don't budge on fucking anything, mostly. And I think Sony recognized this, which is why they'd be looking out for their own selfish interests to continue to have that stranglehold on the market share. They realize that under Microsoft, Activision Blizzard properties being more accessible hurts their position because now you no longer just have the choice of Xbox and PlayStation. Now Nintendo Switch could enter the conversation, cloud gaming where you could play on other devices as well. So Sony, I think, really only cares about itself, not like the good of the gaming space. So I overall do think it's a good thing here. I'm not exactly a Microsoft fan. I think pretty much every studio they touch turns to shit. And I really think the Xbox has nothing on it at all. It's just kind of a fucking brick. I have not got my Xbox out of this drawer in front of me in over a year and a half. And the only reason I brought it out a year and a half ago was to replay an old Xbox 360 game called Bayonetta. Love Bayonetta, by the way. So there's just, I think the Xbox Series X and all that is a fucking flop right now. Phil Spencer recognizes that. He even had that statement not long ago about how they've completely lost the video game industry race right now. But I'm still optimistic for the future. Like, with this deal going through, should it go through, again, it's not a done deal. I do think having more access to titles is a good thing. So I'm always for that. Though I'm not super optimistic about the quality of titles coming forward because, like I said, Microsoft has like the fucking cheese touch here. They curse everything under their umbrella in the video game space, and every studio kind of goes tits up. Now, like I said, it's not a done deal. There still is another big block right now, and this one comes from the Competition and Markets Authority. This is in the UK. So the CMA also blocked the deal in April, argued that it would hamper growth in cloud gaming. But it seems like this is starting to weaken a little bit, like they're starting to be more open to proposals from Microsoft. So it feels like that's only a matter of time before that's no longer an obstacle for this acquisition. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to give you this update because this is a very big deal in gaming. This is by far the biggest fucking deal like ever done in gaming. Probably just one of like the biggest purchases in general. A $69 billion buy here is fucking massive. And Activision Blizzard has some huge properties, so there is a lot of potential ramifications for the future of gaming. Could be good. I imagine it probably will be good, but it also could be bad. There's really no telling right now. So I just wanted to give you a little update on everything that's been going on here, and yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Right now, there's an extremely interesting lawsuit going on between Activision and Anthony Fantano of The Needle Drop, the internet's busiest music nerd. And it's a real eyebrow raiser, I'll tell you what. For starters, most of these publications refer to Fantano as a TikTok music critic. That's the most disrespectful shit ever. That's like cheerleaders laughing at you right to your face, pulling your pants down. Like, that's so embarrassing to get labeled that. They're spitting on him. Fantano's been on the internet long before TikTok ever even existed as an idea, so I'd have to give those headlines a light too. But anyway, when reading those headlines, what I expected in this story was Activision being 100% in the wrong and bullying a creator because they are a company known for shady, awful, garbage, horrible, horrible things, as well as being unbelievably greedy. So I thought this would be a case of that, them strong-arming a creator and wiping their ass with their face. But after reading through the actual lawsuit and going over the case, it's super weird because Activision is still a supervillain, greedy, evil corporation, but the argument they're making in this lawsuit is actually one that helps normal TikTok users. I want to make it clear right away, I am not a fan of Activision. You certainly won't find me pumping my fist for that company. I am no Activision enthusiast. I am, however, an Anthony Fantano fan. So this was a really weird case because I don't see how Anthony Fantano could possibly argue his side. Melon magic can only go so far, and in this case, I don't think it'll be far enough. And if Anthony Fantano did somehow win, it could open the door to large-scale exploitation of a system a lot of normal TikTok users rely on. And I'll explain what I mean in a moment. And I want to be clear right now, Anthony Fantano has not spoke his piece on the subject yet, probably because it's a very touchy legal matter, so it'd be very difficult to speak on it. So I can only really give you the perspective of what's been laid out so far, and maybe that'll be subject to change as it continues, but basically right now, Anthony Fantano had a very popular meme of him go viral called Enough Slices. It's a meme that's been used endlessly on TikTok. It's become a very popular meme. And Activision recently used it in an advertisement they made for Crash Bandicoot on TikTok. And Anthony Fantano allegedly cease and desisted them, to which they complied and took down the video. But then, according to Activision, Anthony Fantano reached back out and said that they're going to be required to pay a substantial amount of money in damages for using his intellectual property, basically, that meme. And they said, no sir, we're not playing ball here. That's not a game of foosball we're interested in engaging in. So they are countersuing Anthony Fantano and looking for a declaratory ruling that states that he will no longer be allowed to try and get money out of users or companies that use his meme clip because they say that that Enough Slices meme was knowingly entered into the commercial sounds library on TikTok. Now, most of you have probably already activated your super sniffer and smelled a little something fishy here because there is a big difference between a normal TikTok user, fucking Cliff Blast Cleaver using Anthony Fantano's Enough Slices meme for a goofy little TikTok he made, and a company like Activision using a meme he made to sell a product. They're very different. It wouldn't be unheard of to be okay with a normal person using your meme and not being okay when it's a company using it to sell a product that you don't agree with and you don't like. And that's a fundamental right that you have, that your likeness can't just be manipulated and used to mislead consumers or something into believing that you support a product that you don't. And this is what makes the case really interesting because in here, what they used was a meme from Anthony Fantano that they are arguing was opted into a program called the Commercial Sound Library, and in the Commercial Sound Library's terms, it very clearly states that when you opt in here, when it is part of this directory, that it is completely fair game for companies, brands, advertising partners, and normal users to use for any and all purposes whatsoever, which does include paid content and advertisements. Now, since the ad was deleted, I'm unsure if they used Anthony Fantano's actual video clip that has his face in it, or if it was just the audio. I'm really not sure. But even still, the meme itself was uploaded, apparently, to this Commercial Sounds library, so Activision's argument is that he can't just selectively enforce who is and who isn't allowed to use that meme, because it has been uploaded to the Commercial Sounds library, allegedly. he can't just revoke permission for people that he doesn't like or brands that he doesn't support. That's the core of their argument. They're also claiming that this is overt gamesmanship, a nefarious money-making scheme from Fantano, where he'll allow some people to use it, but when he sees that there's a financial opportunity to make money from it, then he strikes and pounces on it and tries to threaten for money in return for the use of the meme clip. According to Activision, he's stated that he's done this before to a couple of other organizations, I suppose, to which they have complied, but Activision isn't going to. They are arguing he doesn't have the legal grounds to do that. He can't just selectively enforce who's allowed to use that when he has knowingly uploaded it to a directory that has a blanket use for everyone for any purpose whatsoever. And it extends to normal users too, and this is what I was saying a bit earlier, where this argument from Activision is actually helpful to normal TikTok users, because normal TikTok users often rely on the commercial sound library in their content, and by their own terms, it should be safe for them to use. But if Anthony Fantano does squeak out the W here, the big dubski, it would kind of throw that into turmoil, where you wouldn't feel comfortable using the commercial sound library anymore, because there could be a bad actor that has swooped in to exploit it, where you might use one of their memes and they'll sue you for it or demand compensation for it, even though it was uploaded to the commercial sound library. So like, if Sally Strawberry taps into a popular meme and the user's like, damn, that content was fucking cheeks, that was some turbo ass, I want money because you used it, then it would be a lot scarier. Now, obviously, Activision isn't making this argument for the better of the platform. They're arguing in their own selfish interests, but what they're arguing does actually extend to help protect normal users if Activision wins. I've seen a lot of discussion on this topic, and it seems it's all hyper-focused on brand versus creator, which I do understand. A lot of the claims are around brands trying to exploit creators and use their likeness to mislead consumers through advertisements and falsely label support where there is none. Like, I do get that angle, but this case is not specific to just that. If it was, I wouldn't really give a fuck. My heart's not exactly breaking or shedding any tears because brands might not be able to use TikTok memes. That's not a big deal to me. It's just simply, this was in the Creative Sound library, and there is a potential that it wasn't uploaded by Anthony Fantano with his knowledge. There is definitely wiggle room that maybe there was some kind of automatic inclusion in there that he didn't consent to. That is possible, and that would be a core component of this case that would be very, very interesting if that's the truth. But since it is there, and it does clearly state brands can use it for any purpose, then if the rules against them, it means that no one can really use it for any purpose, because all of a sudden it's now unsafe. This is just one of those things where I do think there's a potential for a dangerous precedent being set, where if someone knowingly uploads something to the commercial sound library, which obviously states that it can be used by anyone, including brands, for any purpose, you really shouldn't have the right or ability to start attacking selectively and threatening people for money, because that extends beyond just brands. That extends to literally any user ever. What's to stop me from uploading tons of audio and sounds and shit to the commercial sound library as bait, and then just going around cease and desisting and demanding money from people that use it because they were under the impression that it was safe to use? It's one of those things that exists on other platforms as well. Like YouTube has one for music. It's the Common Music Library or something like that, where artists knowingly post songs that are DMCA free for creators to use. You know, they just choose the music and it's totally fine, there's no problems. But what if an artist said, you know what, I'm going to put music on here, and when a popular YouTuber uses it, I'm going to demand money from it, even though it's uploaded to a service that states that it's, you know, okay to use and there will be no problems with it. It's one of those things where these directories exist on other platforms like YouTube and Twitch, and if all of a sudden people are able to put things on there as kind of like a trap where you use it and then you could potentially face like a lawsuit or something, it's just bad for everybody, not just brands. And according to a lawyer named Richard Hogue, he believes the company has a decent case. Basically, he says, as described by Activision, it would seem they have a good case. The TikTok audio library appears to allow for general commercial use on TikTok, so anyone placing content in the library should be limited in their rights to challenge. That said, there could still be facts we don't know, like whether an unauthorized third party actually affected the sound's inclusion, or even where it might have been automated. So fundamentally, the entire case is going to have to be argued on Fantano's side that he was not the one that put it in the commercial sounds library. At least that's my understanding of it, because again, it is entered in there apparently, and since it's there, it means any brand, company, or user can use it without consequence. It's fair game, you know? It's open season on enough slices. So Activision saying, since that's the case, Anthony Fantano can't try and threaten them for money because they used it. And Activision is seeking a declaratory ruling that will prevent not only Anthony Fantano, but anyone on the platform, any kind of bad actor perhaps, that might come forward to try and extort money out of users that use content from the commercial sound library, when it's totally in their right to use that content. The only thing that can really win this for Anthony Fantano, I think, is if he can prove that he wasn't the one who opted into the commercial sound library for the Enough Slices clip. It was some kind of third party that automatically entered it in there without his knowledge, or it was, you know, a fucking burglar broke in and in the middle of the night uploaded the Enough Slices audio or meme clip to the commercial sounds library. I feel like that's the only thing in this case, but even then, I still don't know how liable Activision would be for damages, because it's not like they would know that it wasn't Anthony Fantano that uploaded it. It's there, thus you would work under the assumption that the user is the one that put it there. So the whole case is just really messy, and it really fucking sucks because I very much dislike Activision. I really fucking do. But here, I just don't really see how Anthony Fantano has a good argument in this case. I'm going to go ahead and just play all the stream clips where I went through this from the very beginning here so you can kind of follow along with the entire story. I kind of just broke it down here in the beginning, but in the stream clips you'll get to get the entire, you know, situation. So I'll just go ahead and let that rip. The game company claims Anthony Fantano is misusing intellectual property laws by threatening to sue TikTokers over a widely memed audio clip. Video game giant Activision is suing a prominent TikTok music critic over a viral audio clip that he created, claiming he is unfairly demanding that some of the social media users pay him an extortionate settlement after they reused the heavily memed clip. In a complaint filed Monday in California, Activision accused Anthony Fantano of misusing intellectual property laws by threatening to selectively sue TikTokers who use Enough Slices, a popular audio clip that originated with a video Fantano posted in 2021. Activision, which says it receives such a threat after it used the clip in a promotion for its Crash Bandicoot franchise, claims that Fantano intentionally made the clip available through TikTok's audio library, meaning he cannot now sue the hundreds of thousands of users that choose to use it. This dispute is a textbook example of how intellectual property law can be misused by individuals to leverage unfair cash payments, Activision's lawyer wrote. Fantano was very happy to receive the benefit of the public use of the Slices video. It was only after he identified a financial opportunity, namely receiving unjustified settlement payments, that he suddenly decided that his consent was limited. This law does not permit, and the court should not countenance such overt gamesmanship. That is interesting. If you make something available through the TikTok audio library, I'm very unfamiliar with the platform, does that just waive your right to enforce, like, IP law on it? Probably. Makes sense. It's like a public audio repository. Well, what I want to know, if on TikTok, do things just enter the TikTok's audio library by default, just by posting? Because I know they have that, like, original sound shit, and it goes to the source, and it's like fucking Bumblefuck Joe over here is the one that created it, but it's not like he did it on his own accord. TikTok auto-generated it. Yeah, at least I think that's how it works, right? You have to make it a sound through a video. Oh, so you do have to, like, say, I want this in the audio library by making it a sound. That's a very interesting case. So has Fantano done this to other TikTok creators, or is it just Activision? And if it is other creators and not just Activision, I wonder what the legal ground is for using it in an official ad. Because it'd be different if it's just like, you know, fucking Carl Hamburger using Anthony Fantano's meme in a TikTok versus Activision using it in an official ad. Only way I think Fantano has a case is if someone else uploaded his video audio to the library. True. In its lawsuit, Activision says there's an obvious reason why this clip was used so widely. Fantano deliberately and knowingly added the audio to TikTok's library, making it easily available for millions of other users to incorporate into their own videos. They say he even opted into the commercial sounds library, which means he agreed his clip could be legally used in promotional videos and brands. That sounds like a dagger if that's true. That sounds like it's open and shut if that's the case, if that's real. if he opted into the commercial sounds, that seems like he waived all rights on that. I don't know how he'd win this case. The company says it was surprised when it received a legal threat from Fantano after it used enough slices in a TikTok video depicting the creation of custom Crash Bandicoot sneakers. He allegedly told the gaming giant the use of his clip not only used his name and likeness rights without permission, but also violated federal trademark laws by suggesting he had endorsed the company's games. Which is a real thing. You can't do that. But if it was made readily available on the commercial sounds library, I don't know how you're supposed to argue that you didn't give your permission. That's what this is for, I imagine. This is what it's for on every other platform. Maybe it's different on TikTok. Activision says it agreed to pull the clip down, but Fantano demanded the company either immediately pay him substantial monetary damages or be prepared to defend a lawsuit. The exact amount of money demanded was not included in the lawsuit, but Activision says Fantano asked for a six-figure sum and said that other companies had paid a similar sum in order to avoid the expense of litigation. What the fuck? On his Dr. Evil grind. $1 billion. Hey, I'm always rooting for the little guy here. I don't know how you're supposed to somehow argue that what they did is illegal and violated federal trademark laws if it was knowingly agreed upon to enter the commercial sounds library. That seems like it's an uphill battle, but I mean, that maybe there's more to it. This is right now just Activision's lawyer. With Fantano's approval and encouragement, hundreds of thousands of TikTok users have incorporated Slice's audio into their videos over the past 2 years. But now, Fantano has embarked on a scheme whereby he selectively threatens to sue certain users of the Slice's audio unless they pay him extortionate amounts of money for their alleged use. The commercial music library from the TikTok's ad manager. Let's see. In order to get it there, it's called commercial sounds. Even in the own post, commercial sounds. But it's listed as the commercial music library. Okay, I see. So this is it. This is correct. CML features commercial sounds, both with and without lyrics, whatever. Who can use the commercial music library? Is for TikTok users that use TikTok for marketing, advertising, sponsorships, endorsements, or publicity, including official brand accounts, their promotional partners and creators, NGOs, and government organizations. You can also use the commercial music library for organic and paid content. This sounds like it's kaput. If it was uploaded there by Fantano, I think it's probably checkmate. Yes, sir, lawyer Critikal. Hey, man, it's just basic reading comprehension. If I uploaded me saying, you know, woo, yeah, baby, to the commercial library, I can't exactly be upset if all these brands start using it. I can't then start looking for compensation. Yeah, you can. No, I can't. I literally cannot. Do you agree that your sound can be used by brands, marketing, endorsements, sponsorships, and all of that? Yes. Okay. And now I don't. I've changed my mind. You can't. Why? Because you signed. It's here. You put it here. It's literally the SpongeBob scene of, is this your wallet? Like when Man Ray's trying to return the wallet to Patrick. Was the advert also on TikTok? Apparently, yes. According to this, it was a TikTok video they made about Crash Bandicoot that used the sound. I think Danny's right. I think he'd have to prove that he wasn't the one that uploaded it to the commercial sound library. Even then, that wouldn't be on Activision. Them taking it down at his request would have been more than enough. True. That would be true. They would have no idea that it wasn't him, but instead his evil twin that uploaded it. I mean, you're not wrong. And they did take it down. They just said, oh, okay, we'll take it down. And now they have to defend themselves against a lawsuit, or they have to defend themselves against legal threats, and are now issuing a lawsuit as a counter. Are you talking about this last sentence? Activision is seeking a so-called declaratory ruling that Fantano cannot sue TikTok users over the clip. They're saying that Fantano can't go after anyone that uses the clip because they're well within their rights to, since he waived the rights by putting it on that commercial library. I'm confused. This trial about Okay, here's a little advice to all of these publications writing articles about this. Change the title. This title has confused everybody. Actually, reading through the case is very different. In a nutshell, Anthony Fantano had a very popular clip, meme clip, which was entered into the commercial music library, commercial sound library, whatever, on TikTok. It became usable, so a lot of people used it on TikTok, including Activision. And when Activision used it, Anthony Fantano threatened them, forced them to take it down, which they did, and then said, if you don't pay me a 6-figure sum, allegedly, then you're going to have to defend them. You're going to have to defend yourself in court. And then apparently also said other companies have paid a sum to avoid this. So now Activision is suing, saying, no, you can't do that. You uploaded this to the commercial sound library, meaning anyone can use this, including companies. And Activision's right. It's literally in the exact terms on TikTok that the commercial music library is usable by any brand, any user, anything for any purpose. You consent to that being used anywhere when it is uploaded there. I don't know how he would win this one. But I'm no Activision fan, so if he squeaks out a dub from this, that'd be fucking crazy. That would be wild. I have no idea how he'd do it. I don't even think Saul Goodman could pull this one off, but if he somehow did, that would be unreal. That is a good point, actually. Okay, you made a good point, Otaku. Cool name as well, I guess. It'd fuck everyone else by letting him win and set a precedent that you could pull your agreement after making it. That would be actually pretty dangerous. If Fantano does win, he sets the precedent that even if you upload your sounds to the commercial sounds library, meaning you waive the right and anyone can use it for any reason without compensation, if he does win, that means anything uploaded there is fair game for a lawsuit if you use it. That's a very good point. That's very true. That would be bad. The story of Overwatch is like a Shakespearean comedy, where it's not so much ha-ha, like laughing kind of comedy, more so just tragic. Just a completely horrific series of blunders that you can't help but point and at least giggle at. But overall, everything that's happening with Overwatch right now is entirely its own fault. I already made a whole video talking about the pathetic fumble of Overwatch 2, how they just completely slapped down the campaign and basically just annihilated it like the asteroid to the dinosaurs. It's extinct. The Overwatch 2 campaign, the single player, you know, the #1 selling point of Overwatch 2, the thing that made Overwatch 2 a sequel, they just completely are getting rid of. And now you're being drip-fed little bits and pieces of what that content once was in the seasonal storyline PvE shit. So it's pathetic. A shell of what it was supposed to be, and it just keeps getting worse. Overwatch League, the esports scene for Overwatch, is imploding. Now, it's not completely dead yet, but it looks like it's on its deathbed. It looks like it's getting out its final ooh-rah here, and it's going out sad. It's actually pretty wacky. I haven't read this article on it. I wonder if this gives the full overview. Let me see. 6 years after the Overwatch League was formed, dark clouds loom on the horizon, but is OWL coming to an end? As the esports industry continues to navigate a dark period, commonly referred to as the esports winter. Jesus, that's embarrassing. Please don't call it that. This is just very natural for a highly inflated industry. Everyone knew this day was coming. They just kept kicking the can down the road. Oh, here we go. The 12 initial teams paid $20 million to enter the league in 2017, with the price of 8 expansion slots rising to as much as $35 million a year later. Actual, full-blown scam. Big thanks to Rocket Money for sponsoring today's video. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that allows you to save more and spend less. Rocket Money allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, build a custom budget, and grow your savings all in one place. I had actually just recently learned that I was still paying a subscription to a game that I haven't touched in probably about 6 years now. And thanks to Rocket Money, I was able to notice that and cancel it easily, with no headache and no hassle whatsoever. Rocket Money can also help lower your bills by uploading a photo, tapping a button, and it'll negotiate bills for you, from internet service bills to cable and phone bills. You can also set your own budgets to help keep everything in line, so that way you know if you're getting close to exceeding them, because you'll get a notification from Rocket Money, and it helps you visualize your spend-to-earn ratio by month, quarter, and year. Overall, Rocket Money is a fantastic all-in-one finance platform with tons of tools and features that can really help you out. So if you want to get started, you can get a free trial by going to the link in the description below, or by going to rocketmoney.com/moist to start trying it for free, or you can unlock even more features with premium. Thanks again to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. I brought this up multiple times after starting Moist Esports, because not a lot of people, like very few people, but a couple of people asked if we'd have any interest in Overwatch, and I said even if like we did really like the competitive scene a lot, super passionate about it, there is no world where we could afford the buy-in. And I said it was like 20 million, and chat was like, "You're so wrong. No way. No, it's not. You're lying." Despite big ambitions and the extravagant sums of money involved, the Overwatch League has lost steam over the years, failing to ever eclipse the viewership it achieved at launch. Multiple factors have contributed to this, from the controversial YouTube exclusivity deal to the 2020 global health and travel crisis, to the allegations of abuse and harassment at Activision Blizzard. I don't know how much the YouTube exclusivity deal mattered. Even if it wasn't and they were still broadcasting on Twitch and YouTube, well, actually they wouldn't be able to under Twitch's new rules. That'd be illegal. That's forbidden. Okay, let's just assume they never had the exclusivity though. I don't think it would change. The interest in the game overall has been declining. And the esports sector of any game is always just a pocket. It's not the whole community. So it's kind of a niche within the community itself already. I don't think it would have mattered that much. Viewership in the Overwatch League has been in free fall. The recent 2020 spring stage qualifier had a peak of 118k and an average of 55k, a huge drop off from 437k and 140k from season 1. Do they do drops? Because this is actually a lot higher than I would have expected it to be. That's actually higher than the LCS. I imagine they do drops in order to gamify it a little bit to cheese some viewers. They do? Okay, that makes sense. With no clear path to profitability and Activision Blizzard in the middle of acquisition by Microsoft, the Overwatch League could be on its last legs. It is. I hope they cover it. Yep, it's right here. As of July 20th, there's no confirmation that the Overwatch League is coming to an abrupt end. However, this possibility has become increasingly likely since Activision Blizzard released its second quarter earnings report, and the document revealed that OWL teams will vote on a new operating agreement at the end of the current season. A team that opts out of the league will be entitled to receive $6 million in termination fees. This means that if all 19 franchise teams decide to withdraw from the league, Activision Blizzard will pay a total of $114 million in termination fees. They're literally paying you to leave. They're like, please leave. We will even pay you to get the fuck out. Everyone will take it. I really think every single franchise team will. But imagine one that has so much money that they want to be petty. They could not take it and basically just hold the Overwatch League hostage, I think. Which would be fucking amazing. Just one team. The Bumblefuck Scoremasters, the last Overwatch League team holding out, refusing to take the buyout. It's like when a city's trying to buy like a dilapidated house in order to build around the area and the owner just won't sell. It's like that scene in Better Call Saul, actually. But with an esports squad. In the city case, I believe the government can forcibly take it. I don't think so. I'm not an expert, but this is very personal, actually. My university, the University of Tampa, they were doing some rapid expansion, and they were buying up a ton of houses and a ton of property around the area in order to keep building the university out over the last 10 years. There is still, to this day, last I checked, although it's been about a year now, so maybe it's different, one house in the middle of all of it. It's right before their lacrosse field, right next to their gym, and right in between their dance studio. There is one fucking house that they cannot buy because the owner will not sell. He refuses to sell. He's had it since like the fucking 30s. That shit's been there since the Stone Ages. He will not sell it. Apparently they keep offering and he just says no thank you. And he keeps his house planted in the middle of everything. In a sea of university students, there is one 2-story rough shape house that they cannot take from him, I guess, because he is not selling it. Unless he did over the last year. Like I said, it's been about a year. I hope he didn't, though. I really hope he didn't sell it. After spending between $20 to $35 million in franchise fees, plus millions more in operating costs over the years, many teams may simply opt out of the league and take the termination fee to stop the bleeding and recoup some of their losses. Independent reporter Jacob Wolf reported in May 2022, Activision was still owed approximately $400 million in unpaid franchise fees from OWL and CDL, as payments were deferred during lockdowns. This is another one you guys didn't believe me on. CDL was also a $20 million buy-in, roughly, for the esports side. You guys didn't believe me there either. It is. It is legitimately just a full-blown Activision Blizzard scam. The fucking franchising costs. In May 2023, the Sports Business Journal reported that Overwatch League had agreed to waive the outstanding franchise fees for all teams. At the time, the OWL teams still owed anywhere between $6 and $7.5 million to the league. According to Activision Blizzard's most recent financial report, the Overwatch League revenue represents less than 1% of the company's consolidated net revenue. This came only 2 months after the company stated that the Overwatch League and Call of Duty League continue to face headwinds which are negatively impacting the operations and potentially the longevity of the league under the current business model. There is no business model. The business model was hose these organizations for a massive franchise spot buy-in and nothing else. There is no business model. Esports is not a business. It's just net loss forever. Literally forever. No one's figured it out yet. No specific date has been announced as of yet. All we know is that the team owners will vote to either continue in the Overwatch League under a new operating agreement or walk away and receive a $6 million fee at the end of the current season. The 2023 Overwatch League season will come to an end with the LAN finals scheduled for September 28th through October 1st, and the event will take place in Toronto, co-hosted by the city's franchise Toronto Defiant, and feature the top 5 teams from the West, top 3 from the East. The winner will take home $1 million. I'm sure this one might actually get viewership because it'll be the last one. And then they're paying people to get the fuck out. Closing down the house party, turning off the music, and then giving them a little goodie bag of $6 million on the way out and a pat on the ass. Even if Overwatch League does disappear at the end of the 2023 season, this doesn't necessarily mean that Overwatch esports will cease to exist. In a May 5th interview with Deserto, Sean Miller, the head of the Overwatch League, highlighted that the company remained committed to supporting the game's esports ecosystem. Overwatch esports are not going away anytime soon. Oh, is that right? Just like Overwatch 2's campaign's coming out any day now, the PvE is going to be amazing. We're going to have seasonal storylines when you couldn't deliver on that. All of those other amazing promises that have come true for Overwatch. Your word means a lot, Sean. The Overwatch track record has been stellar. Blemish-free. There's rumors about teams suing over false statements to investing, which is why they're offering the $6 million. They should still sue. I mean, they should still sue. This article hasn't mentioned it yet, but they apparently also laid off most of their staff, like their esports staff, for Overwatch. I read that earlier today, but maybe it comes in towards the end of the article. On July 19th, Miller underlined the same point, telling Verge that Activision Blizzard is building towards a revitalized global scene that prioritizes players and fans. As opposed to what? Prioritizes what? Like, this is esports. Players and fans. There's nothing else. Like, I mean, I guess you could prioritize money, but you've done a terrible job with that, too. Like, this is a nothing statement. This is legitimately a nothing statement. This means nothing. He added that the company could be taking elements from other esports leagues when designing the future of Overwatch esports. One such league is Overwatch Apex, a tournament series in South Korea organized by cable TV channel On Game. Between 2016 and 2017, Apex came to an end in late 2017 when Blizzard announced that Overwatch Contenders would operate in 7 regions, and it was rebranded as Contenders. What does this mean for the Call of Duty League? It's unclear at this point how the cancellation of the Overwatch League will impact its sister, but what is clear is that the recent round of layoffs at Activision Blizzard has affected workers who were involved in the CDL operations. CDL senior producer Nicholas Henshoden was among the almost 50 people who were let go earlier this week. On Twitter, he said that he and his entire content team had been laid off, and he'd been with Blizzard since 2017, working with Heroes of the Storm and Overwatch before transitioning to Call of Duty. Yeah, they don't really have an esports staff. They're slapping them. On the July 14th episode of Nadeshot Knows, 100 Thieves president and COO John Robinson presented that all CDL teams will be in a relatively healthy position by 2025. That's a good thing for the league overall, for all businesses to go through that transition of getting to break even. If you say so. How are they getting to break even by firing all of their staff and paying people to leave the league? I understand this is for Call of Duty, but this is not showing me signs of any kind of health around the corner for the company in the esports sector. Which is not a good spectator game. I'd be inclined to agree with you. It's not the best spectator game, mainly because even though I do think Overwatch 2 changed it a bit, for the longest time it was literally just shoot at meat pile Wait for alts. Coordinate alts. And not a whole lot else for a while. I think 2's definitely improved on that a bit, but for a long time that was basically the esports scene. Oh yeah, and in other Overwatch news, it's coming to Steam. Yeah, I saw. Oh, actually, it's coming to Steam much sooner than I thought. August 10th. Overwatch 2's coming to Steam. To me, that sounds desperate. Very desperate. Those player count numbers must not be looking good. A couple days ago, there was a big news story that came out about an 8-year-old kid who was turbo pranked by the prank god. It was in a Target. He was told that they were filming a Mr. Beast style video, and it was a blindfolded shopping cart challenge where they'd be given 30 seconds with him and his dad to get as much of the toys that they could into the cart, and he'd buy it for them. And the prank was, he didn't buy it for them. Instead, him and his friend just ran away giggling, and then both probably had to start hyperventilating into a paper bag in order to come down from the adrenaline rush of lying to an 8-year-old for their YouTube video. And this became a bit of a big story because you've got to be a pretty psychotic douchebag to prank an 8-year-old, but an even bigger, ghoulish asshole to prank a hearing-impaired 8-year-old whose dream it was to be part of a Mr. Beast video. So let's go over this whole situation as well as his response, because this shameless lobotomite actually came forward and put his face on it, whereas previously, no one really knew who this was. But now, the mayor of Doofus Town has come forward with a press conference here in order to address it personally. So I can't wait to show you what this guy looks like and how he tries to rationalize it.
Saturday for 8-year-old Gabe Lyles and his dad TJ, until 3 men walked up and said they were working with the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
Said that they wanted to do a fill the cart challenge where we would be blindfolded. Within 30 seconds, whatever we could put within the cart, they'll pay for.
That was the whole premise of the prank, and this is pretty much what modern pranks are. Just being as cruel as possible and making strangers' days just worse for the sake of your own content to try and fill your completely worthless, dead-on-arrival, doomed-to-failure TikTok career. Now, I'm going to skip around a little bit and show you a clip from his response because he's refuting the claim that he labeled it a Mr. Beast video to the kid and his dad. Not that it really matters that much, that doesn't really change how fucking degenerate this garbage is in the first place, but I will just show you that because he's trying to make it seem like in his response he's in the right, and that the dad is a liar, and insinuates that he's lying for the sake of clout, which is absolutely hilarious, the lack of self-awareness to make a claim like that from his position.
We're working with the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
We're kind of like Mr. Beast, not really though.
So this is coming from his unedited video that was filmed, but it's extremely possible that he's leaving out the shit that makes him look much worse and corroborates what the dad was saying. But regardless, let's say he's being 100% truthful here. Even just watching that clip, I think it's extremely easy to recognize why it'd be confusing and people would think that he was coming up like he was associated with Mr. Beast. He fucking ambushed these people in public and then said, it's time for a blindfolded shopping spree challenge, and then mentioned Mr. Beast. Like, I'm imagining he's coming from a privileged background where this maybe isn't that big of a deal, but to a family that doesn't come from that kind of background, this is a, like, dream come true moment. So just getting that opportunity, immediately your heart's going to be racing and you're going to, you know, maybe mishear a couple of things in excitement, not maliciously. So I don't think the dad was lying on purpose here, and he does name drop Mr. Beast, so that's something that would absolutely stick with you after the fact. So I think it's very easy to get confused that this guy is associated with Mr. Beast. I don't think he was making that claim in order to lie on purpose here.
Mr. Beast is one of Gabe's favorite YouTubers. He often makes videos about challenges where he gives away free stuff. So TJ and Gabe believed that the men were working with Mr. Beast. They both put on a blindfold and started filling their cart. And then TJ heard the men running away.
I legitimately think being a prankster is one of the most pathetic things you can ever do with your life. I actually have more respect for people that'll just lick the toilet seats clean at a gas station. At least they're providing some kind of public service, whereas pranksters do nothing but bring the rest of the world down. It's like the last-ditch effort for talentless losers to try and make some kind of name for themselves or get some kind of attention or monetization out of like viral videos that are designed to make people hate you. So you're basically just turning your whole life into a punching bag and a spittoon for everyone to spit on you for, and hope that you get a couple of doubloons out of it along the way. There is nothing more embarrassing. I'd even go as far as to wager that if you ran a long-term scientific study on pranksters, you would find a high correlation behind being a prankster and being a cuck. I think one of the core things that drives someone to being a prankster is having a humiliation fetish, which is no different than cuckoldry. But at least with most cuckolds, it's a private fetish between consenting adults, whereas pranksters, their humiliation fetish has no one consenting to it, and is just subjecting the public around them to it. It's making them victims of their humiliation fetish. All in all though, I just can't fucking stand public nuisance pranksters. Absolute dog shit content and absolutely horrible fucking losers. I just don't understand how someone has so little shame to prank an 8-year-old and think that they're somehow like a badass or a good prankster.
My heart sank, 100%. The very last thing in this world I want to do is hurt him.
It broke my heart because I thought my dreams were coming true.
The shopping cart challenge was just a mean prank, and it was one comment in particular that upset TJ.
My son leaned in and said that he couldn't hear them because he had to wear hearing aids, and they said that's why we are choosing you for this challenge.
It is actually heartbreaking listening to the kid talk about this. It's very clear this meant a lot to him. This is like a life-changing moment for a child. Like, to actually have your dreams come true, your favorite YouTuber is doing your favorite challenge with you, like that's something so special that he'd remember for the rest of his life. And now it will still be something he remembers for the rest of his life, but in a very negative way. He'll remember this as the day he realized he can't just fucking trust people in the world anymore. It's like the first time he gets scammed in RuneScape. Now the father mentioned that the child is hearing impaired and that the pranksters said that, you know, that's why we want to do this challenge with you. And this is something that the prankster in question is once again refuting.
And they said that's why we are choosing you for this challenge, because of the hearing loss.
Huh?
Do you guys want to be in a quick video?
The Southington town.
And that's his proof that he didn't know about the hearing impairment. That one literally split-second clip. Not exactly the most robust evidence. Didn't build the best defense case here. Once again, he very easily could have just cut out the part where the hearing impairment was mentioned. I don't know what was or was not said there. I don't have access to the security camera feed there at the store or anything. But I'm much more inclined to believe the father and the child here, the victims of the prank, as opposed to this fucking asshole, who very easily could just not show those parts.
The Southington Town Commission for Persons with Disabilities gave TJ a $200 gift card, and Target matched it. On Sunday, Gabe's dreams of a shopping spree came true.
I pick out Nerf guns, water balloons, and water guns.
At least there's a happy ending to the story. He did get to have his shopping spree and get the toys that he wanted to get. And he seems to have like a really great positive attitude in general. So I'm super happy to hear that there was some kindness shown his way to let him actually be able to do the shopping spree. And now I want to add on to that happy ending by insulting the prankster who proudly showcases himself as the one behind it. So let's make fun of this asshole.
Before we continue the video, I just want to clear the air for anyone that hates me right now, that wants to rip off my beard or shave my eyebrows or rip my ears off or something.
It's almost sadder than the prank itself that he called that little pube patch on his chin a beard. That's not a beard, man. It's a group of taint hairs on your chin. That hair on your chin is what most people have on their gooch. I really hope you don't go around saying that you have a beard, because that's even more embarrassing and delusional than you thinking that pranking an 8-year-old for your TikTok or YouTube channel was a good idea. The fact that you call that a beard is sickening. Also, I love that he immediately tries to showcase his quirky personality. Oh, you guys must hate me and want to, pull my ears off. How wacky and random. So this is like the personality of a prankster. Fucking lame as shit. I already know this is the kind of guy who, when hanging out with his friends, makes stupid faces and goofy noises in order to be the clown, in order to make people laugh, like he's performing at a child's birthday party.
I did not know that kid was deaf. I did not know that, alright?
It wouldn't have mattered whether you knew or not, you would have still done and posted the prank all the same. In fact, you can't even help but smile about it right here. Can't even pretend to care for a single iota of a second. I also couldn't help but notice that he's got the no parking sign behind him and another sign behind that. So this fucking goofball is one of those dumb idiots that steals public signs and proudly puts them in their room. We made fun of people that did that back in college, fucking 8 years ago. For those that don't know, it was a little bit of a trend for a while where people would get rowdy or they'd be drunk and they'd like steal a public sign, like a no parking sign, and they put it in their dorm room. And those people got relentlessly bullied for it because it's so goofy and embarrassing to think that it's cool. And yet this guy's still living in a fantasy land where he thinks it's like hard or cool that he stole these signs and he's proudly displaying them in the background of his videos. This guy's whole life is designed around being a professional loser.
And the dad is exaggerating it and lying to the news because of what happened. I thought it was funny, but I also was kind of mad because he lied about me and my friends, and that kind of got me upset because, you know, it didn't get me upset because he deserved the money. He got the money out of it. But, he tried to make us look like we were super bad guys. We were just being bad guys. All right?
Well, that clears it up then. All's right in the world. They weren't being super bad guys. They were just being bad guys. You know, just the classic prank an 8-year-old, get their hopes up, make them believe their dreams are coming true before you bring that all crashing down and then use them for your content to try and get some kind of money or career out of it. Not super bad guys by any means, just like moderately bad guys. So, makes sense now that he's really helped clear the air here and clear everything up. So yeah, this guy sucks, his friends suck, pranksters in general like this suck, fucking public nuisance, pranksters are horrible. That's about it. So yeah. There's an expression, don't put all your eggs in one basket, and it's meant to impart some wisdom upon you where if you just put everything into one area and it doesn't work out, your goose is cooked. So it's better not to just go all in on one thing, but instead have it spread out a little bit just for the sake of safety. But I want to tell you the story about what happens when you do put all of your eggs into one basket and you win. You catch a huge W, and this basket's name is Claude. About a month ago, I made a video covering one of the most desperate marketing plays I've ever seen from a major studio. Pixar released a desperate Hail Mary to try and drum up public interest in seeing their new film, Elemental. Elemental had a really rough opening box office performance. It was kind of a disastrous first quarter here for the movie. It was looking like it was going to be a colossal flop because there was just really no hype and no one was really getting excited enough to go actually see the film. So it was looking rough. It was looking like me in a tall person contest. It was bad. It was hard to look at. And in their moment of weakness, they turned to the dark side. TikTok turbo cringe. To try and appeal to the Zoomers, they hatched a nefarious scheme.
Cause check it out. All grown up. And I smell good.
This was an official post on their Twitter account as well. The caption said, Claude's got the whole theater rooting for him or something like that. So Claude was more revered and cheered for than Jesus Christ himself if he was resurrected again. Everyone was losing their mind over Claude in a fucking fantasy dimension, not reality. Very clearly, this is all fake, but it's such an interestingly delusional idea because this is a brand new film, brand new character, and this is their first time ever seeing Claude. Claude is a minor character in this movie. Like, no one had ever heard of him before. Why the fuck would the theater be cheering for him like they had just witnessed their home team win the fucking Super Bowl? Now, obviously, most of that cacophony of chaos is composed of stock cheering sound effects, but there is actually some original property in there as well from people that must have been called in to just make a lot of noise. They went to the Elemental intern staff and said, look, if you guys want to keep this job, or we're gonna need you to pop a fucking blood vessel in your neck cheering for our character Claude for this viral video we're trying to make. Jesus Christ, we need you now. So they just reluctantly kicked their feet and said, oh my god, whatever. Oh, Claude! Ah, Claude! Ooh-wee! And then it's like, alright, print it. And now we'll shake the camera around a little bit because our cameraman's also losing his fucking mind, like he's getting thrown into a washing machine. It's like footage out of the Cloverfield movie. So that was the marketing campaign push they tried to make with Claude. Claude became the spearhead for the salvation operation of Elemental. And you know what's crazy? It worked. I just read the most recent report on Elemental's performance. It is the second highest grossing animated film of 2023, just behind Super Mario Bros. And above Across the Spider-Verse. That's right. It fucking out-earned Across the Spider-Verse. It just goes to show you, never underestimate Claude. Like, I guess that's the takeaway here. Claude is some kind of Cronenberg-esque deity demon of success. Like, somehow they were able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat thanks to an extremely strong international performance in the box office, especially in South Korea. Apparently it fucking crushed it there. And it was able to turn around what was destined, fated to be a flop, and turned it into a financial success. Wild. Absolutely incomprehensible. I thought this was for sure kaput. I didn't think this stood a chance. I thought it flatlined. They must have called Doctor Strange in, got him on the horn and said, look, we need you to look into the multiverse and tell us which one has us making a profit off of this film. And he found the only multiverse solution. Claude. That was the answer. I'm gonna be honest, I'm starting to suspect foul play. Something smells fishy here. This movie fell between the butt cheeks. No one was going to see it. And then they somehow pushed Claude really hard with, like, marketing such as this, like POV Claude actually lobotomizing an entire auditorium because they lost their mind looking at him. And somehow it worked? Like, I just refuse to believe Claude wields that kind of power. I don't know how this happened. I feel like they have to be lying about these numbers, just because it would be extremely embarrassing if it really was a massive flop. But I feel like that'd be highly illegal, and you could probably check the numbers through third-party sources, so it's probably not fake. It's just, I don't know, it's just so shocking that it somehow turned this around. It's making me believe in miracles. Like, who knows, maybe they'll re-release Morbius for the third time, and this time, Claude will endorse it, and then all of a sudden that shit fucking explodes straight to the moon. It's just, how? It out-earned Across the Spider-Verse, which is one of the best animated films ever made. This is an example of someone that was drowning, but then drank all of the water they were drowning in, so that way they were no longer drowning, and now their belly's nice and full. Elemental squeaked it out. And I want to be clear, this is not another example of me being wrong about a prediction. In my initial video I made, laughing at the goofy marketing material, I did say, you can never count out Claude. You never know what he's truly capable of, and man did he put his best foot forward here, and he saved Elemental for them. So I wasn't wrong. I was doubtful, of course, but I never outright said this movie is, 6 feet under, doomed to fail. I don't think. Maybe I did. Actually, there's a really good chance I did. But I also did say there is a chance Claude could save it, and he did. So my little ears are hearing that I wasn't wrong. I really pinned the tail on the donkey here. I knew this could happen, and it did. So, yeah. I just wanted to give you that kind of report on how Elemental was salvaged, thanks to Claude, the hero. And since I'm keeping you all updated on that, I might as well update you on a couple other things. I'm doing my first ever live event on September 8th. It'll be the 8th, 9th, and 10th. It's going to be a giant party as well as like a meet and greet so you can meet myself and the team. And we're going to be watching and going crazy for our Moist Esports Apex team as they hopefully take home the World Championship. It'll be about 5 hours per day. Tickets are still for sale at strazcenter.org. It's $25 per day, or if you want to do all 3 days, it'll be $60. So, just wanted to give you an update on that. There's about half of the tickets left, so just keeping everyone in the know there. And another thing I also want to update people on is Plague Seeker. The limited edition variant covers are also almost gone, so I just wanted to give you all an update there in case you wanted to check out Plague Seeker Issue 0. It's a comic book series I wrote myself this time around with Jackson, and I think it is an absolute fucking banger. So, In case you missed the animation we dropped to celebrate issue 0, I'll just go ahead and play the whole fucking thing here as well. The tickets to both Plague Seeker as well as the tickets to the live event are going to be in the description of the video as well.
1,000 years ago, humankind ruled the earth. Even in their failings, they prospered across the planet. But that would all change in the blink of an eye. We called it the Calamity. Those who persevered beyond the impact never truly survived. The mutations made them something more than human. It drove them mad. Those closest to the Calamity were transformed completely. Known as plagues, their overwhelming power leaves all helpless as they seek to dominate our world. The worst of them were born where nothing had the right to survive. Terrifying beings known to us as the Great Plagues. 8 in total spread themselves across the planet, each ruling their own territory. Without mercy, they shaped our world. And yet there was one that not a soul dare speak of. Born at the very center of the impact. A plague far different than all the others. He bore the strongest curse of them all. An insatiable hunger to devour the other 8. The Plague Seeker.
There's a new trend going on right now that's blowing up faster than the Harlem Shake. It's called getting blocked by Logan Paul on Twitter because you mentioned CryptoZoo. And you don't have to be a high caliber top tier athlete in order to participate in this new fun sport. All you've got to do is just mention CryptoZoo and Logan Paul will come out of the shadows in order to block you because that word is his kryptonite. That word is like in all of the Conjuring movies when you say the demon's name and it's like, oh no, retreating back to hell. That's CryptoZoo to Logan Paul. It's his boogeyman. So he's blocking everyone that mentions it. I'm sure all of you remember CryptoZoo because it is still to this day, I believe, the biggest YouTuber-led scam. CoffeeZilla exposed all of it over 6 months ago. Logan Paul initially tried to play tough guy, get a little bit of hardball going here, gritting his teeth and saying, CoffeeZilla's a bad man and I'm coming for you legally with a smackdown. But then quickly gave up on that whole facade and just said, like, actually, thank you so much, CoffeeZilla, for opening my eyes. I was such a goofy little goober. I'm going to issue refunds to everyone that was affected by this that doesn't want to wait for us to finish the project. The project was supposed to be this absolute dog shit game that was a horrible idea from the start. But a lot of people bought into it because of Logan Paul's reputation. But he had promised $1.8 million at least in refunds to these victims. And it's been 6 months and he hasn't done any of what he promised. He hasn't given anyone any of their money back. It's been complete radio silence with people begging for updates on when the refunds are coming. But unfortunately, Logan Paul's lips are sealed tighter than my ass after drinking a chocolate milk. And a lot of people have been taking notice of this recently because he had a huge PR win with people like, Logan Paul's at least owning up to his mistakes and trying to make it right with this whole CryptoZoo thing. And he's never followed through on it. So a lot of people are wondering, well, what the fuck is happening here? Did he ever plan on paying anyone back? Is he ever paying anyone back? This all seems like a bunch of baloney now. So a lot of people have been calling him out for it, which has led to this whole trend of people getting blocked by Logan Paul for just even daring to utter the words CryptoZoo. And CoffeeZilla made a follow-up video last night on it. CoffeeZilla had even promised that he'd follow up in 6 months after his whole expose on the massive scam that Logan Paul was running. Unlike Logan Paul, CoffeeZilla keeps his promises. That doomsday counter hit 0 and this video dropped. In the video, CoffeeZilla shows that he has been actively talking at Logan Paul, trying to get, information on when the refunds are coming. So he'd show text messages where CoffeeZilla reached out to Logan a month after his promise of the 1.8 million to victims, just kind of asking for an update or what his plan was. He got no response. He then followed up in the next month, 2 months now. Since then, still no response from Logan. Every time he'd try to follow up with Logan to try and get information on this refund, he was met with just crickets. Until eventually someone from Logan Paul's legal team reached out to CoffeeZilla to say like, yeah, we're still thinking about how to do that. I don't know who Logan Paul hires or how he's so good at finding incompetence. Like, he hired literal fucking criminals to run his CryptoZoo scam with him, and now he's hiring people that are criminally stupid. How could these lawyers reach out and say that they still don't know how to refund? Logan Paul in January had somewhat of a semblance of a plan, with committing $1.8 million to victims, as well as the other protocol for like burning the base CryptoZoo, whatever, all that dog shit. And now we're 6 months into the future here, and you're telling me this whole team can't bash their heads together, have their neurons fire, and come up with some kind of solution to giving people their money back for this fucking scam? That's baffling. Again, either they're criminally stupid, or this is all just trying to stall, or there's not any intention at all here in paying people back. Personally, I feel Logan Paul never planned on giving people their money back, but like everyone else, I was at least willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that it was coming at some point. But 6 months is unacceptable. That time frame, that timeline, is not by any means sensible. They still don't even have a plan in place that they're communicating with the community. They don't have any idea on how they're going to give this $1.8 million back to the community. So they're still at literally step 1 after 6 months here, post Logan Paul's public promise of refunds. I really think CoffeeZilla's final statement in this video sums it up best.
This isn't worth your time. Getting publicly flogged like this every 6 months? What, are we going to be doing this in a year? No. Okay? It's not worth your time. It's barely worth my time. Just please pay the people back what you owe. Give them a real timeline, a real plan, and then we can all go back to pretending you've changed.
That's 100% right on the nose right there. He pinned the tail on the donkey. Pretending that Logan Paul's changed. The ultimate scam, even bigger than CryptoZoo. Now, since the entire blow-up of the CryptoZoo scam, Logan Paul's image has been largely positive, because he publicly ate shit, said that he was going to pay people back, even though he never did, still hasn't. But people gave him the benefit of the doubt, like, oh look, he's trying to change and move on from this and grow from it. And he's a superstar in the WWE, he is absolutely loved in the sport, and Prime is such a wild success. So most people have a very positive impression of Logan Paul, so much so that he's developed his own little cult of brainwashed zombies who now are fighting against people like CoffeeZilla and others calling him out for CryptoZoo. The argument they make, and it's not really an argument, it's actual just drivel, they're actually just vomiting nonsense, but what they say is that anyone that's still talking about CryptoZoo is just clout chasing off Logan Paul and they're just dragging it out and milking it, which is such a wild take. Logan Paul ran what is basically a real-world RuneScape scam, like armor trimming, giving him money for nothing. And then him laughing at you for it. Him and all of his buddies laughing at you for it, basically. And his fans are just saying, move on, get over it, it's not that big of a deal. To say that to victims that lost so much money on Logan Paul's scam is just disgusting. Excusing blatant crimes just because you like his drink or you like him in the WWE, it's just so stupid. I understand a lot of people that are saying those things, like, in defense of Logan Paul, even though it's not really a defense, just saying, like, yeah, he scammed you, get over it, and spitting on them. Not really a defense, but I know a lot of the people saying just to, let it go are young. But that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be shamed for this absolute brain-dead take. It's so stupid. Even kids should be able to recognize that someone shouldn't be able to get away with scamming people like that. So I just want to point out that ridiculous state of affairs where so many people are just completely okay with Logan Paul being the face of the biggest YouTuber-led scam of all time just because they really like him in the WWE or like Prime. He should still be held accountable. He has not fulfilled his end of his promise. He has not refunded the victims. He has done nothing for any of them, and he's just blocking anyone that brings it up. So, it is totally justifiable to keep calling it out and trying to get him to actually follow through on what he said he was going to do. But I still don't think he ever planned on paying anybody back. I really don't. I think what he was really hoping for was that it'd just be brushed under the rug over time. People would stop caring about it because on the internet, drama is usually just kind of flavor of the week shit. So the whole CryptoZoo scam was a big talking point for like a week, maybe 2 weeks. And he was just hoping like if he could just have a PR win by, you know, saying how he's changed and he's going to give people their money back for this, then people would consider that good enough and just forget in the future. But luckily the chess master here blundered because this was such a massive scam that people didn't forget. There are so many victims that still haven't got their money back, it's very easy to find everyone affected by it. Thus, a lot of people have kept their eyes on it. When is Logan Paul paying people back? Has Logan Paul paid people back yet? No. Well, is he planning to? No. Okay, what's going on here? So people have stayed on top of this story for the last 6 months because they want it to have a happy ending. Most people want the victims here to get their money back, and they want Logan Paul to follow through on his promise, but he's not right now. So, I wanted to talk about this just a little bit. CoffeeZilla made a great video on it that I highly recommend checking out if you want to see exactly where things have been for the last 6 months in this story. But overall, the spoiler alert is Logan Paul has still not refunded anyone, and that is horrible. That is absolutely horrible. You can't just keep blocking people on Twitter forever. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. The title's not an exaggeration. For 17 years, I've gradually chipped away at a singular goal I've had since I was in 4th grade. That's a long time. That's a really long time. Thousands upon thousands of hours spent striving for one thing. To put that in perspective, I could have been a pilot like 5 times over with that amount of experience and time dedicated to this one field. The Roman Colosseum was built in 8 years. I could have built it twice with the amount of time I put into this. And now I've finally completed it. I caught my Moby Dick. RuneScape maxing. RuneScape is a game that's existed for over 20 years now, and I started playing it back around 2005 when I was in 4th grade. And I've, of course, taken breaks while playing RuneScape throughout the last 17 years, but the beauty of that game is you never quit, you just go on hiatus. You take a little half-time breather in order to recollect your sanity. So I haven't been 17 years straight working on it, but it has been a large part of what I've played over the last 17 years, and I've finally accomplished the ultimate goal in the game that I had set for myself so long ago, which is getting every skill in RuneScape to 99, which is the highest level they can go. To break it down, RuneScape has 23 skills, each one more painful than the last when you're training them. To put it in perspective, 99 takes 13 million XP, and some skills at best will give you like 50 to 60,000 XP per hour. So to max a skill, and depending on what methods and what skill you're going for, it can take hundreds of hours just to get one skill to 99. So you can see where things start to get stinky real fast, because some of these terrible XP rates are the best you can get at optimal efficiency, meaning you're sitting there fucking staring a hole through your computer screen, full focus, full throttle, you know, fucking lat spreading, and risking carpal tunnel, because some of these skills are legitimately just carpal tunnel simulator where you're clicking endlessly in like the same 3 spots over and over again. There's also an even more extreme level to training skills called tick manipulation methods, which I'm not going to really dive into the weeds of. There's no point in pulling up the hood of this car and explaining it, but just know tick manipulation is akin to actual inhumane torture of the human body and soul. They probably wouldn't even subject prisoners in Guantanamo Bay to this level of agony, so I didn't do a whole lot of tick manipulation for my training, but it's out there, and it's a scary thing. That's a fucking boogeyman in RuneScape, if you ask me. But anyway, let me show you the footage of when I finally maxed on stream last night. Prayer potions for everyone, let's go! 2 lamps, oh, we're finally done! We're finally done! Oh! World? What are we in? 446. Oh, the role-playing world, too. Role-playing a goddamn champion. 17 years in the making. 17 years! Oh! 50 years from now, my grandkids are gonna look back at this stream moment and be like, yep, that was old Grandpappy. He did what everyone said was impossible. He fucking maxed in RuneScape like a month before they released a new skill, so he had to do it all over again and felt the pain all anew. But for that one brief, fleeting moment, he was on top of the world. Run it. We're maxed. We're maxed. We're fucking maxed. It's finally done. It's finally done. It's finally over. Now I can play the game. How many hours? 4,000 what? 156 days and 22 hours. How many? 4,000 something? Oh. Thanks to the resub, Olgerty. And the bits verb. Jesus Christ. What a journey. What a journey. Here, you can have the expeditious bracelets that made it all possible at the end. Thanks for the nuts. Yeah, this is probably my biggest gaming-related achievement ever. Prior to this, it was the 6 move made on XQC in the tournament. This trumps it. This is literally 17 years since 4th grade. This is my 3rd or 4th account. I don't remember. At least 3rd. I think I had one more right before RS3 rolled around, so it's been so long in the making, man. People said I wouldn't do it. People said I couldn't do it. Who's laughing now? Not me, because I probably shouldn't have done it. 4,000 hours ain't exactly nothing. It just feels so good to be done. You don't know how many nights I stayed up till 6 fucking AM just researching efficiency methods for skills I hated, even though I knew there was no new answers. Like for agility in particular, I kept looking for other means that wasn't just doing the goddamn Hallowed Sepulchre or any of the rooftop agility courses. It's just so good to be fucking done. Oh my god. And not having to be on OSRS mobile, constantly fucking AFK grinding something is so nice. Don't have to worry about that anymore thanks to the ale. It's done! Yes! Oh, and the wise old man saying congrats. I accidentally skipped his little speech. Sorry about that. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, all of Gillenor's coming out to say congrats. Thanks, guys. Yeah, thanks, guys. That's so big. That's so fucking big. You might be asking yourself, what's the point in getting 99 in every skill? What do you get for it? And the answer is going to be different for everyone that you ask, because in the game, the only thing you get is a max cape, which is what you saw me purchase there at the end, which just gives you teleports and a couple of other bonuses. Like, it's a really good item, but it's not required. However, you receive something far more important when you max in RuneScape. You receive inner peace. You reach this spiritual nirvana. Throughout the journey of RuneScape, I've compared the maxing of my account to that scene from Fairly Odd Parents where Timmy and his dad were going up the escalator and Timmy says, "When do we get to the ride?" And the dad says, "This is the ride." That's RuneScape skilling in a nutshell. The skilling process is the most mind-numbing and tedious process that a human being can possibly engage in. It's about as much fun as watching a plant go through photosynthesis. Like, it is horrifically boring to train most of the skills in the game, but people do it. I do it because there's always that light at the end of the tunnel. The big number going up, and the number goes higher. And it tickles some primitive portion of the human brain that makes it so you can't stop. Like, when the beauty of maxing in RuneScape isn't so much that you feel proud of the accomplishment, it's that you feel happy that you're done. Like, it feels like a prisoner being released and getting their freedom back, and now you get to breathe in fresh air again without being encumbered with the thoughts of grinding skills in RuneScape. At least that's, I'm just speaking for myself. There's a phrase that I've used a lot and everyone's used a lot where it's about the journey and not the destination. In RuneScape, that's a load of fucking baloney. That's a whole bunch of dirty barnacles, because it is very much just about the destination, because the journey is the worst part of it. As you can probably tell, I was miserable training most of these skills for maxing my account. But this really proved as a test of endurance for myself, like my mental fortitude. If I could fully commit and bang this shit out, I would feel amazing for it, and I do. I'm very happy that I've done this and challenged myself to actually accomplish something that I've wanted for so long. And believe it or not, there are people that actually genuinely do love skilling. Like, everything I'm talking about negatively here, people talk about positively. It's different for everyone, though I really am at a loss for how anyone can find things like fucking rune crafting or mining and agility fun. Those things I feel like are just objectively evil, and the human race wasn't ready for that kind of plague. But, you know, to each their own. One thing I would like to highlight is, even though I maxed all of the skills, it doesn't mean that I completed the game or even completed skilling. I mentioned that getting 99 is 13 million XP, but there's actually a level going full fucking Insano style that's above that. Those skills max out at 99, but their XP continues. It goes all the way up to 200 million XP before you can no longer gather XP in a given skill. Meaning, in each of the 23 skills, you can get 200 million XP and still be 99. So there are some people, God's champions, that have got 200 million XP in every skill in the game. There's not many of them. There's less of them than there are fucking Avengers in Marvel. But there are some that have done it. And keep in mind, that's like a 20,000 hour journey. Across all 3 or 4 of my RuneScape accounts of the last 17 years, I've probably tickled just north of 10,000 hours. Maybe. However, this group of people that do 200 million in every skill is beyond 20,000. It's on a whole different ball field. It's crazy. And nothing but respect for the people that can actually do that. I'm not built that way, so I'm beyond satisfied with just maxing the account at 13 mil per skill. It took a lot of spit and elbow grease, but we finally muscled our way to the finish line here 17 years later. Like I said, it did take me about 10,000 hours of total playtime across all of my accounts for the last 17 years to reach there. And that's a number that probably sticks out to a lot of you, because it's said that if you spend 10,000 hours in any one thing, you'll become a master of it. And that's certainly not the case here. I guess the only thing that I've mastered across the 10,000 hours I spent grinding for this is self-control. Like, you know, the inability to give up. Like, I refused to throw in the towel. I just kept chipping away at it. So I guess maybe it is true. Like, I did master a skill of persistence. So, you know, it doesn't feel worthless. Like, I don't feel like I wasted all of these hours doing it. I'm happy that I did. So a lot of people have been asking what's next now that I finished the fucking 4,000, 10,000 hour tutorial here of maxing the account. What am I going to do now? Am I going to quit RuneScape? And the answer is absolutely not. I plan on finally doing what I enjoy in the game, which is bossing and raids. And then there's also, of course, the Inferno. Inferno being like the hardest PVM challenge the game offers currently. Solo challenge the game offers currently. So I do want to learn the Inferno to get the Infernal Cape. So I do have more goals in the game that I will be pursuing. Plus, there is a new skill coming to the game for the first time in a long, long time. So I'm going to have to max that pretty soon in order to keep the account maxed. So that's another goal that I'll have for it. So I'm not quitting by any means. I'm just very happy to finally be done maxing the account. And just wanted to share that. That's about it. So yeah. I have definitive proof that there are just some people out there that thrive off arguing over nothing. Their body isn't powered by food or water. They don't need nutrients to survive. They just need fury of a nonsensical, worthless argument. It's like a plant with photosynthesis absorbing sunlight, but for them, it's absorbing anger.
I'm jogging, I'm trying to take my trash out.
Okay, and you can do that. I'm trying to go home. I just did work. Like, you don't need to swear at me because your dog, talk to your dog.
As a neighbor, you need to walk away.
As a neighbor? No, I don't. You should be able to control your dog.
The door.
And I'm literally right here.
You're being weird. You need to exit the door.
Apparently right before filming, that woman's dog had like lunged at the lady filming or something like that. I don't think it was like aggressive or anything, but then the dog owner had a big ol' fucking conniption about the whole situation, and then it led to this.
You can go now.
I have a lot going on here. You need to be normal.
You need to be normal. You literally just told me to back the fuck up. I'm going to my home. Okay, and that's not how you speak to people. You could literally have said...
talking to me.
No. I'm gonna send this to the office because this is ridiculous. I live here.
I am literally trying to go.
You can go.
Is he attacking you?
Did I say he was? You acted like he was gonna attack me. I said hi to him. He ran up on me.
Have 2 hands, buddy.
I love that she tried to play the I'm a woman card on a woman who's filming her. I don't know what the thought process was there. It's probably just one of her default tactics here, one of her ace in the hole type of maneuvers or anime finishing move with the I'm a woman, and it just clearly doesn't work in this situation. I can't fully even grasp what the fuck the problem is. The woman filming is doing nothing to impede the other lady's movement here. It's not like she's posted up like a bouncer at a lacrosse house asking who she knows and forbidding her from getting off the elevator or anything. She is inviting her to get off the elevator and go handle what she's gotta handle, take the trash out, do some whippets behind the dumpster of the apartment complex, whatever. And for some reason, this lady just keeps blocking the elevator for like 10 fucking minutes over nothing, just to sit here and screech.
Okay, and 2 hands.
And a door frame.
Okay, you can get there.
To understand
yes, and you started hollering at me and screaming at me, and now I'm recording.
I got a broken
Okay,
foot.
that's between you and your broken foot, ma'am.
Yeah, and then the legal office already knows that.
Okay, so you don't need to cuss at me. Okay, can you please go? I'm trying to go home.
You want me to go with the broken foot? You dumbass. There's stairs over there.
She tries to throw a pity party, but nobody shows up. Starts complaining about her broken foot in the wambulance with a side of French fries. She's already come down here with her goofy little broken foot, so clearly she's fine walking on it and has no issue standing on it for a long time blocking this elevator. So I imagine her plan was to walk and accomplish whatever business she's down here for, whatever her objective was. I don't think she's here waiting for a stretcher to carry her there, so she's clearly already walking on that fucking fractured foot. Even though I guarantee that's a lie, I know her foot's not broken, she's just making shit up. I'm surprised she didn't go a little harder though and say some shit like her kids have been kidnapped and now the lady filming is going to be responsible for their death because she can't get the ransom money to the kidnapper or something.
Please hurry up. I'm literally just trying to go home.
You want to fucking start? Go to the stairs.
I'm going to send this to the office because this is unacceptable. I will.
This hurts. You understand how much this hurts?
And you would continue
I'm a military
going.
fucking woman.
Okay, thank you for your
stairs now. You did what floor are you on? What floor are
you
you
don't
on?
need to know
You
that.
wanna fucking, I swear to God, we'll do this.
Okay.
I'm a single ass woman who provides for herself, and I would like to respect you, but you...
She's just diarrheaing every single... Hello there. You upset about that woman as well? I know. She's just vomiting out all of these useless platitudes. I'm a single-ass woman who provides for herself. What does that have to do with you blocking the elevator? Nothing. And I can't believe you're single. I don't understand what went awry there. I can't believe every man in the city isn't pursuing this absolute angel. That's weird. I also highly doubt that she actually did serve in the military. That just seems like yet another lie. So fucking stolen valor on top of that, most likely. And even still, that has nothing to do with you refusing to get off the elevator. That's the crazy thing. That is the wild thing. Her whole objective is off the elevator, which she can easily do, but refuses to out of just the principle and the love of the argument. Now, I know a lot of you are probably saying, why doesn't the woman filming just take the stairs and put an end to this madness? Just be the bigger person. Well, because fuck that. Patooey. That's a bunch of baloney. At this point, stay there, and if her foot really is broken, make sure that it is agonizing by the end of it, that shit swells up and doesn't heal properly. This lady is a piece of shit. I don't think the woman filming is in the wrong here for sticking around out of just sheer pettiness is the wrong word because it's not petty. She wants to go home and she might live on like a high floor in this complex and doesn't want to take the stairs, which is totally reasonable, especially after a long day of work. I think that's totally fine. This woman has no reason at all to be blocking the elevator for this long and refusing to let her go home. So, Her taking the stairs is admitting defeat, and she shouldn't have to admit defeat in the face of such a fucking weak, useless opponent like this lady.
You didn't respect me as soon as you got off the elevator and told me to back the fuck up.
Dude, we're not doing this.
Okay.
You already know what you did.
You didn't do anything, but I'm definitely gonna record because this is ridiculous.
Yeah, you are recording. I'm aware of that.
Okay, I'm just letting you know that I'm sending this to the office.
You can wait all night.
You're the one
I
who's...
served my country. What the fuck have you done?
All right. Thank you for your service, ma'am.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this all night.
You're the one complaining.
Technology? Yeah. Christ, no logistics.
Her brain's really starting to malfunction now. That double core brain cell really starting to fall short here with a bit of a hiccup. She just starts humbugging technology. You and your technology, just mad that technology exists now because she's being filmed like Sasquatch. She's just getting real upset. Oh, you bitch! How could you fucking film me? I know you're filming, you bitch. Technology. Ugh. Also, I don't want to overlook that little zinger she slid in there about her service to the country. So she says, like, I served our country. What the fuck have you done? And it is eerily similar to an iconic speech from a legend from that viral trumpet fight video from a few years ago. You know the one I'm talking about, where like that goblin guy comes up and gets really upset because someone is playing the trumpet poorly. So he walks up to him and he's like, why are you disrupting the peace with this filth, this trash? I played the trumpet for 80 years. Who the fuck are you? I was first chair Los Angeles Philharmonics back when we still only had black and white television. Who the fuck are you? I played the trumpet on the night of Abraham Lincoln's assassination. Who the fuck are you? You know who I'm talking about. It's an iconic moment, and for a brief second here, this lady in the elevator was channeling some of his energy, and I appreciated the callback.
This foot is actually fractured. I swear to God.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for you, but the way you just disrespected me for no reason.
You're a piece. This is not happening.
I literally was just trying to go home. I literally got off of a long shift. I'm trying to go home.
Stairs. I have a fractured foot. Common sense.
Walk up.
It was around this moment where I was just completely lost and gave up hope of trying to even have a minuscule grasp of the situation. So it seems like the lady is now wanting to go up the elevator. So at first I thought she just wanted to go take the trash out and shit. But now it seems like they both wanted to go up the elevator, but the lady on the elevator told her to get off and take the stairs instead. Actually just making this whole problem out of thin air. All of this hoopla over nothing. And I guess the dog may have like approached the woman filming, which then caused the dog owner to freak out as if the person filming did something wrong because the dog came up to her. Like that's now my understanding of it, though I think that could still be totally incorrect because none of this makes sense. The plot here is totally fucking lost. It's all nonsensical. I also like how she keeps going on about her broken foot, saying that it's common sense that someone with a fractured foot wants to use the elevator, so you should use the stairs. I don't even know where to start with that pile of shit statement. You're not wearing a boot or a cast or anything on it. It's not like it's immediately identifiable that you're injured, which I just don't think you are to begin with. You're just pulling things out of your ass. But regardless, how does that track? Like, how does that logic track? If your foot is broken or fractured and you use the elevator, why does that now prevent everyone else from using the elevator as well? It's not like you need the whole fucking elevator. You don't take up all that space.
How am I supposed to know that there's a person with a fractured foot getting on the elevator?
Exit signs all over here. Is your analysis
all I was trying to do was get on the elevator. You told me to back the fuck up. So I'm just confused. I'm definitely bringing this to the office because this is unacceptable. I should not be being treated this way in a place that I live by someone else who lives here too.
This lady's brain is trapped in Narnia. What are you talking about? What do the exit signs have to do with fucking anything about your stupid little boo-boo on your foot? Nothing! It has nothing to do with it! Jesus Christ! She is trying to find every possible thing to argue about because it is the only excitement she gets in her life. It's the only thing that keeps her going.
Can you move out of my way? And you started attacking me.
Are you serious? I really hope there's a camera here.
I am serious.
Oh my goodness.
Exactly what you're doing.
I'm glad there's stamps on this.
I I already called them. I called them about it because there has been men who have been banging on my door.
That has nothing to do with me, ma'am.
I know, but I asked them for surveillance. Can you, because my door is up there. Men have been banging on my door and I've opened it.
And I'm sorry that that's happening to you, but I didn't do that. I didn't do that to you.
Psychosis. This has to be a psychotic episode here. What the fuck does men banging on your door have to do with anything here? Because she's using it to point out like there's security cameras or something? I don't know. I also, you know, maybe there are men banging on her door playing Ding Dong Ditch on the creepy witch lady that lives in the apartment like the fucking ghost that haunts the halls. Maybe, I guess, but even still that has nothing to do with anything here.
Can I please get home? I'm just trying to go home. It's been a long day.
Walk up the stairs.
You can walk out. I'm not taking up any of your space or time. You have all the space in the world. Please go.
I'm a government agent.
That's okay.
I'm on the stairs now.
No, I don't need to.
Now the narrative shifts again where it's her wanting to get out but refusing to get out because this lady wants to get in. And once again, the camera lady mentions she has all the space in the world to just get the fuck off the elevator. She could just go. Take literally 3 steps and be done with this whole thing. But now she tries like, I'm a government agent card and you need to go up the stairs. You're under arrest. Give me your badge and your gun. You're off the case. Get up the stairs now. Jesus Christ. It's so weird that people like her exist.
I don't. You need to get off the medication that you're on. Can you please go?
I am on 0 medication right now.
Okay, then put down the drink, please. Can you go?
There's no drink. What drink are you talking about?
The one that you drank before you got on the elevator. Your dog must want to go sit to the bathroom. You have trash to take out. Okay, you're not though.
I swear to God. Are we doing this?
Can you back up off of me? Because if you put your hands on me, I'm going to call the police on you.
Go on the stairs.
I'm trying to go.
That was a horror movie approach right there. She had that just shit her britches walk cycle coming at her, waddling up, getting right in her face. I really half expected her to dislocate her jaw and scream for a jump scare. That was some terrifying shit. Maybe her foot really is broken. And if that's the case, I'm glad that she's continuing to put so much pressure on it to make it worse. That is fantastic news here. Incredible strategy. She mentions that she's not on medication, but I think it's time they start exploring that option because there is something that's gone untreated here. This is not normal. This is not healthy. Or maybe the lady filming is correct in that she's just been hitting the alcohol hard and she's had a couple drinks already. Or maybe she took a stupid potion with breakfast. There's really so many possible explanations, but none of them excuse any of the behavior here.
Please back up.
I'm a government.
I do not care, but if you put your hands on me, I'm going to call the police. Can you see this? Do you see this? I just want somebody to. I'm just trying to get on the elevator.
She's crazy. There's stairs.
I'm gonna call the police if you do not stop.
Stairs in
If
this
you
place.
try to barricade me, I'm going to call the police.
Yeah, that's
I'm going to call the police.
Nobody's confused on how the elevator works. We're all just confused on why you're such an insufferable little asshole here. Just get off the elevator. Just get off the elevator. Go put the trash in the fucking dumpster. Oh my god. It goes on for so long. It just goes on for such an agonizingly long time period here. It takes like half the afternoon just with this random encounter NPC. It's fucking... like, I'm getting upset for her just having to watch it. It is the most annoying video I've seen in so long.
This is bad. This is really bad. This is super fucking bad.
You're causing a disturbance. We live here. Everybody lives here.
This is bad.
I'm just trying to go home. Thank you.
You're not going in there.
Yes, I am. And if you touch me, I'm going to call the police on you.
No. You want to go war?
All right. Well, I'm calling the police now.
Stay there.
Okay. I'm going to call the police now.
It's like when you try and leave Kakiri Forest in Ocarina of Time and that guy's like preventing you, just stopping you at all times. Even when you think you have the angle and you make a run for it and he stops you yet again. That's what just happened at the end there. The lady finally abandoned her post for a brief second, but then right when the lady tries to finally get on the elevator and go home, she storms over with her broken, useless foot and says, nope, and puts the kibosh on it. For no reason, again. Again, she just really doesn't want her getting on that elevator. And there's no explanation as to why. And then she eventually takes the elevator up and we don't see her again. So I guess her objective was to go up the entire time, which she could have done from the start. Even if her objective was to get off the elevator, she could have done it from the start. None of this had to happen. This is just one of those repulsive people that love to argue and make an issue out of nothing and cause an inconvenience to everyone around them. It's fucking sad. It's just downright pathetic. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. I find it disgusting that more people aren't aware of this lawsuit that's going on right now, so I'm going to do you all a favor and take you by the hand and show you the light. You know, I'm no hero, okay, but please pat me on the back for the bravery anyway. Right now, there is a $3 billion lawsuit going on that names some of the biggest celebrities in the world. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Michael Jordan, and even Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit, many of you probably raised an eyebrow to because he's been dead for well over 10 years now, and he has just been named in a $3 billion lawsuit for conspiracy to kidnap a woman and her children. I'm sure all of you are familiar with the story of Chris Benoit. He was a damn near household name in the wrestling scene, and he ended up killing his family and killing himself. It's a horrific, tragic story, and he's been dead for a long time now. He has been decaying in the ground for a while. And the children here that are talked about in the lawsuit, from everything I've read, were not alive when Chris Benoit still inhabited this corporeal dimension. Which would mean that post-mortem, from beyond the grave, Chris Benoit's spirit would have had to been conspiring with this massive Illuminati network here to commit this kidnapping crime. Which is a bold claim. This is a lawsuit that comes from a former wrestler named Raka Khan, who alleges that there was this massive conspiracy to kidnap her and her children, and she is seeking $3 billion and named not only a ton of celebrities like individuals and pretty much every wrestler that has ever breathed over the last 100 years. I wouldn't be surprised to find Andre the Giant buried somewhere in the list of culprits. But she is also naming entire companies like Home Depot. I shit you not. Home Depot is listed as part of this conspiracy to kidnap her and her children. It is outrageous. Now, of course, I don't want to rule out the possibility that Home Depot has a seat at the New World Order, and the first order of business was to kidnap her and her children, but with the amount of people and companies listed here, it seems unrealistic. Because, like I said, it wasn't just Home Depot either. Bank of America was listed. The FBI, the entire FBI. There's all these companies apparently had skin in the game, and they're all listed now in this $3 billion lawsuit. Honestly, by the end of reading this list, I was half expecting to see my favorite breakfast restaurant listed here, which is just a mom-and-pop local restaurant. And I thought, you know what, everyone's guilty out here. But yeah, it's pretty outrageous, and I've done a bit of research now on Raka Khan, and she's unfortunately had a lot of bad things happen to her post-wrestling career, as well as even during her wrestling career. For example, she dated Kurt Angle for a while, and there was 2009 incident where like abuse was alleged, but then it was later kind of dropped. But it was very messy, very muddy and fishy. But overall, a lot has happened to her throughout her life. And in 2019, she even landed herself on the most wanted list for El Paso. It's a really wild web, and the lawsuit is pretty concerning, honestly. I went over it all on stream, so I'll just play those clips for you to give you a deeper insight into all of it. Yeah, I'll look up the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson lawsuit. Here. Someone mentioned that earlier. I forgot to look it up. It was apparently named in a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit from a former WWE wrestler. Holy shit, it's a kidnapping lawsuit. Oh, that's right, live-action Moana. Maybe he's being sued because of how horrible that fucking idea is. They're kidnapping the audience's patience. The FBI is named in the lawsuit. Wow, that's awfully ambitious. Her complaint, most of which is made up of those being sued, alleges that those named worked together in a conspiracy to kidnap her and her children. Some other names in the lawsuit are the State of Texas, the El Paso Child Protective Services, the Las Cruces, New Mexico Police Department, the NYPD, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, New York ACS, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Shirley Police Department, Sigma Phi Epsilon, Suffolk County, New York, the Bank of America, Home Depot, and even who are her children? What? Why would all of these people work together to kidnap her children? Are they like Super Saiyans? Fuck, Jesus Christ. Home Depot of all things. How did they get tossed into the mega mix? The kidnapping aisle? What happened? Apparently it's proceeded in court. That's what it said at the start. It's making waves in court. Or, making progress in court. Still has a bench warrant out for her after not appearing at a criminal trial in December 2022 in Texas, where she was to face charges of interference with child custody and aggravated kidnapping facilitate. Aggravated kidnapping facilitate. Why does that sound so grammatically incorrect? She paid the court fees, which allowed the case to move forward, but no one's been served yet. And she is currently on their wanted list. And back in 2019 was placed as the most wanted fugitive list for child custody charges by El Paso. So this sounds like very serious mental illness here. What the fuck? Oh my god, Michael Jordan's named in it too. How deep does the web go? Or how deep does the rabbit hole go? If I'm reading this right, The Rock, The Miz, Chris Benoit, Mick Foley, and others conspired to kidnap Raka Khan and her children. Chris Benoit has been dead for fucking 2 decades almost. So the ghost of Chris Benoit conspired to steal her and her children? When did she allege that this happened, this conspiracy? This is so wacky. Holy fuck. Home Depot trying to be the next Wayfair. Yeah, I guess so. This is the next storyline for the WWE. Oh man, fuck, if only the MWL could get in on this action. We'd use this lawsuit for one of our storylines in a heartbeat. This would be huge for us. But I mean, yeah, this is fucking serious delusion. Especially because she's paying a ton of money for this, clearly. She paid all of the fees in order to push this through the court system, apparently. Alright, that's a big chunk of change right down the shitter. Oh, wait, you're right. Wait, Billy Corgan is also named in here. Did she just start naming everyone in the wrestling industry from, like, all promos everywhere? Am I in here? Is the MWL named in this? Fucking Dow Jones listed on this, lawsuit? I can't find the lawsuit, but we got some super sleuths on Twitter that were immediately able to point out some some very shady business of this lawsuit, which is shocking. I mean, everything here seems watertight and sane, but they noticed that her child, that I assume she is referring to a potential kidnapping victim of this massive Illuminati conspiracy kidnapping case, was 4 years old in 2019. So that would mean Chris Benoit had already been dead and buried and literally a fucking skeleton in a coffin at this point. So when she was placed on the most wanted fugitives list, her child was 4, and that was in 2019. So Chris Benoit, he must have been like haunting the family, plotting this one. You're forgetting about potential time traveling shenanigans. I didn't even stop to consider time dilation. You're not wrong. How much is she asking for in damages? $3 billion. Yeah, you must have missed the most important part. Thanks to Resum, Nigel. You think they'll settle? Brother, if a single person listed in this lawsuit even gives this a moment of thought, I would be shocked. No, they're not going to settle for anything. Though, if they want to, they can do it in the squared circle of the Moist Wrestling League. We'll have ourselves our first lawsuit match. We should start suing people like this as a form of networking. Not wrong, Aaron. This actually might be the play. How is Michael Jordan involved if it's all wrestlers? Because it's not all wrestlers. Brother, the FBI and Home Depot are listed here, and Bank of America. It's just she also listed every wrestler ever as well. Legal Eagle on YouTube says she has a legit lawsuit. I already know, I'm just being lied to. Legal Eagle did not just cover this lawsuit. There is a 0% chance. But I'll look it up anyway. I don't know why I'm doing this. Hey. Shocking. Nothing from Legal Eagle here. What the fuck did I just read here? Home Depot was an amazing street fight wrestler. His Fampus top rope 2x4 smash. What the fuck? I feel like I know what you were going for, but everything went wrong in the sentence and made it much better. I don't know what a Fampus is, but fuck yeah. Won't this mess up The Rock's work with Disney? No, man. I don't think it will. I mean, hey, I'd actually love to be wrong about that. A live-action Moana is criminal. The movie's not even 10 years old. So if it does impede on that, then this lawsuit was worth it. But there's a 0% chance. So all citizens tests start with a Pledge of Allegiance, as do all sports games, so we're going to go into that. So you take right hand over the chest, and then... Do you guys know the pledge by heart?
No.
Alright. Just follow my lead. I pledge allegiance, to the flag,
of
the United States of America,
and
to the republic, for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With liberty and justice for all.
Liberty and justice for all.
All right, now that's pretty good. Alright, so you want to be an American, do you? Well, then why don't you name one war fought by the United States in the 1900s? Just one war.
I'm not even... let's just say World War One.
That a boy.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Alright, not bad. What is the supreme law of the land?
Oh.
Come on now. This is what we all live our lives by. It's more important than the word of God. Come on.
Can I phone a friend?
You can phone an American.
Can I phone an American?
Yes.
The Constitution.
That is correct. It is the Constitution. I've got another softball for you. That was a little too much of a brain buster. Who is the current vice president?
Oh my god, I don't even know.
Come on.
I know who the president is.
Who's the president?
Joe Biden, right?
God damn right it is. And what is Joe Biden famous for saying?
Gibberish?
All right. Oh, I'm going off book here. What's Joe Biden's favorite snack?
Oh, that's good.
That's a good one, yeah.
Anything Little Debbie.
We can accept that. Ice cream? Okay. We can't okay, 2 out of 3 then.
Shit.
This should be easy. Who vetoes bills? Oh my god. This is not looking good.
What does that even mean?
Like, he said, a bill floats on his desk, and he's like, no.
Or hers.
Or hers.
The president?
Yes! Yes! What does the judicial branch do? I don't know why I gave you that one. You couldn't even tell me the vice president.
The vice president, sure. Yep, there we go.
No. What does it do, though? What does the judicial branch do?
They judice? Judice?
I don't know if we can accept that. Define judice.
Use it in a sentence.
Use judice, please.
Wait, I don't know how to use that in a sentence. I'm taking the L on this one.
They review laws, basically.
Okay.
Some of these I just know are a lost cause. Oh, where is the Statue of Liberty?
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh my god. In the water.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
In the water where?
Outside of New York?
Woo!
Okay.
We can accept that.
There's a question mark on the end.
Yeah. What did Susan B. Anthony do?
I've never heard that name in my life.
You fucking swine. She fought for women's rights.
Okay. Shout out Susan.
This one, I think you can get this one. During the Cold War, what was the main concern of the United States? We're still afraid of it to this day.
What is that? Dude. The main concern of the Cold War.
Yeah.
We're still afraid of it to this day.
Mm-hmm. It's like our boogeyman. You've heard it. You've heard this word before.
Like, what are you saying?
You know how America is a democracy.
Yeah.
The way God intended. Well, what does the devil want?
You're giving me way too much credit here.
It's
I don't know.
It's communism, brother.
Okay.
It's communism. How many questions is that? Was that? We'll do. What is the capital of the United States?
Oh my God.
You know it. You know it.
Why do I know it?
Brother, dig deep. Where did the aliens attack in Independence Day? Did you watch Independence Day?
Yeah. What is Independence Day?
Okay, actually, yes. That's question number 99. When do we celebrate Independence Day?
I want to say July 4th so bad.
That's that, oh boy! Welcome to America!
Yes.
Well, hey, welcome to America. I've got some brain busters for you. I'll start it off pretty easy. What is freedom of religion?
That is a very ominous question.
What's freedom of religion?
The freedom to practice any religion.
That is correct. Wow, okay.
100%.
Flew through that one. What does the Constitution do?
Can I phone an American?
Yeah, you can phone an American if you'd like.
Yep.
The Constitution's really getting you out of your seat.
It gives us the supreme law of the land.
Kind of.
Stumped you.
It's like, because it's kind of right, it sets up the government. It literally...
The first question says, what gives us the supreme law of the land? The Constitution.
All you did was just take question 1 and say that this is what it does.
It's their own answer.
I'll accept it, I guess. Just because I like your, shirt.
Thanks.
2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2. Who is the commander-in-chief of the military?
No idea.
Well, you know who he is. You know him. It's the president.
Ah.
Yeah, it's the president.
Okay.
The House of Representatives has how many voting members?
11.
435.
I was like, wow, he knew that.
Yeah. That was unfair. 2 for 4. I'll stop giving you the AP level exam questions. What do we show loyalty to when we say the Pledge of Allegiance? That beautiful sermon I walked you through. What do we pledge allegiance to?
The flag.
Yes. That is correct. Who is the vice president?
No. Oh. I have no clue.
All right, 3 for 6. I'm not giving that answer away. One of you is going to get this eventually, but don't cheat. How old do citizens have to be to vote for president?
18.
Yes, yes, yep. 4 for 7, yeah. So we're getting down to the wire here. You're going to need a heater, so I'll give you a good one. Who was the first president?
Oh.
Yeah, he was in Fairly Odd Parents, too.
He had to chop wood.
He had to chop wood because he had wood teeth. He is on Currency. There was a viral YouTube video that used his name. You know, I'll even give you his last name.
George Washington?
Yes!
Okay.
Oh, he didn't even need the hint. All right, you need 1 out of the next 2 here. Name one problem that led to the Civil War. There was a real big problem.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Just what's something that would really get under your skin?
Someone wasn't very nice to me.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a...
Now let's expand
lock it
that.
in.
Who, like what? Let's broaden the scope. On a nationwide scale, people weren't nice, and it was called something. Not one of the problems that led to the Civil War, but like specific. It's slavery, man. It was slavery. No. I want to make sure you're not racist. What did Martin Luther King do? MLK Jr., baby.
He fought for black rights?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you are. Yeah. Welcome to America, friend.
Thank you.
the God's country. So you want to be an American, huh? Well, why don't you tell me what we call the first 10 amendments of the Constitution? Well, what do you think we call it?
Laws.
We do call it that.
It's like that's pretty good.
Is that one for one?
No, we can't accept that.
It's close, so you get a hint. It has 3 words.
Yeah, it's 3 words. Schoolhouse Rock has a whole song about it. I'm just up, yeah, I'm only up, and I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill.
It's not making it any easier. It's putting more pressure on me, bro.
Just choose a word that rhymes with Hill at this point. It's Bill. Bill of Rights.
That'd do it.
Yeah. Who is the vice president?
Fuck.
Someone's got to get this.
Can you search it on Google for me real quick?
No, we can't cheat.
Also, you get one. You can ask Matt.
Yeah.
One
You can phone an American if you want to
I want
use
to
it.
see if Empty can get it though. Nah, I'll pass.
All right, 0 for 2 is a rough start. Here, this is such a freebie. Just name one branch of the government.
Judicial branch.
Yes, yes. 1 for 3. There she goes.
Thank God I heard that one before.
How many years? Or we elect a president for how many years?
4.
Yep. Okay. Easy. Who signs bills to become laws?
The president?
Yeah, there we go.
Who is it? We got the spirit of George Washington in here today.
Jesus.
God damn.
I think that's what 3 for 5 now.
That's 3 for 5. Yeah, that's a streak. This is such a stupid question. What does the president's cabinet do? Just what do you think they do?
Are they like his assistants or?
And what does an assistant do?
Like, get him coffee?
We can accept that. They just advise him. Yeah, they just advise him. No shot you get this, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Fuck.
What is the highest court in the United States?
The Supreme Court?
Oh, wait a minute. I didn't realize we had a superstar. Okay.
You don't have to.
I mean, brother didn't even know vice president or Bill of Rights. I counted him out.
He skipped first grade and went straight to college.
True. When is the last day you can send in federal income tax forms? You want to phone in America? Oh, Matt, you're so fun.
Here, you're getting a different
Oh, you can choose your American?
This is her job. This is what she does.
Imagine Peyton gets it wrong, we have to fire her.
April 15th.
It is April 15th.
That's 6.
That's 5, I think. So you got one more. I didn't even consider the American phone a friend curveball. Okay, I'm going to ask you for another specific date if you don't mind, big shot. When was the Constitution written?
April 15th.
I'll just let that go. Of what year?
It starts with a 1.
Yes, it does.
Then it goes 9.
No, you're
8.
out. Nope.
7.
Yep.
1764.
No, it wasn't bad. 1787. This is one if you can't answer this one, this is going to actually be very offensive. What major event happened on September 11th, 2001? 9/11.
9/11.
What was it?
Oh, you know.
We can accept that. It was we can take that. Yeah.
America.
Welcome to the country. You're one of us now.
America. There we go.
I'll find it eventually. Hey, welcome to the country. This is where Jesus was born. So you want to come here, huh? Well, then why don't you tell me the idea of self-government in the first 3 words in the Constitution, huh? What are the 3 words? Have you heard of the Schoolhouse Rock? It goes, blank the blank, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare ends.
So yeah, those first 3.
Yeah, first 3 words of that song. You guys got to study up on Schoolhouse Rock.
I'm gonna have to pass. I've got no idea.
It was We the People.
I was not getting that.
Jesus Christ. All right. Who is in charge of the executive branch?
President?
Yeah, wow, that was confident. Yeah, that was good. I actually thought that was going to be for sure a dud. Nice work. Who signs bills to become laws?
President?
Goddamn right he does. Yeah, goddamn right he does. Yeah, who is the vice
I'm
president?
gonna have to call an American.
That was a smart use of it until Matt gets it wrong.
Kamala Harris?
That is correct. It's about time someone finally understands our country. Okay.
You all start out really strong.
Yeah. Well, that's when I get to the brain busters like this. What are the two major political parties in the United States?
Democratic and Republic.
Nice.
Okay. Let's see. What do we got here? You're kind of an exceptional student of the American culture. I'm gonna have to get something big for you. Why did the colonists fight the British?
I have no idea.
It was mainly high taxes. Yeah. Starting to flounder a little bit. Bring it back with this one. Who wrote the Declaration of Independence?
President?
Which one?
George Washington?
No. That was Thomas Jefferson. Let's bring this back to where I think you got a fighting chance. And by that I mean I'm giving you one I know you don't have a fighting chance. Just real quick. What territory did the United States buy from France in 1803? You got to know about 1803.
Florida?
No, Louisiana. Idiot. I don't think anyone says it is, no. What ocean is on the east coast of the United States?
Okay, it's bad.
You only got a couple oceans to choose from.
All of the oceans?
I don't think I can.
Can you name the two big ones?
No.
Can you name any of them?
I'll put on the spot. I've blanked completely.
Just name an ocean.
I feel like I'm gonna say one. It's just not gonna be an ocean.
Just run it.
What's Indiana Ocean? Is that Indian Ocean? Yeah, Indian Ocean.
It's not the right one, but it is an ocean.
Yeah, no, I've completely blanked.
It was the Atlantic for the East Coast.
And now that I hear it, yep.
Why does the flag have 50 stars?
Because for every state.
Yes, that is correct. This is the last question. All right. Who is the father of our country? The father.
That is actually a question on that.
Yep. Who is the father of our country? Yeah, it's question number 69.
George Washington?
It is George Washington. Welcome to America.
Wow. Happy to be here.
All right, welcome. Now that you've tortured our Australian friends, it's your turn to be in the hot seat. All right, let's see. Rights and responsibilities. We're going to start slow, but still tough. Who was the president during World War I?
Eisenhower.
No.
You sure?
You want another guess?
Give me a second.
Yeah, think it through.
Oh, it was Roosevelt.
Woodrow Wilson. It's all right. You're warming up. How many amendments? Do you know this one already? Did you read this one?
Well, there's only...
How many amendments does the Constitution have?
Oh, it's 10. It's because it's the Bill of Rights. Or is it 13?
Not that either.
Really?
27.
Oh, that was. Oh, I thought it was like the only 10.
27.
Oh yeah, I forget. That was a big moment. I remember that.
We are starting off slow.
These are hard.
What stops one branch of government from becoming too powerful? You got this one.
Oh, checks and balances.
Checks and balances, baby. There we go. Whew. All right. What is the economic system in the United States? I will accept one of two answers.
The economic system, huh?
That's really vague.
That is so fucking vague.
You should know it. Just really think. I don't know how to...
You just mean like really vague.
Yeah, like we are a blank economy.
Yeah, okay.
A capitalist economy?
There you go.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
That was very
Yeah, that's so broad.
You got it. You got it. How many U.S. senators are there? I would not get this one right, for sure.
I'd like to phone an Australian.
Who wants to
You can phone Australia.
Yeah,
all three of you can come over.
All of you go in between them on the far side.
How many U.S. senators? So we're looking at double digits at least. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking 11.
Is everyone in Australia thinking 11?
More than 10.
11.
No, it is 100.
Close. So close.
Close.
Hey, great try, guys. you did a good job.
Awesome.
All right, good golly, Miss Molly, I got one for you. What month do we vote for the president in?
November.
That a boy.
Are you keeping score, Matt?
Nope.
Are you keeping score, Charlie?
Nope.
Okay.
What is one responsibility that is only for United citizens? You're not a citizen. You don't have this responsibility. One I would say on this is optional, and the other is non-optional.
Yeah, like the only thing that's non-optional is taxing, right? Because
That would have been one of my guesses.
Yeah, because I feel you.
This is more something you partake in.
Oh.
I'll agree. It's too ambiguous. Whoever wrote these are like trying to stump people.
Something that you like. So you as an American citizen have the right to take in.
Yep, a God-fearing American
Not only a right,
citizen.
a responsibility.
You have a
Yeah.
responsibility to do these two
Your
things.
civic duty.
Yeah.
Serve
On.
in the armed forces.
Have you ever been called to the armed forces?
Oh, I didn't know the second
Yeah.
one. Okay.
Serve on a jury.
Oh yeah.
Or vote in a federal election.
Oh, voting I should have easily gotten.
Yeah.
I guess.
You gotta go 100%.
Yeah, I guess I just wasn't even thinking
All right.
big picture enough.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 answers to this. What is one promise you make when you become a United States citizen?
A promise?
I'll go pretty loosey-goosey on this and accept what you're throwing out.
That you'll pay taxes at some point.
Let's see. Let me just make sure. All right. Yeah. Do you want? No. All right. Try again.
I'll phone an American. Chelsea, what's a promise you make as it's American citizen? I won't lie, steal, cheat, murder.
To uphold the Constitution and the
That's
law
what I
of
would
the
have
land.
said. I know that's what the president
Which is like-
pledges. I don't know if that's what
Yeah,
citizens pledge.
but I feel like that's
I'm
also
going to give you this because one of the choices is obey the laws of the United States, which
is
is
literally-
taxes and no murder
yeah.
and all of that. The answers are give up loyalty to other countries.
Oh, yeah.
Keep that in mind, boys.
Yeah, you're not Australian anymore.
Defend
you
the
can't like it.
Constitution, obey the laws, serve in the U.S. military if needed,
That was close.
serve the nation if needed, and be loyal to the United States.
Interesting. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Whew. There were 13 original states.
13 original colonies.
Name
Shout 'em,
3.
scout 'em, tell all about 'em. One by one till you're giving us name to every state in the USA.
All right, name 3 of the originals.
I only speak in nursery rhymes.
The creative It is crazy how much we remember in song.
Well, one of them's got to be Washington.
One of the 13.
Are you saying Washington or Washington, D.C.?
Well, what do you mean?
There's a Washington.
I know there's a
in the
Washington and
United
Washington, D.C. Let's just all encompass it. Well, it won't be D.C.
States. You're putting them on, but well, yeah.
I'm wrong on both?
Yeah.
What the fuck? What were the...
All right, you're getting
I'll
frazzled.
give you a hint. Think of the eastern United States.
Yeah, we moved east to west,
Yeah, Manifest Destiny.
and we
Where were the first states that we settled?
think the Rock. Think not like on the Rock, but like the Rock.
Plymouth Rock.
Yeah, where's Plymouth Rock at? Which
I don't
state?
remember where Plymouth Rock is. My brain's going to places that I think are just too far east.
Give me some like old-timey places. You know, they may have,
Like Virginia.
and you know, they may have put like poop vents in their streets or something like that.
No way New York was one of the
New
original
York.
colonies. How is
New
that one of the
York.
original colonies? That doesn't make any sense. That means
I'm giving you that
that
one.
means Mississippi's one of them too?
That is incorrect.
Damn. Yeah, that didn't
You
make any
fought
sense
me
to
on giving you the right answer.
Because, I mean, what's next? You're going to tell me Pennsylvania was one of them?
Woo!
What are you talking about?
Would you like to hear the whole list?
No.
Okay.
He wants to stay in the dark.
All right.
I don't care about them.
All right, let's finish off with one I think you'll get. You and Nick Cage love this.
Oh, is that right? The Declaration of Independence, when was it signed?
No.
1776.
No. What are 2 rights in the Declaration of Independence?
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Goddamn right. It's great to keep you here.
I'm glad to stay.
I ain't leaving.
I ain't fucking leaving.
The most expensive game ever put up for sale is a game that you have never heard of. I am almost 100% certain of it. It's a game that does actually exist. It's not just make-believe, phony baloney nonsense. It is a real game, and it is a game that has been played by at least 16 people. And it's a game called Spooky Men, and it retails for $100,000 on Steam. Or at least it used to. But the developer must have realized the power and the beauty of Spooky Men and came to the conclusion that any sane person would. That he was actually underselling the game. The price didn't match the quality. He needed to charge more for it. This is Spooky Men we're talking about, for heaven's sake. Like, heavens to Betsy, it's Spooky Men. He was basically giving it away for free with a $100,000 price tag. So, he made the logical decision. He eventually cranked up the price of Spooky Men to $1 million to buy it. At $1 million for a video game, that shit better be coming with the goddamn One Piece. Like, that has to have some crazy treasure that's gonna change my life. If I don't fire up Spooky Men and instantly get taller, more attractive, and with a fuller beard, then what's the point? It's basically a scam. 1 million clams, these Spooky Men better come out of my computer screen and actually suck my cock. As advertised, these men are spooky. Let's go ahead and check the description of what it's about. You know, maybe it really is worth the price of admission here. Spooky Men is an online 1 to 8 player cooperative survival horror game. Complete tasks and exorcise the malevolent demon. Use your wits to distract the ghost and survive its attacks as you explore the haunted property. Can you make it out alive? Finally, an innovative horror game complete with everything you'll ever need. Really, you know, you pay $1 million for Spooky Men and you will literally never need another video game in your life. This has it all. Demons, ghosts, exorcisms, 1 to 8 player cooperative survival horror experience. It's got it all. What else could you possibly want in life? You know what? Actually, I know the answer to that question. I know what else you want in life. You want a better PC. Well, I've got you covered. Because Starforge is doing a huge site-wide sale starting from today, August 8th, and going until tomorrow, August 9th at midnight, with prices up to $150 off. Starforge has the best PCs in the universe, and today's our anniversary, so we're celebrating by doing this big sale here. Of course, every PC comes with a 2-year full parts and labor warranty, and tons of options to choose from, all catered to what your needs are. So definitely go to starforgesystems.com if you want to get yourself a new, great PC. Now, some of you might be there scratching at your chin, really flexing your noodle, trying to process, what makes Spooky Men so special? And the answer is nothing. Nothing at all. This seems to be just another low-effort, asset flip, piece of shit horror game that is a dime a dozen on Steam. When dumpster diving on Steam, I've played a million games that look just like this. So why are they charging $100,000 or up to $1 million at one point? What is the purpose? Well, I actually had a theory that I speculated on stream, and many of you may have noticed that there's 16 reviews here, so you might be thinking that the developer made $1.6 million selling this piece of shit, but I think there's a lot more at play here. It's a lot deeper of a rabbit hole than that. I don't believe anyone actually paid $100,000 for this, except for this guy right here who just said, I'm rich. This patriot, this absolute madman, may have actually dumped $100K on this bad boy here, because this review was posted when it was still listed at $100K, so there is a chance that he did. So I think there is a chance this dude might have just actually fucking dumped his life savings on Spooky Men for the sake of a meme review, which maybe even prompted the developer to increase it to $1 million, because he's like, holy shit, I'm actually getting some fish here at $100K, what about $1 million? But yeah, I actually do think there is a real explanation here, and full disclosure, if you check the game right now, he lowered the price to $200, which is still an outrageous fucking price for a garbage, throwaway, rancid pile of puke. Like, it's still, you've got some gall, the chutzpah, yeah, the hair on that sack, to charge with a smile on your face $200 for Spooky Men is still absurd. But anyway, let me go ahead and explain why I think it was listed at $100K and $1 million at one point. What the fuck, there is actually a $100,000 Steam game called Spooky Men. 16 people bought this game. I don't know. Oh, it looks like it at one point cost 59 cents. And they changed it to $100,000. Maybe they changed it to this because they couldn't take it off Steam, so they just put it at a price no one could pay for. That's probably what happened then. That is a spooky man, though. Buy it. I'm definitely not doing that. I really do wonder what would happen, though, if I bought this for $100,000 and then issued a Steam refund and said I want it all in store credit. Could they process a $100,000 store credit refund? What are the limits here? Because you can charge fucking anything for games on Steam. Theory will only take you too far, will only take you so far. I'm not doing it. I'm just saying. It is wacky to think about. Because very clearly this is not worth $100,000. It shouldn't even be an option to charge this fucking much on Steam. But Steam doesn't give a shit, so. Buy it, beat it in 10 minutes, refund, say this is ridiculous, I can't believe I paid $100,000 for this, I chose this over a car payment, or a house payment. I want my refund. They'd have to give me the refund because I'm well within my right. Out 100k, but you also gain 100k in store credit. Yeah, that would literally last me an entire lifetime with Steam. I would never need to use credit card or anything on Steam ever again. I just always have fucking store credit. How much do you think every single game on Steam would cost altogether? Isn't there a site that has the answer to that? Oh, yeah, there is. How much does it cost to buy all the Steam games? Ever wonder how much it costs to buy all games from Steam? Well, at the moment it costs $980,000. How many fake high prices, though? Oh, true. Since this was updated 3 hours ago, it's absolutely going to be taking this $100,000 price tag into account, won't it? Yes, this is going to be highly inflated with games like this. This and Destiny 2 make up 90%. You know, the game used to be 59 cents, and then he cranked it to 100 grand, and like I said, I'm pretty sure the reason is the game's shitty. The game is probably really bad. And he doesn't want people to buy it until it's done because it's still in early access. But he also doesn't want to take it down either because then it'll be another $100 to put it back up. It's $100 to add a game. It used to be. There's a fee to post games on Steam. There used to be. And it used to be $100. I think that's still the case, right? They didn't get rid of that. They didn't waive the fee. I tried looking for the developer's Twitter or something like that in order to see if they've made a statement about the price anywhere or anything. But I haven't found anything from them, so I can only continue to speculate, but I think I've pinned the tail on the donkey here. I think the reason for the price being up to like 100k and $1 million and shit like that was to put it out of people's price range so no one would accidentally buy it, so it meant that he could work on the game without fear of someone buying the game and being mean to him about it or something, maybe. It's basically a way of making sure nobody can buy it. Because no one's going to pay 100k for it, right? That's not exactly a cheap, affordable price someone's just going to drop all willy-nilly. So I think that was probably the goal, but now he's dropped the price to 200, and now I think the goal is really out of greed, because this did get a lot of publicity. There were quite a few articles written about it and people joking about it on Twitter, so I think what must have happened is he was tipped off about all of this new publicity that he was finding, and he thought, okay, well, what if I bring the price way down? Maybe some people will buy it for the meme. And he's probably right. I do imagine there are a couple of people that probably spent $200 for Spooky Min in the couple of days that he's had it there now, at that price. Which would, of course, be a very reckless waste of money, but that shit does happen from time to time. I myself am guilty as being someone who dumped $200 twice now on absolute repulsive garbage for the sake of a meme, a little goof with it. Of course, you can always refund it, right? Like, no one's actually going to buy this game and not refund it. But even still, it's still just is so embarrassing to do that. I can't help but be a little bit regretful that I spent $200 on something like, you know, Super Fight or whatever. So I'm not doing it again. I'm not spending $200 on Spooky Min, of course. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I've never seen a game priced this high. Even though I always knew you theoretically could on Steam, I would still just like to think that there's some kind of safeguard in place to prevent a developer from doing this kind of shit. Like, there's no reason you should ever be able to have your price go up to $100,000 or $1 million. Like, I don't see that ever being utilized. I don't think it ever should be utilized. Nothing should be that expensive on Steam. But yeah, I just thought this was still pretty interesting. That's about it. So yeah. There's an expression, you're only as old as you feel. And I gotta tell you, I'm feeling octogenarian recently. The biggest content online undoubtedly has been like TikTok-style content, like short, bite-sized pieces of either trends, challenges, or goofy dances, all of which I'm not really a fan of and I don't really understand. Nowadays, a lot of headlines leave me scratching my head, trying to even decipher if what I even read was English or even a human language to begin with. I swear to God, there's just like a new thing every day that it goes right over my head and makes no sense to me. Like, did you squeeb today? Turns out 9 out of 10 millennials don't even know how to glorb. Don't be a lame-o. Well, lame-o I understand, but all the other words in there, it sounds like it's out of a fucking Rick and Morty sketch. Like, I don't get it. So, like, I have to, like, research things that are popular these days in order to, like, not feel completely left out and in the dark. I'm actually starting to feel what it was like to be a parent during the rise of the internet, and your kid's, like, telling you, you know, trendy things going on online, such as, like, 4chan with pools closed due to AIDS, and you don't know what the fuck they're talking about, like, what's Habbo Hotel, what's going on? I'm reaching that point. But, long-winded explanation to come to what I actually want to talk about today. There was something I really didn't understand a few days ago that blew up on Twitter with Skibidi Toilet. That made no sense to me. I didn't know what that was. It sounded like some kind of like bootleg toilet or something. But apparently it was is a huge YouTube trend, a huge branch of YouTube content. So I looked into it, and it's a series of Gmod shitposts that are getting like 20 million views a day per video. The channel DaFuck Boom is a classic like Gmod shitposter, and over the last month he has gained over 2.9 billion views, over 7.2 million subs, and every month now for the last couple months is getting at least 2 billion views. He is blowing up all because of Skibidi Toilet. And that's the gift that keeps on giving, because everyone's suckling from that milky bosom of Skibidi Toilet, because anyone that's even making content around Skibidi Toilet, such as like, here's what you didn't understand about Skibidi Toilet number 33, hidden moments of Skibidi Toilet number 41, is this the end of Skibidi Toilet Cameraman in episode 42? Like, all kinds of like speculative like game theory Skibidi Toilet videos are also getting tens of millions of views every day. This is probably the biggest branch of content I've seen since Minecraft first blew up, and maybe even bigger than Roblox. Like, it's crazy how huge Skibidi Toilet is. It's got the Midas touch. If you just put that in your title, you're guaranteed success. So I went over it a little bit more on stream for anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about, but I imagine most of you have heard it by now. It is big with children. It's content that is primarily being consumed by the younger generation, which is why a lot of people, you know, around our age here in the retirement home haven't heard of Skibidi Toilet, but I want to put it on the front of your radar, because for the first time in a long time, this is popular content geared towards younger viewers that I actually feel isn't dog shit, whereas most of them I think is just actual trash. This one I think is pretty entertaining. I still didn't watch the latest Skibidi Toilet, I can't wait. That's just wild that that's a sentence I comprehend now. I was completely oblivious to this, and this is one of like the biggest phenomenons I've ever seen on YouTube. So I really wanted to talk about this because I think it was 2 days ago I saw a post on Twitter saying, I bet if you're over the age of 16 you've never even heard of this, and it was Skibidi Toilet. And I thought it was one of those memes where it's like, oh, you're so old you probably don't even know what Baby Gronk rizzes up Livy Dunn becoming the new Drip King even means. These words don't have meaning to you, I bet. And I thought it was just going to be fake. But no, it turns out this Skibidi Toilet thing is unbelievably massive. Like, super huge. Look at these views. 21 hours ago, 14 million. And what's crazy is I recognize this channel from a long time ago. They struck gold with Skibidi Toilet. Every episode, well over 20 million views, pretty much. Like, it's unreal. And it's It's the gift that gives to the whole community. Like, you got the whole middle school lunch table spitting milk out of their nose with it. So all of these YouTube shorts are like digging into the lore. So they're like, it's actually the deepest lore ever. This is on par with, you know, some of Tolkien's best work. I've never seen such a such a lexicon of knowledge here, a cornucopia of little hidden Easter eggs. Like, it's mind-boggling how big this is. Like, they're putting it on the same level of, like, Game of Thrones, or rather, Song of Fire and Ice, I suppose, like, when it comes to lore. So I got deep into this Skibidi toilet rabbit hole. It's so... Like, I'm actually happy that this is what's popular, though. I don't want to make it seem like I'm shitting on it, because this is actually reminiscent of what a lot of us in early YouTube grew up with as well. Someone made a great point on Twitter that no matter how much the internet changes, no matter how much humanity evolves, somehow there's something embedded deep in our DNA that has us gravitate towards Gmod content. Because this is just like old YouTube poops, this is just like old Gmod shit posts, and it's huge, all the same. So I am actually, like, this is the first time in a long time where I've been happy that something that I was completely oblivious to that's big with children, I think is actually good content. Like, Skibidi Toilet, I think, is fine. Like, it is very reminiscent of, like, old YouTube poop culture and all of that. So it's cool. It's like getting back to the grassroots. The world is resetting. Maybe finally the internet's beginning to heal. Because again, like, look at this. Like, just scrolling down a second. Skibidi Toilet, 48 secrets. And there's like 1,000 of these videos. Like, anything that even has Skibidi Toilet in it is an actual glitch in the YouTube ecosystem that guarantees you at least 1 million views. Anything Skibidi Toilet. It's a cheat code right now. Like, look at this. Skibidi Toilet origin story. Like, they have been blessed with Skibidi Toilet. What the fuck is this? Play one of the videos? I don't know if I can. I think it's copyrighted music. But it uses basically that old viral TikTok song. It's like this generation's fucking Crazy Frog. Fine, I'll play it real quick. Here, let me do like one of the first ones. Probably this one would be the best one. So this. It uses that, and then it does like a bunch of wacky things, and it evolves and grew into like a giant fucking war between Skibidi Toilet, the cameraman, Mr. Ass Blast or some shit. I don't know. It's got like layers to the narrative now, all stemming from that. It's literally old Gmod shitpost content, but blowing up in 2023. 2023 years after the death of our Lord, and we are still appreciating Gmod content. I just find that to be poetic and wholesome almost. Our species peaked with good shitposts. Why move from that? We did. For a while, we were straying from the light of God with like TikTok garbage content, like dumb challenges and dumb dances. But now, Skibidi Toilet's the new hotness. We're back. I'm gonna be honest, I think we're starting to get back to where it all began. We've got Skibidi Toilet, which is fucking huge. Gmod shitpost classics. And now we had that guy naring his butthole, like bare asshole. Fucking 30 million views on that. We're coming back. We're like, a flip has switched somewhere along the space-time continuum, maybe after we discovered all those gravitational waves. But things are starting to fall into place again. It's feeling pretty good. How long till MySpace profile songs make a comeback? Oh, I'm telling you, give it 3 months. I bet Threads is going to make a thing where you can make a song autoplay on your Threads profile. I feel like we're like going back in YouTube or in internet history. Give it a couple months. And then you'll be able to do your top 8s again on Threads, where you can organize your top 8 follower friends on your homepage or some shit. What was your MySpace account name? It was just my name, Charlie. I had a website, a Pixo website. I've talked about this before. It was coldflames.pixo.com, where I used to talk a little bit about RuneScape, but I also posted a lot of like music on there from bands I liked, and unfortunately at the time my favorite band was Lost Prophets. So I had like Last Train Home or something playing on the homepage, and then I had an entire section dedicated to Rooftops from Lost Prophets. And then it turns out that the lead singer of that was one of the biggest pedophiles in the music industry's history. So that website didn't age very well. When was the last time you heard about the metaverse outside of it being the punchline to a joke? It's a complete disaster, an all-around failure that only exists to be point and laughed at, ridiculed and insulted. But it really is the comedic gift that just keeps on giving. It's kind of like the Morbius of technology, where certain companies are being gaslit into thinking that it's popular and a worthwhile investment. So every now and then you have these delusional suits that try and make the metaverse work, and try and capitalize off it and monetize it for their own company. And that's what just happened, where they tried to have a fashion week in the metaverse, but nobody showed up, and it was a just downright catastrophe. Luckily, CNN just ran a story on it, so we get to see exactly what it looked like, and holy shit, it actually looks like something out of Transformers Beast Wars from the late 90s. It is repulsive. It is so awful to look at, and they're huffing this copium that it was like a success, and that the only reason it wasn't more popular is because not a lot of people have adopted the technology yet. It's too cutting edge. Our simpleton minds can't really grasp the magnitude of this technology. That's why it's not catching on like wildfire.
Bold, bespoke, and entirely digital. This is high fashion that you can't touch. Fashion Week in the metaverse as brands turn to the internet for haute couture's new horizon.
This shit looks like a fan-made event in Second Life, but this is haute couture's Fashion Week. Hopefully I didn't butcher the pronunciation of the high fashion brand, but I swear to God, the costume contests in City of Heroes back in 2005 looked better than this. And also, you can see the attendees there, all 4 of them. That's the whole crowd. To look at the avatars walk through and then emote. It's so shitty. Like, even worse than I would have imagined it. This seems like they threw it together in 5 minutes and tried to capitalize off of some kind of like metaverse hype that is completely non-existent. There hasn't been hype in the metaverse for quite a long time now. Even the parent company is trying to kind of like bury the metaverse and focus more on AI these days. It's just so sad and pathetic.
We change how we dress for different things, right? It's the same in the metaverse, and it's the same in social media. We dress differently to represent these things. These are the armors of our life.
Last year, participants bought 7,000 wearables for their avatars, averaging around $10 per sale.
I love how they're not even bothering to do the bare minimum of the fashion in-game. It's the fucking digital landscape. You can make anything happen there. You can have fucking 5 laser titties on the dresses going fucking wild if you wanted to, but instead they're just making boring, normal dresses. Like, take a page out of Left 4 Dead Modders playbook where you can have, like, Shrek teaming up with 5 T-Rexes or something and then have them walk across the metaverse runway. Like, they're just barely doing anything at all in there, calling it the armors of their life, which is super cringe. So they sold a few thousand wearables, and I guarantee every customer right now is spitting and shitting in rage at how worthless of an investment that was. Luckily at $10 each, it wasn't life-ruining unless you bought a ton of them, which hopefully no weirdos thought was a good idea. But yeah, I guarantee all those wearables have done nothing but collect dust and have seen no use at all.
An e-outfit can easily cost as much as a real-world dress, even if it's still far less than the price of haute couture. But this year, unique visitors and sales were down nearly 50%.
That's probably being generous. It's probably a lot more than 50%. There is nobody left in the metaverse. That shit looks like the Fallout 3 wasteland. Like, there is absolutely no signs of life in the metaverse anymore. It is completely flatlined. I also love how, even in this segment here, they can't get the fucking thing to run at more than 3 frames per second. It looks like they're playing the metaverse on the Nintendo Switch right now. Like, they can't even bother to get it to be a smooth video here to showcase the haute couture fashion.
Organisers blamed the lackluster turnout on the relative newness of this online world. In only its second iteration, the virtual event faced criticism about its user experience, its value, and whether digital fashion is really necessary.
I'll go ahead and quickly rapid fire answer all of those questions for this soulless, stupid company here. There is no value. It's completely worthless. It's not relatively new. This actually looks like something out of Roblox, but significantly worse and runs far worse at fucking 2 frames per second. And then that final wacky question and criticism about if digital fashion is even necessary, the answer is a resounding no. To extend that topic to a broader point, there is obviously a place in the digital landscape for cosmetics. Take, for example, CSGO skins. I always use this as an example. The skins are purely cosmetic. They are there. They are expensive because they look cool and they are rare. But they're part of a larger ecosystem. They're part of a game, an incredible, timeless game. So when you're playing that game and you have these cosmetics you spend a lot of time opening cases for, or if you saved up and bought on the marketplace, you can use them. You get value out of them for your own user experience. However, in Haute Couture's runway wasteland, you get nothing. You buy a fucking dress, then what? You can't do anything with it. It's not a game. There's nothing to do with it. You are actually just flushing money down a toilet. That's it. Except it's far less embarrassing to just flush money down a toilet as opposed to spend it on a fucking worthless Victorian-era dress in a dead game, in a dead universe.
Even Mark Zuckerberg's Meta has recently shifted its attention from virtual social spaces to artificial intelligence. But some brands and content creators are continuing to experiment regardless, alongside some of fashion's biggest names.
I don't know what content creators are doubling down on the metaverse. Even the ones that were really on board with it initially are no longer. At least not from what I've seen, but maybe I'm completely ignorant to a blossoming community of metaverse fashion enthusiasts somewhere out there. But even still, there's clearly not that many of them, considering what a flop the fashion week was in the metaverse.
I think it's about bringing some utility to what they have been creating in the crypto virtual space. So for example, BNG, they are not presenting their own creations, they are presenting the result of a creators competition. So I think it's like really reversing the discussion about, okay, what you guys are creating, how we can take that as our food for creativity.
So you're making furry fashion here with this showcase. This is the opposite of utility. It's the absence of utility. It's actual just greed to make a fast buck off people that are buying into this fantasy of the metaverse being popular or the future. They're basically just trying to capitalize on fear of missing out, constantly driving home the idea like it's really new and it's really early, you might want to get in here and get some of these cat dresses or whatever the fuck all of that was. Space cat line. I have no fucking clue. It's all literally just there to be a predatory monetization model for an idea that didn't pan out.
So I think everybody became more comfortable saying, well, maybe this is the way we communicate. So definitely from a customer adoption, we saw that. People trying on filters, be more comfortable, testing NFTs.
This poor lady's brain must be trapped in some kind of time dilation. She's perpetually locked mentally in 2021. She just dropped NFTs unironically in a positive light. Like, it has nothing to do with people being comfortable in the metaverse or wanting NFTs. NFTs are pretty dead and buried for the most part as well. That whole trend is 6 feet under for the most part. The metaverse has already come and gone, and it never even came in the first place. It never even got there. Like, there isn't this world, this ecosystem that she thinks there is there. Clearly. Like, they didn't have incredible sales off rip, and then they experienced a 50% drop at least in the following year. Like, that should be a very clear sign that this was not the direction the industry or humanity is going right now.
For designers too, more at home working with silks than lines of code, it's been a new arena, some reimagining old designs digitally.
One of the things that we were encountered with was that the train, for example, couldn't be longer than proportionately four or 5 feet or something like this. And that's the dress right behind us being brought out.
The story then interviews some of the fashion designers who have taken the plunge into the hellscape of the metaverse. Some of them are taking old designs and pumping them into the metaverse, and then some of them are making designs in the metaverse and then trying to recreate them in the real world. Either way, it's still fucking worthless. Like, the metaverse dresses and all of that, they don't have any value because there's no game, there's no anything to do with it. There's no world there. There's nothing. So it's just completely pointless.
Powered by blockchain technologies, metaverse fashion in spaces like Decentraland still require a huge amount of energy to run. Neither will the metaverse slightly eradicate our demand for fast fashion, but some hope it will bring about positive change.
This is just a horrifying segment here. Not only does the game look like a PowerPoint moving in like an actual flipbook speed, but it is just horrifying to look at. If someone recreated me in the metaverse and I looked like that, I'd be shaking my fist in anger and researching how to send a cease and desist notice. Because, good lord, that is criminal how fucking unappealing the game looks. I don't even know how you make a game run this shitty or look this bad in the modern age. That takes a special level of incompetence.
I think that it will become a space where people will be able to buy and wear clothes that they may not be able to afford in real life, and I think that's one way of bringing our fashion to the masses.
I've heard that sentiment a few times from a few different places. I just don't see that happening because, again, you don't have anything there besides just buying that dress and having no reason to ever equip it or any use for it, because there is, at its core, no game and no world and no people. So what is the point in spending the money on that dress? If it's a lower price point than the real world equivalent, it doesn't matter when there's nothing to use the dress for. The reason people buy the expensive dresses in the real world is a status symbol for their friends or people in public and people around them. Like, they buy those items because they want to be seen in those items. Whereas in this game, no one will ever see it, thus why would anyone ever want to purchase them? The whole thing is so nonsensical. It's once again just desperate clinging to this idea that the metaverse isn't dog shit. But unfortunately, the reality is it's very shitty, and there is no value in the metaverse currently. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I saw the story today on Twitter. That's about it. So yeah. How do you keep playing if it's so bad? Because I have a champion's mentality. I see the light at the end of the tunnel, and the pavement is paved with broken glass, and it's painful. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It doesn't feel good. But the destination is worth the journey. Do you think the best athletes in the world reach the top of their game easily? No, they don't. They go through turbulent journeys as well, ups and downs. Probably not as boring as exposing yourself to Lord of the Rings Gollum, but nonetheless, in order to achieve greatness, you must persevere through the garbage. And that's what I'm doing with Gollum. Let this be an inspiration to all of you out there. If I can beat Gollum, you can do anything you set your mind to. What's the reward, though? The relief that I'll never have to touch it again. And the satisfaction in knowing that I did it. That I saw those credits roll. Find a way to talk to the blind elf. We could just keep talking.
We don't talk.
She's trapped in a cell. We can just keep talking at her. Alright, I'll find a way. By yelling. It's speaking parcel tongue.
Good. Leave me alone.
And that does sound like Moaning Myrtle. This is some Harry Potter shit now. Okay, so by drinking the water from the shell, she basically implanted Neuralink. That's big. She's directly beaming her voice into me now. Interesting posture. What the fuck is that? That's unique even for Gollum. Does anything happen in this game, or is it just a walking simulator? This is a different kind of level. Usually it's, you know, non-stop action-packed platforming and chores, but this time it's mainly just dialogue to dialogue.
What? There you are.
Uh-oh.
Let me handle it.
Ah, they can't get under the table. They know I'm here, but they're too stiff to bend down and drag me out. Outsmarted yet again. What is this, a half pipe? Was Gwendil a huge skater or something? Where is the attic? How do I get up to it? That up there is worthless. If I hit my head on that fucking thing one more time, I'm gonna scream. Or well, actually, I'm gonna have a conniption. Why didn't you jump? Why? Why would it even give me the option to come back later? What else would I possibly do? That's insulting that it would even let me go back and think about it. There was nothing to do.
No, thank you. What do we do?
Throttle Gandalf. That would be huge if I could throttle Gandalf.
No more
Oh my god.
Oh, yes, I've seen him too.
Okay, the other guy saw me.
Look. And then again.
I'm stuck. If I have to go through that whole conversation, I'm actually gonna fucking scream. I'm actually gonna... Oh, thank God. Oh, Gandalf. What did... didn't he just get kicked out? Why is he just walking around?
Oh, I will see clearly.
Oh, that spawned me like right by the door. How convenient. Cool mask. Am I not supposed... like, it's pointing me up there, but there's no... what? How do I get up there? Do I have to, like, go even further around? There's no way this somehow leads to the marker back there. There's no fucking shot. Oh, okay. Well, it changed anyway, so...
We're at the gate. What? Nothing.
Why did it lead me here? I can't do anything here. What am I doing? I can't swim upstream. There's actually nothing here. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? You need to restart the level. I watched this glitch happen to Dan's game. Like, restart the whole level? No shot. No shot. There's absolutely no fucking shot. There must have been like a cutscene or something that's supposed to play. You missed some invisible checkpoints, so it won't trigger. I just don't believe that. Okay, what's supposed to happen here? Oh, that's very concerning. So there's supposed to be a cutscene that plays here that I am not getting. Okay, let me try backtracking. Well, maybe this game will never be speedrun viable if you can't sequence break. Which I did unintentionally. Alright, here's hoping I fix the game. We'll see. I'm going to be extremely upset if this cutscene doesn't activate. Oh! Just grab it!
Look, it glows. Don't go.
I understand the level broke, but I'm trying to fix it. I went back, I did the objective. So the cutscene should load. There's no reason why it won't now, or shouldn't now. I hit the checkpoint. No way they saw me. No way they saw me. Don't fucking do it. Don't you dare shoot me. I'll scream. Thank you. Please fucking work. Oh my god, please work. Where does restart level take me? I'm pretty confident restart level is going to take me back to the beginning of chapter 8. So over about an hour and a half. But what if I just believe in a little bit of that Middle-earth magic? Maybe it'll start me over from the Gandalf conversation. Oh, that's huge. Oh, thank God. Okay, this isn't nearly as catastrophic as I thought. Oh, that's so big. Thanks for you, Picky and Faust. Okay. That's actually wonderful. This isn't far at all. Oh, I don't think she said that last time.
They don't know we're here.
They definitely know we're here, Gollum. I have a very strong suspicion that they know we're here. Oh, let's go. Okay, we're good. We're good. I don't know what broke it the first time around, but we did it. We're fixed. We're back on track.
Come, take our hand. Don't touch me. I can follow your breath.
Man, even she knows Gollum's ugly as shit.
How does it move? Memories are nice. We don't want them, do we, love? Why? Memories are all I have.
I didn't ask. Can you just open the door? Oh my God, thank you.
Smeagol, my friend. We've made...
What do you mean, my friend? You just keep insulting me. You just keep insulting me. And you are using me. Oh, don't. Smeagol. Oh, God, no. Oh, God. Now he's about to subscribe to the OnlyFans and start sending DMs. Okay. I really don't want to go on this little scavenger hunt to get Mel food. Can we just focus on the mission, please, Smeagol? Found an egg. You can believe that. Here's your food. One egg.
Very well. This one's easy.
How hungry is she? I gave her an egg. All this for some goddamn eggs. The chores never end. Mel, please. So is it that way? Must be. Hello, Io. I know, I'm playing the Lord of the Rings Gollum game again. I know. I just want to beat it. I know. It's embarrassing. I have to beat it. I know. It's unhealthy. But if someone's got to do it, it might as well be me. What? I don't know what even happened, man. He must have twisted his ankle, I guess? A fatal ankle sprain? Poison ivy. Oh yeah, must have hit some poison ivy. Insta-killed him.
I believe somehow he saw me, protected me. Come, the gate is not far now. Didn't protect us.
Why would he protect us, Gollum? We're not a fucking elf, and we don't even believe in him. He's like Santa Claus to us. What are you talking about? Yeah, elf with the staff.
The elf with the staff must have fled from this stone.
Well, this is gonna be tedious.
This is where Aristor stood.
I'd have to do this all 6
I
times.
think that's right. 3 were men and 3 were maids.
Can't wait for the sequel where we have to do something similar. 63 elves stood around here, and now I don't remember their order. Listen to their memories and put each one in place.
How it all happened. The round first. Maybe now focus. Can you follow their echoes?
Yeah, I already found it.
Just guess, precious. Look around.
Oh my God, I found it. It's the goofball with the knife goes here.
More broken things. Looks like a knife.
I'm not. Oh my god. This is the worst one by far. It's actually just wandering around aimlessly, collecting fucking clues. I have explored every goddamn inch of this place. There are 6 stones. I have collected 6 clues, but for some reason 3 of them are not usable. Like, she doesn't like those. Where are the other 3 clues? Just don't understand. Why is this even in the game? This is the fucking worst possible objective. It is actual just aimlessly wandering, looking for fucking clues, and then when you find them, she's like, ah, we all carried a knife, that doesn't mean anything. Arrows? Yeah, we all had arrows. Oh, blood? That could be anybody. There's the boots again. Oh, you're ignoring the main mechanic that the cavern had. The echoes, if you follow the voice, look around to match them to their stone, it'll be easy. No, man! They don't identify the actual items. The reason these echoes are here is because I've already fucking found the items. Look, they don't glow. The important stuff doesn't glow. You still have to randomly fucking stumble upon it, and then you get to use this. That's it. Everything you see here is the ones I've already done. I'm literally looking at one of the important clues that I've already done. And it doesn't glow. Don't you hear whispers in some places? In the water, yeah. But you keep saying not to go in the water. Plus, why would there be clues in the water? I have not once been able to interact with anything in the water in this entire game. Until right now. Amazing. Until right fucking now. What? Oh, he's going for it. Don't let him. He's got the cheese touch. So I don't want her to stay here, right? Because she dies. I don't care one way or the other. Just, it's raining. It's a bad day for rain. Cursed water. The water's no good. They've been putting fluoride in it. Oh, he's making his move.
Maybe Riddlemaster is gone forever. I heard his voice. A ghost, perhaps. A voice in the wind. But Smeagol is here now. So lucky she met Smeagol.
Oh, Jesus. Immediately going for a toe suckle?
We can describe gardens to her.
Jesus.
Gardens with flowers. And looked up into the sky.
Oh, he's having a real big flashback.
Wake up. We didn't do it. It wasn't us. We did nothing. Nothing. You are mad. He tried to...
Oh man, she really fucking zoomed out of there. I don't even understand why that was the straw that broke the camel's back for Mel. He's actually been this way the entire time.
Mel.
What? I don't know why that scared her so much. Uh-oh. Now he's battling with a big revelation. Please just be chapter 9. Thank you. Okay, we're making good progress. I just want to be done. I just want to be done. I just want to be done with it. I'm about to have my own little fucking Gollum episode here in a second. Trying to convince me to just stop playing. I just want to be done.
Children love to take my light stones up to the gardens to play. Would you not help me find them?
No.
They look like shining marbles,
No.
as big as your eyes.
No. I am not your goddamn errand boy, please. Don't make me do it. That's cruel and unusual. Oh no. Oh no. Just don't.
To us, you know. Like friends.
Friends trust each other.
Yes, friends do not.
We must know what he asks.
Let's just lie. Let's just lie. If you're not comfortable with it. Oh, actually, no, even better. The truth. That'll save us so many problems. Here. Go.
Your birthday.
That you help her with her lanterns.
That's very thoughtful of you. You know.
Why does she just keep staring at this guy?
In the King's Garden.
Are they falling in love?
I had to shoo them from the old tower.
Why aren't you looking at Smeagol? You are talking to him. What is happening?
You know.
Because our feasts are not for strangers, and because your breath would gag our singers. That's just 2 of the many reasons why you're not invited.
Keep your voice down. This is a
You were just pretending to be my friend, and now you're calling me stinky. And laying out why I'm not invited to anything with you guys. What? Brother, you can't even keep up the facade for a minute? Watch out, he threw a grenade! A truth grenade!
The King's Grove. Our feast will be there tonight. I could take you there if you promised to behave. Then again, you always end up disappointing me.
What are you talking about?
If you can do
All I do is your fucking chores. I just got you 2 of your stupid fucking lights. How do I only disappoint you? I have only talked to you like 3 times and have done 3 different chores for you, all of which I have done to perfection. Jesus Christ. What is happening? All this just to look at the moon a little better. Oh no! We brought the orcs to the peaceful elves. That guy's so afraid he's hitting some kind of like Irish river dance or something down there. Man's getting him with the jerk. No! He fucking boogied too hard. Damn it! Sometimes wall running and wall climbing just decide not to work.
Yes. Throw a stone, distract them.
Drop your weapon, alright? Let's talk this out.
None of these people have been nice to me.
Which one of them?
What?
Nice. We helped with a murder. Hey, you're welcome. Oh, you two are nothing but fucking mean to me. What am I trying to make here?
Right.
I'm trying to make a deer?
That doesn't look like anything. Yes.
Stay close to me and cover your eyes.
Thanks to Tier 1 Joey, and the Prime Kermit, and the resub Dirty Wolf, Mary, and Tier 1 Finest, and the resub Eggnog and Majesty. Solar Flare, no! Bested yet again. They heard the words though, they can just go up and say it, right?
Cursed, is it? Orcs will find another way soon.
Stay away from me.
Smeagol never meant to hurt her. Mel must believe me.
Stay back.
What? You didn't have to take me in here, you know. Why are you acting like this? What? If you're afraid of me, why did you grab my hand and pull me in? You could have actually just left me out there and came in by yourself then. If you want to be so stubborn. This doesn't make any sense. The only reason I am here is because you dragged me in here. Now you're trying to like shoo me away like a dog.
Is it lost?
I had an open door prompt, but the door was already open. Even the game was confused.
Mel.
It blinded me.
Just immediately whining? Come on now. It's been so many years. Is this gonna be a love triangle situation? That'd be so hype.
They changed.
It didn't change you.
You guys hold my hands and lift me up.
I do.
Smeagol, I'm sorry. I was listening for Gwendole's voice. What's wrong?
Don't trust him. He posted cringe on Reddit once.
Shouldn't trust the Riddle Master.
Leave with me instead.
Don't be scared of him. He's my friend. You can trust him. Good luck.
Oh, damn it. Well, she did say friend. That bodes well. Gwendol, no!
What's happened?
I tried to take the stairs.
Use Kupris.
Exactly. I can't move it.
What is that answer? I tried to take the stairs. There are no stairs, exactly. So how did you hurt your leg?
Be alone again, will he? No, never. I wish the Riddle Master was dead.
That's so cute. Nice. We could also just be friends with the Riddle Master too, and then we'll have like 2 friends. Because he doesn't seem romantically interested in Mel, I don't think. He keeps using her like a mom figure to like protect him. So why not have like 2 parents here? Gwendol, I solved everything, but I'm going to have to throttle you. How did he not see Gwendol? Oh, he's going to alert the orc with the rock and have Gwendol executed.
Scared little orc, hmm? But this is our Riddle Master.
Oh. Damn. So far, like, these are the only choices that make any level of difference. I wonder which will be the more entertaining outcome if I kill the orc and get cucked, or kill the elf and get friend-zoned. Let's see what the cuck ending looks like. Nice. We came out on top.
Wait.
Mel! I did it! Oh, who's this? No fucking way, they just killed the daughter off screen? What the fuck? She was like an important character throughout like the entire 6 hours in the Mordor. And now she's just here dead somehow, I guess. Maybe a pot fell on her, I don't really know. Why? Wow. They couldn't even be bothered? She was like the major antagonist for the first like however many hours in Mordor. Shocking. That's shocking.
No, we don't.
Oh! Mel's using levitation magic.
Destroy it.
Only one question left to answer.
No more riddles. The answer is time.
Where does the sun go up?
Where does he linger? What does a storm illume with glistening rays?
Oh my god, it's a battle of riddles.
The night.
What is happening? What? Why doesn't he just kill her? Take this! That's so big. So what is this? What am I doing? So I'm just stabbing this giant golden snitch or something, and this stops Sauron for some reason.
Very well.
Okay.
I'm calm now. See? I have no bolts left.
Liar!
It wasn't your fault. I was angry. Let us talk.
Okay, well if you apologize, that's all that matters. But I've got one last brain-busting riddle for you. What's lighter than a feather, yet the strongest man in the world can't hold it for very long? Your breath, yeah! Throttle him. Jesus Christ, Gollum, just fucking throttle him. No, my bird! Oh, my bird saved me! Thanks, bird. Yeah, we're doing it. Oh, we don't get the satisfaction of seeing it. Alright, we don't feel like animating it. Just do some shadows. Call it a day. That was epic. That was huge. Now give him a wet willy. Make sure he's really dead. Hey, Mel. It's me, Gwendol. You can tell by the way my lips feel. Uh-oh. What? I actually just don't get it. What would even be the thought process? The whole reason we even did this was for their protection. To help us. Killing them would serve no purpose. Oh, okay, we decided against it. What a game. What an experience. What an experience. Oh my god, it's still... This is actually like the 20th ending cutscene in a row. What is going on? Man, that feels good to be done with. There was an embarrassingly stinky horror movie that dropped a few years ago called The Bye Bye Man. The tagline was "Don't think it, don't say it." And that's the whole concept of the movie. Don't think the Bye Bye Man, don't say the Bye Bye Man's name, otherwise you summon him and give him powers and he's a real bad guy. I unironically view modern real-world pranksters in the same ways that movie viewed the Bye Bye Man. Just these evil people whom only care about people saying their name because it empowers them. Doesn't matter the context in which their name is used, it doesn't matter if people are shitting all over them, insulting them, doesn't matter. As long as their name is being uttered, they get like some kind of Kaioken times 10 boost and continue to make the worst fucking pranks of all time. And even though I know all they care about is people talking about them, I just don't have the strength to resist making fun of these clowns, these absolute losers. So I made a video a few days ago called The Worst Prankster Ever. And since then, a lot's happened. It's been going wacko mode right now with new developments in this story. But before getting into the new stuff, I'll go ahead and give you the brief previously on Dragon Ball Z recap. This is a TikTok prankster who's become known for just downright degenerate dogshit pranks, such as stealing people's pets, where one time he went to the park and walked up to a random old lady and stole her dog and ran away with it. Actual villain shit. His most famous prank is where he just barges into a random family's home while their tiny toddler children were home, probably scaring the fuck out of everyone there. And also making a big hubbub about the dad trying to get them out of the house, who was obviously very panicked. Like, actual breaking and entering pranks, like, that's something he did multiple times where he'd just go into random people's homes. Then, of course, there was the "Do you wanna die" prank, where he'd just go up to random people, sometimes wearing a balaclava, and ask them if they want to die, and keep pestering them with that question, and then have one of his friends run up on them, also wearing a balaclava, which obviously startled them and made people run away, fucking soiling their britches. Punchline to that Galaxy Brain joke was, he wasn't talking about dying as in, like, slitting their throat and burying them 6 feet deep. He'd pull out, like, a thing of hair dye. So one of those awful, old-school, dog-shit YouTube pranks of "you misinterpreted what I was saying, haha." But by then, most people had already ran away and shit their pants. Absolutely soiled their trousers, obviously. Another one, by far his most hilarious banger, blatant assault, where he just assaulted Orthodox Jews, which he did get arrested for briefly, but no real repercussions. I'm pretty sure they just sat him down and said, "Hey, that's not very good. Hey, be a little nicer out there, why don't you? All right, go on now. You're good to go." So he hasn't faced any real repercussions for any of this shit, even though most of it is blatant fucking crimes. Until recently. He got arrested again a few days ago, and people were really celebrating, like, it's finally here! You know, consequences for these actions. And it turns out he was fined 350 pounds. he got a light fine, barely even a slap on the wrist. 350 pounds is probably what he made from one dog-stealing prank video. So that meant nothing to him. Now, he did get arrested again today, and we're still waiting to see what comes from that. I imagine a big fucking nothing sandwich yet again, but it's worth mentioning he has been arrested again, but no idea, as of recording this video right now, as to what's going to come from there. But I imagine it's going to be like another $100 fine and a stern talking to, which of course means absolutely fucking nothing to him, just like the last time he was arrested and fined. In fact, he took a victory lap and wears it like a Boy Scout badge of honor. So he's talking about how great it was that he got arrested. He even just openly spits on the law, saying how weak the UK's laws are around his crimes. Which he's right about, I guess. They really aren't taking any of this shit seriously. And then he even gave himself his own little press tour in order to keep his name in people's mouths. So he went on Piers Morgan's show and got absolutely slapped. This is one of the most embarrassing 10 minutes of television ever broadcast. I've never watched Piers Morgan's show, but I know people make fun of him for it all the time. But this time around, the only person getting made fun of was Mizzy. Bringing Mizzy onto his show was a PR blessing. It was like the best thing he could have done for his public image. Because Mizzy was awful on here. He couldn't formulate a single real response to any of the criticism that's been tossed his way. He just started rambling about nonsense. He was like actually up there fucking fighting ghosts. It was horrible. It was so bad he himself couldn't spin it in a positive light when he was trying to brag to his audience of 4 9-year-olds that still haven't developed object permanence that for some reason cheer on his madness. He was even saying like, guys, look, just heads up, the Piers Morgan interview didn't go how I wanted it to. He himself recognized how awful he looked here. He looked fucking pathetic. He got embarrassed in front of everyone again. Even though his videos embarrass him enough, he still went on and made an even bigger fool of himself by even doing this to begin with. And then he had the audacity to start plugging his socials on the program as if anyone watching Piers fucking Morgan is going to watch your streams or your TikTok content. Delusional. Absolutely delusional. He's been trying so hard to catapult all of this villain infamy he's gained into a career, but he just keeps getting embarrassed at every step of the way. Rightfully so.
Jumping on Jewish people.
See, I was
right,
jumping
who are
on
already
Jewish people. Hold up, wait
yeah,
a minute,
well,
wait, no, stop.
You did.
Cool, it was a Jewish person, cool. But there was a trend going around on TikTok called 300. I've done this to numerous people, black people, white people, Asian, any types of people. I don't discriminate. So don't stop saying Orthodox Jewish person like I only targeted him and it was only him that I went for.
Why are you targeting anybody in that manner?
What do you mean, why am I targeting anyone? It was a trend, it was a trend. I just done it for a trend.
This is him talking about the assault prank, and I think it's a very interesting look at the completely distorted reality Mizzy lives in, where because something was a trend, that means that it's totally justifiable that he did it. It's still assault. What happens in the video, I'm not going to show it. He jumps on the Jewish man, which pushes him into the road and obviously scares the fuck out of him. And he very realistically could have been hit by a car, like 100%. You push this guy, basically, by jumping on top of him. Anything could have happened from there. That could have been an absolute fucking disaster. It's still assault. And he seems to be hung up on the details, like, it had nothing to do with him being Jewish, you know? I've done this to a ton of people. And I didn't know that. I didn't know that he had done this so many times, so he must be notorious for fucking assault pranks, I guess. A big self-report there, if you ask me. But what I find so interesting about this is that Mizzy only focuses on the fact that he does this to more than just Jewish people. This wasn't just against Jewish people. Instead of just recognizing that assault is bad, whether or not it's a trend. Like, he doesn't have any regret for doing it. He just keeps writing it off as like, it's okay, it was a trend. But I'm tired of people thinking that I'm anti-Semitic and only targeting Jews. I assault everyone equally. That's fucking crazy. Just because it may have been a trend doesn't mean that it was a good thing to do. Yet, in Mizzy's mind, he thinks it's totally fine and people shouldn't have a problem because he was just following a trend, which is fucking weird.
Not necessarily, but you could say that this whole public outroar just makes me laugh because people are getting hurt over something that didn't happen to them. And that's how I see it as.
This is a point he's very adamant about. He thinks people don't have the right to be upset at him since they weren't direct victims of his pranks. So he lacks, like, basic empathy, I guess. People are just calling you out for being a douchebag. Your pranks suck. And they terrorize, like, actual normal people in the real world out there, just complete strangers that you're treating like props to scare for your TikTok clout because your brain's been fucking rotted and poisoned by this desperate desire for attention and validation online. Like, it has nothing to do with people feeling like, they are personally a victim for having watched it. It's just the basic understanding of, man, I feel bad for all of the people in these videos that you keep tormenting with this garbage. Like, that's such an easy thing to wrap your head around for most people, I imagine, but not Mizzy. Mizzy thinks that unless you're a direct victim of it, you shouldn't be saying anything about it to begin with.
I went to go apologize off social media. I could have recorded that apology and that would have been another viral video, whether it's hate or whatever. Literally, hate brings money, hate brings likes, hate brings views. It doesn't matter. Love or hate, it still brings views.
Why do you prefer to do the hateful stuff?
It's not like I prefer to do the hateful stuff. It's just like it's easier to do the hateful stuff.
Why are you laughing?
And
it's fun?
obviously, I don't think it's fun, but you're a funny person.
You do think it's funny?
You're a funny person.
You do. I've seen the videos. You do
Obviously,
think it's just really funny.
At the time, I think it's funny. My fan base thinks it's funny, and it's we outside, innit? It's a movement.
Now, this is the last clip from the interview I want to show here. I also want to briefly go back to the dog stealing pranks. Apparently, he does give the dogs back, but it's not like that cures the trauma of the situation. I just want to make that clear. But he says something here where, like, he'll want to apologize off camera, and he could also film it if he wanted to and post those as well. But first of all, I don't believe he's ever really apologized to anyone genuinely. I think he's never shown any real remorse for any of his actions. I don't think he cares at all about other people. I think he views the world as NPCs to exploit for his own TikTok clout. So I really don't think he's ever wanted to apologize. But then he said he could film it and post it if he wanted to for more content, and then goes into talking about how the content he does make right now, the very mean-spirited content that generates like a bunch of hate online and shit, is easy for him, which is why he does it, because it's all views, it's all engagement, which is all he cares about. And that's a very honest look at a completely brain-rotted, terminally online person's perspective of what value is in life, where the only thing he cares about is that engagement that content is bringing him. That is the only purpose he has found, which I think is absolutely sad. Like, genuinely pathetic. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to give a little update to this whole situation because a lot's been going on with it. He's definitely the prankster most people are keeping their eye on because he has literally been filming crimes. He has been gathering his own evidence against himself, and yet the authorities have still done absolutely nothing to stop him from doing this shit. So, like I said, he got arrested again today, and as of recording this, don't know what's going to come from it, but anyway, that's about it. See ya. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series GodSlap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at Oppenheimer. I've said this many times and I'll say it again. I am a huge fan of Christopher Nolan. He's among my favorite directors ever. And I think he absolutely crushed this one. I just want to dive in right away and just start going gushing grannies over this one because it's really, really good. But I want to get it off rip here that I don't think this is a movie that everyone's going to like. I can already tell there's going to be quite a few people that'll go into this movie expecting it to be about the bomb, and everything is about the bomb. And that's not exactly what the movie is. It is very clearly about Oppenheimer, as the title would suggest. But Oppenheimer, at least in like the mainstream consciousness, I feel like always gets overshadowed by the Manhattan Project and the bomb. And in this movie, he doesn't. And I really appreciate that. It is really about Oppenheimer and everything he went through, at least everything they could fit in a 3-hour movie. And by the way, this movie doesn't feel like 3 hours. It fucking flew by. Like, I wanted more. I was still salivating for more. Like, the entire last half of this movie, I wanted to be another entire movie. Like, everything here I thought fit really well. But I completely understand that this movie's not going to be a one-size-fits-all butt plug that's going to leave everybody satisfied, because it very much is a movie that focuses on the main character, Oppenheimer, played by Cillian Murphy, who fucking crushes it in the role, and it's mainly talking. It's mainly the relationships Oppenheimer had with the incredibly stacked supporting cast here, by the way. The cast in this film is unreal. There are so many big names tied to this project from out of fucking nowhere, and some of them don't even play a big role. Like, I don't even think Robert Downey Jr. had more than maybe like 15 minutes of screen time, and yet he was a scene stealer every time he was here. Everyone went all in on their performances. It was fantastic. But again, don't go into this movie expecting some kind of explosion porn or anything like that. It is a incredibly well written and extremely well acted piece all about the very eventful, complicated life of Oppenheimer. And it is beautiful. Now, I went into this film with very limited knowledge of Oppenheimer. Like most people, I only really know him as the father of the atomic bomb and the famous quote, "Now I am become death," which isn't his quote. He was quoting something else when talking about the atomic bomb and then crying about it, recognizing the gravity of his creation and having to live with the sin of his achievement. It's a movie that tackles a very complicated person. This isn't some made-up character like a fictional mad scientist, fucking Dr. Evil threatening to destroy the world with sharks with laser beams attached to their heads. This is a real person who helped create the most deadly weapon ever invented, and it was used and led to hundreds of thousands of deaths. And it follows this character before the Manhattan Project, during and after, and dealing with the subsequent trauma from the Manhattan Project post-atomic bombing. And the movie even transitions into like a pseudo-courtroom drama because Oppenheimer didn't exactly face trial, but he did face something very comparable, and the movie is really, really good at delivering that courtroom drama experience as well. I don't want to get into spoilers. That's kind of a fucking weird thing to say considering this is a real story about a real person. I mean, read a book, I guess, like Google his name and look at the Wikipedia. But I'll still refrain from just going too hard about the specifics of the film. But I will say that the entire section during like the examination of friends and family of Oppenheimer as well as people that opposed him, I thought was done extremely well. The movie is just, I think, fantastic across the board, but I do have a couple of minor complaints here, and one of them's actually become a little bit of a meme with Christopher Nolan over the last few years here. It's the audio mixing. I've seen a lot of people patting Nolan on the ass for this one, saying that he really did a great job with the audio mixing this time around, because a lot of people have noticed that oftentimes shit gets a little wacky in that department. They set the dial from goofy all the way to silly when it comes to audio mixing on some Nolan films, and people have pointed it out. And this time around, they're saying this was, like, much better. But I do have to disagree to a certain extent. I do think it's much better. But in the beginning of the film, and really only in the beginning of the film, actually, there are multiple instances where the soundtrack, the score, and make no mistake, it is fantastic. I think they did an incredible job with the score here. I think the music is absolutely outstanding, a beautiful compliment to the film. But there is multiple instances in the beginning where the soundtrack will swell, reach some kind of crescendo, and drown out everything else around it. And you can't make out what the fuck the characters are saying. They sound like Charlie Brown's parents behind the music. And not just with the score. There's a couple of other scenes in the beginning where there's other sound effects going on, and you still can't really make out what characters are saying to each other. And I know it's not just me. I can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's not just me. I understand I'm about to turn 29, so I'm getting up there in age, and, you know, it's not just my ears getting old. It's something other people experience too. I talked to Jackson after I watched it, who said the same thing about the beginning of the film, and as I say, the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding was very viscous. The people in front of me and to the left a little bit, I saw twice in the first like 30, 45 minutes, lean over, and I heard them ask what they said, because they weren't exactly being quiet about it. I saw it in IMAX, which was a great experience, by the way. It was absolutely fucking packed. We were shoulder to shoulder, and our IMAX theater has the seats basically on top of each other, which I don't know if that's standard or not. I've only seen 2 movies in IMAX before this, but since we were so close, I could see and hear that, which made me feel a lot better knowing it's not just me that was struggling to hear things in the beginning of the film. I don't think it's a big deal. It's not a big complaint. It only was like a little bit in the beginning. But I did want to at least mention that. The audio mixing is getting a lot of praise right now, and I do think overall it is a huge improvement, but in the beginning, I do think it's not perfect or anything. Which is fine, because pretty much everything else is. I fucking loved this movie, honestly. I think it is just an extraordinary film. I will mention one other thing, and this isn't a complaint by any means, but I do want to at least put it out there. There are so many characters in here, and they're all really interesting. But since there are so many characters, it's a lot of names. So by like the midpoint of the team getting together at the Manhattan Project, like assembling the fucking Avengers of scientists, there were so many names being tossed around, I legitimately didn't know who the fuck was being discussed half the time. It wasn't until I saw their face where I was like, oh yeah, that guy. And then I'd be like, oh, it's good to see you. And then he'd go do his assigned role. And there's just a ton of characters in here that have a lot to do, but they mainly tell you instead of show you. I would have liked them to show a little bit more, but I don't think that's a huge issue because it's already a 3-hour film. If they showed you more of what they were saying, this movie would be pushing like 8 hours. Like, there's just a big story to tell, and they did the best they could, and I think they did an incredible job with it. But I think it might be a little confusing for people because they introduced so many characters so rapidly. It's very fast-paced. The movie moves at like an absolutely cutthroat pace, which I appreciate. Not that I mind slow burn movies, but I actually was really surprised to see just how quickly this movie was moving through things, and I never really felt like lost. Obviously, I'm not a fucking scientist, you know, I'm not out there with a 180 IQ or anything, so a lot of like the math and science discussions that were happening and some of the breakthroughs were a little lost on me, but I don't think there's anything they could have done differently there. It's not a big deal. I didn't expect them to hold my hand through all of that and give me some kind of bachelor's degree in fucking physics or anything by the end of the film. But I do think that since it moves so quickly with so much being introduced so rapidly, I think there are a couple moments where you can get a little lost in the sauce and maybe a little bit in the dark on exactly what's happening in the overall narrative, but really not for long. I think it does an incredible job of keeping everyone in the loop on exactly what's going on, what Oppenheimer's experiencing, what other characters are experiencing, what the goal is, what's happening. I think it really does a good job overall. I think it's just a really great film. So plugging Oppenheimer into the moist meter, I'm giving this one a big crisp 90%. I do really think this movie is extraordinary. I think it is a very great film. Another Nolan hit. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Huge thanks to ourselves for sponsoring this moist meter. GodSlap is a comic series written by myself, Jackson, Matt, Danny, and Aubrey Sitterson. It follows the story of a character named Ace, who's an extremely powerful slapper in a world where slapping is king. Issue 3 just dropped. It's all available at badegg.co, and shit is starting to pop off. Ace is being hunted by a mysterious foe named Defister, who after swan diving through a hospital, picks up Ace's trail and hunts him to the ends of the earth with his sidekick Olfactor. And also, our newest comic series, Plague Seeker, just came out. Issue 0 is available at badegg.co. It's written entirely by myself and edited by Jackson. It's set in a world 1,000 years after an apocalyptic event known as the Calamity. An asteroid hits Earth, and it brought with it mutations that changed all of its inhabitants. Now the world is infested with things called plagues, and atop the food chain sits 8 great plagues that control the entire world, and only one man stands against them, the Plague Seeker, who has an insatiable appetite to devour those 8 great plagues. So all of this is available at badegg.co, so please check it out. So yeah. It's a terrible day for rain. I'm wearing black because we're mourning. It didn't feel appropriate to put on a white shirt and have my bubbly, happy-go-lucky, enthusiastic self here today when talking about such a serious topic. YouTube is currently running an experiment to crack down on ad blockers. Some of you may have noticed over the last 24 hours your ad block is no longer functioning on YouTube and you're getting a message about it. This is our first casualties of this long and bloody battle. The first mangled corpses littering the battlefield. The ad block champion for which we have worshipped for so long is starting to be attacked. Now, honestly, I'm surprised it's taken YouTube this long to try and fight back against the empire here of ad block. It's been around for well over a decade. I don't know a single person under the age of 50 that even uses the internet without an ad block. That's just a recipe for disaster. I'm at the point now where if a website even asks me to disable my ad block, I just leave. Like, I can't even go on Forbes anymore because it has that pop-up saying, disable ad block in order to read our dog shit, and I'm out. I drop everything and I say, you know what? I'm not eating at this lunch table anymore. I just can't peruse the internet without an ad block. It feels like unprotected sex with someone completely filthy. It feels vile. So, ad block is a core part of the internet experience for a lot of people, myself included, clearly. So to see YouTube starting to shut down the ad block functionality on the platform is a little sad and alarming for me because clearly I haven't been on here without an ad block in so long. Now, on my phone, when I'm listening to music or something on my phone, I don't have YouTube Premium or anything, so I still do get ads. But they're usually pretty manageable. It's only like a 5-second skippable, or a 15-second ad or a 5-second skippable ad, so it's not that bad. It doesn't bother me that much. But on my computer, you know I stay fucking strapped with that ad blocker. And I, of course, always encourage everyone out there to have some sort of ad blocker. There's even browsers with ad block built in, like Opera GX. This isn't like a sponsored segment or anything. It has a built-in ad block. It's just important. You know, there's no reason to be going through the internet and being inundated with, you know, all of these ads shoved down your throat and slapped around with all kinds of intrusive advertising you don't want to see. It's just kind of a necessity. It's a core part of the experience in the cyberspace. It's like looking both ways before crossing the street. Make sure your ad block is on before visiting this website, just in case. And sometimes it's just downright dangerous to not have ad block on, because some of the ads are just straight up viruses and malware. Now keep in mind, this is still an experiment. They're still in Dexter's laboratory right now cooking this up in order to fight back against ad blockers, so this isn't going to apply to everyone out there. Maybe you're still in the good graces of your ad block and it's still functioning as it always has. But a lot of users are receiving this message that says, ad blockers are not allowed on YouTube. It looks like you may be using an ad blocker. Ads allow YouTube to stay free for billions of users worldwide. You can go ad-free with YouTube Premium and creators can still get paid from your subscription. And then you have the option, allow YouTube ads or try YouTube Premium. Now, I obviously understand why YouTube is doing this. I think everybody in the world has an understanding of why YouTube would want to stop ad blockers from working on their site. And it's because they lose a lot of money to it, like probably billions of dollars to it. YouTube does rely on advertisers to be on the platform, and thus as the user base continues to grow, so does the exposure to ads, which puts money in YouTube's pocket to keep the service free, so that way people can still keep getting free content. They just have to sit through the ads. And with ad block, they've kind of taken that out of the equation for a lot of people, which means a lot more people aren't seeing the ads, which means YouTube's losing out on that money. It's all pretty simple. We're not diving into any quantum computational bibble babble. It's YouTube loses money when the ad block is on, so they want to rip that condom off so they can get that money again. So ad block will no longer function, which sucks for me because I'm not a YouTube Premium subscriber and I don't want ads, which means I'll probably have to pay for YouTube Premium here pretty soon. Right now, Google is calling this a small experiment, but it's important that we realize that everything big once started small, except for me. I started small and I'm still small at 5'6", but the point is, they're saying it's a small experiment globally that urges viewers with ad blockers enabled to allow ads on YouTube or try YouTube Premium. Ad block detection is not new, and other publishers regularly ask viewers to disable ad blockers, which is true. This isn't some kind of groundbreaking, innovative technology here that detects the ad block. Like, they're not a pioneer. Tons of sites have done that and are still currently doing it. YouTube is just one of the last ones to do it, surprisingly, and now they're finally deciding to get into that ball game. The article also mentions how they do experiment with other kinds of ad strategies. Last year, they did an experiment that forced users to watch a long chain of short and unskippable ads. I believe this was all on YouTube TV, where they had like 10 unskippable ads, just to test out if TV watchers would be more susceptible to long-form advertising. And then it also mentions that YouTube creators have seen a steady decline in ad revenue since 2017 with the adpocalypse. So, one thing that they mentioned here, and a lot of people have talked about, is when ad block is disabled, the creator makes more money off ad revenue. I don't know if that's true or not. I've always encouraged people to have an ad block when using the internet in general, which of course applies to my content as well. So I don't know if that's going to be a noticeable impact on creator ad revenue or anything. It makes sense, like the logic makes sense, that all tracks, that if more people are seeing the ads on your videos, that means more dollars, more doubloons in your pocket for it. So I do think that it probably will lead to higher ad revenue for creators, but it comes at a cost to the viewer experience because, again, no one really wants to sit through the ads. And if they don't want to sit through the ads, then the only other way is the YouTube Premium, which costs money. So all of it's not exactly how I'd like to see it play out, because I always think the most important thing is people getting to have a fun experience that isn't a headache. And right now, that to me is having the ad block on and just being able to watch the content immediately, with no stress and no financial investment in order to get that experience. Also, you might remember a few years ago, actually quite a long time ago now, there was a couple delusional creators that were absolutely huffing glue, and they started to whine and complain about people using ad block. We had these fucking hall monitors on YouTube who were like, ad block is piracy, it's theft, you're stealing from the creators. If you care about our content, you'll turn off the ad block and you'll click on the ads too, god damn it, you fucking filthy swine. And everyone shot spitballs at them and made fun of those clowns. Well, now they're probably wiggling their finger, like completely jubilated at this new announcement here. No, that mentality hasn't been prevalent in quite a long time. That's kind of faded out because it's so ridiculous to try and claim that free content is being pirated when they're not watching the ads. It's so stupid. But I just wanted to point that out right now because they're probably ecstatic. Like, they're probably going wild right now. Fucking rip their shirt off and twirling it over their head right now. I just slapped the mic. I bet that sounded amazing. Sorry about that. I guess a little jump scare. But yeah, overall, it's a sad day. It's the end of an era. The end of the ad block utopia we've taken for granted for so long. I can only hope that this doesn't become even more widespread because right now it's already huge. I mentioned Forbes earlier, but there's a lot of major publications that won't even allow you to access articles with an ad block on. And like, I understand. All of these sites need advertising to survive. But the problem is the ads are way too intrusive. When you do make the mistake of obliging and turning off your ad block to go to these sites, you get like fucking 9 different ads all at once. You'll have like an auto ad that plays with audio on some sites. You'll then have like a drop down ad that'll come through which takes up like half the screen, and then you have 2 ads on the side. It's so much. It's like Charles Xavier jacking into Cerebro, but all he's seeing is fucking dog shit advertising. It's too shitty. So if you really do want people to browse your sites without an ad block, then make the advertisements less intrusive, less invasive, and less of a fucking headache and an eyesore. It's that simple. That's how you solve this whole thing instead of punishing people for having an ad block. Now, in the case of YouTube, like I said, I do understand it, and right now the YouTube ad system isn't that bad. I get it on mobile because I don't have YouTube Premium, so when I'm listening to music, I get the ads. And right now, I only ever get a 15-second unskippable ad or a 5-second skippable ad. I'm never getting a ton of them, though there are occasionally moments where if I'm not paying attention, I'll get like 2 ads back to back, and that second one's like a minute long, so I'll have to go over there and be like, skip. Because if I don't, then I get like an entire fucking short stories content worth of advertising. So they do have those sneaky little bastards snuck in there occasionally, but it's always skippable. So if you're just present, you can skip it. It's not that big of a deal. It doesn't bother me too much. But I probably will end up just getting YouTube Premium because I really don't want to be getting ads when I'm on the computer. So, yeah, just wanted to talk about all this. That's about it. See ya. I'm becoming more and more convinced that TikTok is actually a weapon used to weed out stupid people. Because this story is not the first of its kind. This is not an isolated incident where a TikTok trend or challenge leads to a lot of fatalities. It's honestly getting to the point where these headlines feel like they're AI generated. Like the one we're talking about today feels like a fake story put into Grand Theft Auto as a joke. Just something they slid in there as something silly. But it's apparently legitimate. There's a TikTok trend called the boat jumping challenge, which is responsible for at least 4 people's deaths recently. And the challenge, as the name would imply, is jumping off of a boat going extremely fast. You don't need a master's degree in physics to figure out why this is dangerous, but just in case, I'll lay down the brass tacks, so I'm gonna sit you down in the classroom here for the lecture, so spit out your gum. Since the boat is moving so fast, when you jump off of it, you hit the water hard as shit. You generate a lot of force behind that impact. It's a goddamn wallop. So, what's happening is, when people are jumping off of the boats, they're hitting the water and then snapping their necks and drowning. It's an easily preventable and probably the most embarrassing death imaginable because you killed yourself for a goofy-ass TikTok challenge. And I also hate that everything in the world is called a challenge these days. That word has lost all meaning. There's nothing challenging about this. Jumping off a boat doesn't have any level of difficulty or skill to it. The only challenge, I guess, is surviving it. Like, avoiding being banished to the fucking Shadow Realm for it. But I'm so fucking tired of everything getting called a challenge, you know? Here's the poop without wiping challenge. You take a shit and you don't use any toilet paper or a bidet to clean your anus. Expert difficulty, ultra nightmare mode, impossible challenge. You won't last 5 seconds. It's so dumb. I'm so tired of everything getting labeled a challenge. But anyway, this trend of boat jumping is responsible for at least 4 deaths. And like I mentioned, that is just the saddest way of going out. Not only is it like an agonizingly slow, painful death, but that is just, you're probably getting made fun of in the afterlife for that. Dying for a stupid TikTok trend, you know the angels are shooting spitballs at you. Like, that is, like, it's just a shameful way of exiting this corporeal realm and shedding the mortal coil. That is so fucking sad. Like, I feel horrible that, you know, people have, you know, perished from it, but I honestly am stunned by just how quickly the human brain is devolving. This is like human instincts 101 shit. Like, this is common sense. This is an instinct you're born with. Not to, like, jump off of something going fast because it'll create bad ouchie boo-boo moment. Fucking cavemen probably would know not to jump off of, like, a speeding vehicle like this. I just don't understand how anyone would see this challenge and think that it was somehow safe or wasn't dangerous. Like, you'd have to know. You would have to know. And another thing is, it's so traumatizing, like, dying this way, not only because it was extremely avoidable, but because it's most likely done in front of your family and friends. Like, if you're on a boat, you're probably not on a boat with strangers. That's not exactly like you can call up an Uber to do this with. You can't just call up, like, a boat service, right, to pick you up and do this TikTok trend. So you had friends and family around you filming you, and then you did the TikTok suicide challenge right in front of them, and they watched you die and fucking filmed it. That is scarring. That is incomprehensibly nightmarish. So, like, this whole thing is, it's shocking that anyone would actually even do this. Like, 4 deaths from it is surprisingly low, actually. I imagine that's only the reported ones so far, assuming this is a popular trend. And I decided to look it up myself on TikTok to see how big the trend was. And it seems like it was pretty big, and there are still quite a few surviving videos of people doing the challenge, but all of them seem to at least had the foresight to recognize that, you know, pushing that bitch wide open on the boat going like 60 would have been a complete disaster and led to a Mortal Kombat fatality. So the ones that are on there right now are slow boats. They're going slow, so that way they don't hurt themselves doing it or, like, get seriously injured from it. Whereas most people, I guess, didn't recognize that and amplified the danger, fucking Evel Knievel, and actually just warp-drived their boat and jumped off, which led to these 4 deaths in Alabama. This whole situation proves to me, with my fucking tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, that there has to be some kind of shadow organization, the puppet masters pulling the strings of TikTok, that are in this think tank coming up with the most dangerous trends and challenges, knowing that stupid people will die doing it as a way of, like, population control or something. Like, not only is TikTok legitimately rotting the brains of so many people, but they're not satisfied with that. They're gluttonous for more punishment of the human species. So they're coming up with challenges like this, knowing that people will die doing it. Because, like I said, this is far from the only one. There's also, of course, like the blackout challenge, which was literally suffocating yourself, and some people died doing that. Which, obviously, but that was the whole fucking challenge, basically. You just strangle yourself until you're about to pass out, and some people died from it. But point is, there's so many of these challenges now. This is just the most recent one. And what's even crazier is I think back to the Tide Pod challenge, how everyone all at once recognized the stupidity and the danger of it, and yet that didn't have nearly as many deaths or injuries as any TikTok trend that comes out. Like, every big TikTok trend has, like, at least a handful of deaths associated with it at this point. And even extending further beyond Tide Pod Challenge, many people forget this one, but it's one I look back on with a big fucking smile on my face that someone even tried it. There was something called the Hot Coil Challenge, which was only ever done by one person. It was a dude who just turned his fucking stovetop on and then put his bare forearm on it and let it incinerate his flesh. So he just slams his arm onto the stovetop and lets that motherfucker simmer. He is in there just letting it cook. So he holds it there for a little bit, obviously just melting the flesh off, fucking cremating his forearm, and called it the Hot Coil Challenge. And that would have been less detrimental to human health than fucking TikTok trends like the boat jumping challenge. There would have been less deaths in the Hot Coil Challenge than there are in things like the boat jumping challenge and blackout challenge and all of that. That's so crazy. Now, this isn't exactly related to the boat jumping challenge, but I want to illustrate just how dangerous water speed is. There is a record for the fastest water speed ever achieved, and it was set back in the 70s. And you'd think upon hearing that, like, oh, we've advanced well beyond that with technology. How have we not been able to beat a record from the 70s when it comes to water speed? And that's because it's considered the most hazardous thing to ever engage in. It's the most dangerous record to ever try and break. There's a whole Wikipedia page dedicated to it. Of the last 13 attempts to break the water speed world record, there have been 7 deaths. and the two most recent attempts both ended in catastrophe and death. It is a record that most people don't really want to challenge because it is so fucking dangerous. I feel like a lot of people just don't recognize how dangerous water can be, which is a silly thing to say, because I feel like most people should be able to, but we're living in clown times right now where people are just, they're not thinking anymore. They see internet engagement and all rational thought goes right out the window. So it's fucking dangerous. Obviously, this boat jumping challenge was going to lead to serious injury and death. And yet, people were blinded in the pursuit of clout. A story as old as time now. Well, not really. A story as old as 3 or 4 years now, with how desperate people are for clout, that they are actually killing themselves for it. So yeah, just kind of wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. Halt. You've just reached a smile checkpoint, and it's time to pay the fee, so put a big smile on that face. I'm here to help. I've got some amazing news that's going to tug on your heartstrings and make you go, aww. A YouTube scammer was just sentenced to over 5 years in jail for a massive fraudulent operation they've been running for the last half a decade. And boy, howdy I tell ya, it's always a great feeling watching a scammer get their comeuppance. A nice knuckle sandwich from the law. And honestly, he's getting off easy here. His name is Jose Terran, and he is like the Cobra Commander of scammers. This guy is going to go down in history as one of the largest fraudsters in not only YouTube history, but music history as well. Over the course of the last 5 years, Jose has claimed 50,000 songs, meaning that he then took the rights from these songs and all of the money that those songs would generate online went into his bank account. And over the course of the 5 years he's been doing this, he's made roughly $23 million in royalty proceeds from the music he's fraudulently claimed. Bro straight up found a money tree and couldn't help but take a bite from the forbidden fruit, just like in the Garden of Eden. And now he is paying the price. He may have raked in 23 million bones, but now it's coming at the cost of over 5 years worth of his life spent in the slammer. And I really do think he's getting off easy here because this is an absolutely abhorrent case of fraud. But the wildest part is this is actually a very prevalent and out of control epidemic on YouTube itself. This scam is not something Jose came up with. This is very common right now and used by a lot of other shady scumbags. In fact, I'm not here to start pointing fingers here and, calling out sailors on the ship. I'm not trying to lead a mutiny. But there's even some beloved YouTubers that do pretty much exactly what Jose did on a smaller scale. We'll talk about all of that in a minute. I just want to quickly thank today's video sponsor, Opera GX. Opera GX just has so many tools that really allow you to customize it to your liking, as well as even allowing you to limit how much CPU and RAM the browser uses with GX Control. GX Control allows you to enhance your performance on PC when gaming by changing the amount of CPU and RAM you're willing to allocate to the browser, which makes it a lot less of a load on your system, unlike something like Chrome, for example, which is a resource hog. Another great feature is, of course, GX mods, and there's even a mod pack for me on there as well, if that sounds interesting, where you can change browser sounds. Yeah, baby! So yeah, all kinds of customizable wallpapers, and a lot of other interesting things that you can toy around with and adjust thanks to things like GX mods. And when you download using my link, you can see my latest 12 uploads in the Opera GX corner. So if you're interested in starting with Opera GX, you can download it for free in the description. Thanks again to Opera for sponsoring. Before diving into the bigger picture of this whole situation, let's focus on the particulars of Jose's case here. Now, he's considered a person of high risk to reoffend. They even cited that he obtained more than $6 million in personal profits and continued pocketing another $190K of stolen royalties, which he hid. And the hefty sentence was really necessary to deter him from launching future scams because he's planning to remain in the music business. I want to stop it right there. How the fuck is this even considered a hefty sentence? He stole $23 million. 23 million clams that he had no right to, he stole. Now let me walk you through how the scam works. Someone like Jose and other awful people like Jose will set up these fraudulent businesses and they'll go on a copyright claiming bender. Like, we're talking full-blown, 10 lines of coke, stay up 24 hours programming bots in order to flag content on YouTube that they will copyright claim to take the money from. On YouTube, when you copyright claim a piece of content, you then get the ad revenue from it, even though it wasn't you who posted the video. This happens to everyone's channel at some point. At some point, someone created a piece of like music or something that plays in the background of a game you're playing or something, and it'll get flagged in the system, and when that's there, you lose all the ad revenue from the content, and it goes to the person who made that piece, or is claiming they made that piece. That's how it works. In theory, it's supposed to be there to protect copyright holders from people that are just re-uploading their shit. Instead of just like taking it down, you have the option to instead just take the money from it and it can stay up. But there's a lot of people that exploit this process, like Jose, where you don't have the rights to 50,000 songs here, but you're still claiming it because YouTube's system is fucking archaic. And there's not a whole lot of safeguards in place. A great example to highlight how unacceptably dog shit the current system is on YouTube, a community member of Destiny 2, just a person, just a, you know, red-blooded, God-fearing human being, a normal person, noticed that this is a complete oversight from the system. And in the Destiny 2 community, he got really fed up with the way Bungie was doing something. They got very upset. I don't want to go into all the details here, so I'm not going to get like too deep into the weeds. But basically, they were disgruntled, and in order to get back at not only the community, but Bungie themselves, they started copyright claiming a ton of content in the Destiny community. And they were claiming it as if it was Bungie doing it. So Bungie got a lot of flack, a lot of shit for it, and then eventually they got so bold and brazen that they copyright claimed Bungie themselves. Bungie's own content that they were posting on YouTube, their Destiny 2 content, this guy started taking the rights of. So it's very exploitable and has been exploited many times. And it's illegal, highly illegal. That guy's facing some serious life-changing repercussions from all of that. And now Jose is as well. But the point is, it is exploited often. It happened a lot and blew up in a big way a couple months back on TikTok, where people started to notice that there's these Spotify accounts set up that just play like random common sound effects like Roblox oof, or like that gong sound effect when something happens, like when you, I don't know, drink milk too fast on TikTok and it's like gong, I'm gonna shit my pants, like those sound effects. Someone had made Spotify accounts and were actually claiming those sound effects so that way they could take the ad revenue from YouTube videos that use them. It's someone that obviously didn't work on any of the sound effects or anything, but they noticed that they could claim the individual sound effects and then take the ad revenue. So the point is, this is a very common scam and it's a fucking problem. And Jose did this for half a decade, claimed over 50,000 songs that were not his, stealing money directly from those artists in order to profit himself, and he's only getting a little over 5 years in jail? I think that is a far cry from a hefty sentence. And the only reason that it's even that high is because they think he's at a high risk for reoffending, which he is, made over $20 million. You think this guy's not going to come right back into, hop onto the saddle again for another 20 million doubloons? Of course he will. So 5 years is comical. This should have been like an absolute statement. They should have made an example out of Jose here with a super serious sentence, because they got to put the kibosh on this shit. It's already out of control, and it's only going to get worse as people realize just how profitable it is to make these fraudulent copyright claims. So I totally disagree that this is hefty. This is light sentencing for this guy. And it's not just him. In fact, there is another one of his associates that is facing sentencing soon, but I imagine it's going to be roughly the same charges and the same time in jail. So it looks like there's going to be a restitution hearing soon, and right now the amount is set at 1.4 million to the victims of this scam, but they're trying to connect with more victims, but it's a little difficult because a lot of them are outside the US. A little insight into how the scam works was highlighted here in the Ars Technica article. It said that Batista, which was Jose's, teammate here, they duo queued to start this scam. They began in 2017, and they started the label known as Media Move. And the goal was to seize unearned royalties by claiming ownership of songs on YouTube that they noticed weren't actively monetized, meaning they didn't have any ads running on it, which is something you can see even as just a viewer. If you go on like a video or a song and there's no pre-roll ad, there's no banner ad or display ad somewhere, you can comfortably say that no one's making money from it. So what they would do is they would target content like that and claim it, which they didn't have the rights to. It's not theirs to do that. But that was their whole business model, hunting this content down and putting it under their umbrella. Eventually, they even partnered with a management group called AdRev in order to give it like more credibility. So it wasn't just immediately red flagged as a huge fucking scam. Like 50,000 songs, that's a lot to be claiming ownership of. But no, it looks like they're partnering with AdRev. This must be legit. So it was kind of deep. Deeper than a lot of the other scammers that go this route on YouTube, which is probably why they were so successful and made so much money. This is a great section here, just laying out the timeline. This wasn't exactly like a jump scare to the community. A lot of people had been tipped off about this and fighting against Media Move for quite a while, because obviously the people who made the content that was getting claimed knows that it's a bunch of baloney. Like, it's straight up fish paste. They made it, and it's getting claimed by a company they've never fucking heard of before. So they did fight against Media Move for years, but it kept getting pushed aside, it seemed. But in 2019, the IRS launched an investigation after they became a little suspicious with the amount of bank accounts Media Move had that were sometimes registered under fake names. And I really like this section here, so I'm just going to read it. Everyone knows how the scam works, and it's unclear if much has been done to stop future YouTube scammers from using the same playbook and targeting more artists. Artists attempted to bring a class action lawsuit against YouTube to gain access to systems to monitor their royalties and stop royalty theft, but that case was dismissed earlier this month before going to trial. I'll answer that question. Nothing has been done to prevent this from happening again in the future, and it is still continuing to happen right now. I briefly mentioned at the beginning of the video that some YouTubers actually use this same fucking method. Unfortunately, it's become a bit of a nuclear weapon that sometimes these creators will use to either silence criticism or just out of pure greed. An amazing example that we just covered a month ago is Alex Edson of Business Casual when he tried to take down a channel he felt was competition to his. He issued fraudulent copyright strikes. So he went above a copyright claim. He wasn't just taking the ad revenue. He was straight up taking the entire channel down because he believed that that channel used an image that was somewhat similar to an image he used in his video. This just highlights just how broken the system is. So if he wanted to, he could continue to do that and copyright claim other channels and keep making that same argument about like, oh no, that's my image and you stole it from me. And he'd get away with it because the system doesn't have anything in place to stop that. Now, Alex Edson at Business Casual was unsuccessful in his nefarious evil plot. Thank God. But he's still an absolute unforgivable piece of shit for what he's done, and there's a lot of other content creators that engage in similar behavior, maybe not always motivated out of like, you know, getting rid of competition. I need to make sure there's no one left in the world except my channel, so I'm gonna take them all down. But a lot of them are just motivated by greed, where they'll start copyright claiming people's content who like maybe make a meme out of something they did, or even criticize something they did. That's happened a lot over the history of YouTube, so it is unfortunately a system that needs a drastic overhaul, and it's not getting that tender love and care that it needs to be in a good state. So squeaky wheel needs the grease. The squeaky wheel really needs the grease. Otherwise, Jose and Batista here that got 23 million from fraudulently claiming just completely innocent artist music will continue to pop up over the course of the next few years and will only continue to snowball. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this. I think it's great that they did get caught and are being punished. I just wish the punishment was more severe because I just don't think the punishment fits the crime here. They likely won't even serve their full time in jail, and they got away with so much money for quite a long period of time. So I think the sentencing needed to be harsher, and hopefully as more people are caught doing this, the sentencing will continue to increase. So that way it can finally deter people from trying it more in the future. But anyway, that's about it. See ya.